ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. Police are investigating an alleged assault by a neo-Nazi group in Melbourne's CBD last night. Tanushi Dyes reports.
Police are investigating an alleged altercation during a neo-Nazi march in Melbourne CBD that left a passerby in hospital. Around 100 people dressed in black with their faces covered marched through the city chanting and holding Australian flags. The march was led by a man carrying a white supremacist slogan. The neo-Nazis allegedly assaulted and injured a man who confronted them. Police say they were only able to maintain a strong presence and monitor for breaches of peace because anti-vilification laws to better protect people from hate speech are yet to come into effect. There is an active investigation into the alleged assault. No arrests have been made yet.
Meanwhile, the Premier Jacinta Allen has condemned the march, saying Nazis do not belong in this country. She says they know this and that's why they hide behind masks in the dark. She thanked police for their efforts and said anti-vilification laws coming into effect next month will give law enforcement the power to unmask these cowards. Russia has invited US President Donald Trump to the country after Washington announced a meeting between the two nations' leaders in Alaska. The pair will discuss a Ukraine ceasefire deal, and Mr. Trump has hinted that Kyiv will have to make some concessions, saying that any agreement would involve some swapping of territories. Ukraine is yet to comment. The meeting is due to take place next Friday in the US state. Russian presidential aide Yuri Yushakov says Alaska is a logical location to hold the talks.
Looking ahead, it's natural to aim for the next meeting of the presidents to be held on Russian territory. A corresponding invitation has already been extended to the US president.
Israel has strongly rejected criticism from world leaders after its security cabinet approved a plan to launch an occupation of Gaza City. Ali Crew has more.
The foreign ministers of Australia, the UK, Germany, Italy and New Zealand have issued a joint statement warning that Israel's plans risk violating international law. They're among a growing number of world leaders speaking out in opposition to the decision. The European Union is urging Israel to reconsider. Germany has halted all arms exports to Israel that could be used in Gaza, while France and Canada have also condemned the plan. UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk says the major escalation will result in more massive forced displacement, killing, unbearable suffering, senseless destruction and atrocity crimes.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has arrived in New Zealand ahead of a leaders' meeting with his counterpart Christopher Luxon. Political reporter Evelyn Manfield has more from Queenstown.
We're not expecting any major announcements out of the meeting today, but we do expect that they'll discuss defence and security, probably China's growing presence in the Indo-Pacific as well. Publicly, they'll also want to be talking about trade and tourism, both really important industries to both countries. Aside from that, though, the Prime Minister did flag the other day that they will talk about their international cooperation in response to the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But Anthony Albanese will only be on the ground here in Queenstown for something like 24 hours.
Victoria's Chief Health Officer says the number of Mpox cases is rising again. Since the middle of July, there have been 8 new cases, 5 of which were locally acquired in Melbourne. Dr. Carolyn McElnay says the disease is spread through close or prolonged skin contact, and in Victoria it mostly affects men who have sex with men. A free Mpox vaccine is available for at-risk groups. Australia's E-Safety Commissioner Julie Inman-Grant has slapped down calls by the Shadow Communication Minister Melissa McIntosh for an investigation into the scope of her role. The federal opposition has demanded the government release the advice underpinning the E-Safety Commissioner's decision to include YouTube in its social media ban for under 16-year-olds, saying the uncertainty is causing confusion. Ms Inman-Grant told ABC's Insiders podcast concerns around implementation of the E-Safety Code would be better directed towards the industry bodies that created it.
Interestingly, I was appointed by the coalition government. The e-safety commissioner was created by the coalition. The online safety codes that she thinks I'm overreaching on were a coalition development voted on by the entire parliament.
To the weather now for the state, a mostly sunny day apart from a possible shower or two in the far northwest and southeast. For Melbourne, a sunny afternoon. We're heading for a top today of 17 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 17. Monday, sunny, 19. Showers on Tuesday, 16. Wednesday, a possible shower, also 16. It's 12 degrees. ABC News.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
I tell you what, I'd kill for some clean air and a good coffee over here. And there's no generic latte over here.
Come home straight away, please. Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia Rollover on ABC Radio. The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Lobs it straight down the ground for six. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Down for leg before, finger goes on.
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listener.
the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scores the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bawley. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
Arguably the biggest news week of the AFL season so far, leading into round 22. The coaching merry-go-round. Simon Goodwin sacked. Michael Voss is staying. So what has to change at Carlton, and what do the Demons do next? Their interim coach, Troy Chaplin, joins us on the program. Jeremy Cameron kicked only 4 last night. Only 4 to take him to 79 for the season. Is his pursuit of 100 goals over? And the Hawks punishing the Magpies. What is your level of concern around the Pies? If only we had a couple of premiership Pies to help us discuss it. All of that ahead today on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
It's a seismic shift in the race for the top 8, and Hawthorn put a foot forward. A 64-point win against the Magpies, who are in free fall. They've now lost 4 of their last 5.
There's only 5 games left in the home and away season where the top 9 play the top 9. These 2 de facto leagues that we've got in the competition at the moment, Tier 1 and Tier 2. And they are an important 5 games in shaping what the final 8 will look like. All of that to come today here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Your calls, by the way, 1300 558 222. We're keen to hear from you. You could not get a better day. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pie, here at the MCG. We're headed for a top of 16. It's currently a dozen degrees. The sun is shining. There is not a cloud in the sky. What a day to be at the home of football.
A little whiff of spring in the air, dare
Yes.
I say it. It's still early August, isn't it? But, yeah, what a day. You're right. Absolutely glistening, the G out there. Good afternoon to everyone. And yeah, there's been plenty happening, hasn't there, Cole? The penultimate month of the year, as we head towards September, there tends to be a bit of action, especially with those teams, well, with both, isn't it? The teams at the top end,
Yep.
as they narrow their focus in, their sights in on a finals berth. And then the bottom 9, we see 2 of them today, are starting to get organised for next year already, aren't they? Be it from a coaching department point of view or a list point of view. So plenty to talk about as always.
I often say in the industry, Mick, there's no bigger days than when a senior coach gets sacked. It's a story as old as time. Feels like there's at least one every year. And for Simon Goodwin as a premiership coach, the only premiership coach that Melbourne have had since Norm Smith back in the 60s. And the last time they sacked their premiership coach, they had to wait 57 years for another one. The curse of Norm Smith and everything that was baked into it. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse with us at the G. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby. Hello, Bawley, and to all our listeners. It is a fantastic time of the year, Bawley. You're spot on. The MCG looks a picture. It won't be a big crowd today, but two of the older clubs meeting. Two
of your old clubs, Coach?
Yes, they are. On my way coming here, I thought, who's playing today? And I thought, yeah, okay, I've played a few games for both of those clubs and love them both. I mean, they were special to me, and they still are. But I... like you, Corby, come back from Geelong last night. Took a few hours to get back, but we're going to live with that. I was going to have a snooze on the way back, but that's the Westgate Freeway, of course. But we are in a position now where off air we were all discussing what is the final 8, because 9 doesn't go into 8, Bully, the way it looks, and the 9th side at the moment is as in good a form as anyone playing. So we are, I think we're blessed in many respects that over the next couple of weeks we're going to see some sides flex their muscles, and there's always a turn-up. There's always a turn-up. So someone will lower their colours against one of the bottom 9 sides, and you're going to pay a massive price.
That's it. And it's amazing the way the top 9 have really run the table against the bottom 9, but there'll be one, there's no doubt about it. 35-1 is the head-to-head in the last 36 games, with the top 9 dominating the bottom 9 in the competition. Let's do that off the top then. So I'm sure everyone's doing it at home, and as much as we can run our ladder predictors, I'm sure there'd be plenty of people that probably had Collingwood winning on Thursday night, and that throws things upside down. You've both been through it. Take us through your top 8. Who have you got missing?
Well, I'm going to talk about mixed messages soon.
Yep.
I realise that. Who have I got missing? This is the one. It's going to be a side that's going to miss out on percentage. So right now, those that are in the bottom part of the percentage list, and I'm talking about GWS, Fremantle, I just reckon one of them is going to miss because of that percentage thing.
Yeah. Wow. Well, they have to win their 3 games.
They do.
Probably.
They do.
Yeah. The way
we've worked, and you haven't.
So I finally did my after Thursday night. After that turn up there, I thought, okay, now's the time.
That's not
I
a
think
turn
we've
up.
seen enough. No, that's true. In fact, I picked Hawthorn.
Yeah,
just the way they were going. So okay, I finally did my ladder predict. I held off till this point. And as you said, Corb, there'll still be twists and turns, and really it comes down to 2 key games next week, and then the key game the Sunday of that last round. But I've got the Giants missing out on percentage based on Fremantle beating Brisbane at home next week, the Giants losing to Gold Coast at the Gold Coast the week after, and then the Dogs beating Fremantle, meaning that they run the slate and win their 3 from 3. I've got the Giants winning 15 games, Mick, but missing out on percentage, which is just extraordinary, which is probably going to happen to someone.
Yeah, and just to say a little bit more about that, you've got the situation with Fremantle, and we know, and for some unknown reason, we just seem to sense that the board supporters and a lot of people in the West are just hunting Justin Longmuir, which is a shame. He potentially could miss out on his team making the 8, where in all years previous and probably post, that would get them maybe 5th, maybe 5th or certainly 6th. Now, I'm only saying I don't think they can beat Brisbane, and I think that the grand final for them will be against the Dogs last grand. So I've got them just out, but I don't trust GWS that much.
You've got them losing you've got the Dockers losing the last 2 to miss out.
Yes, I have.
It's amazing how some coaches seem to have a good rapport with the media, or at least have certain guys on side. And for Justin Longmuir, for whatever reason, I mean, it's for all his strengths, he's not an excellent media performer. He's certainly got a lot better, and I think he's very considered and thoughtful, and he's an excellent coach, and super tactically and everything else. And yet, for a coach that's won 10 of these last 11 games, it's crazy how much pressure he seems to be under. And I agree with you, Mick. It feels like the board and everything around it, they're almost just waiting for a reason as to now's the time to jump in and act on that front. So
that could be an interesting story in regard to their coaches, because if he doesn't survive, I just can't see anyone out there that's better than him at the moment, because the players are responding to him. Corby, I know you come from the West, so you follow probably like I do the 10 years I was there. The interesting thing was over 3 or 4 years they lost players who you think, why would they leave that football club? And there was never an answer.
Yeah.
So, but they've cemented that now, and it just looks like a side that wants to play good football, wants to play good football for him. He's come back. Coaches that can get their team to come back 2 or 3 times over that journey, that 11 or 10 or 11 wins, that's a tick, because you've got to get them to win the game.
And the only team that's younger on average and less experienced than Fremantle is West Coast. And look at the position they're in.
Wow.
So this is a competition where 2 of the 3 oldest premiers ever have been 2 of the last 3. So competition's trending older, and yet they're super young. And I agree with you. Their list got worse year on year after he took them to the last 6 in 2022, and now this is the next year that Justin's had, where he's coaching a team that's actually been improved in the off season. Just on the coaching front, so we know Simon Goodwin was sacked during the week as the Melbourne coach. The question is obviously, what do the Demons do next? Jared Waitley reporting this morning that John Longmire will not return to senior coaching in 2026. So he's basically said not next year, which basically means not Melbourne. And maybe something off into the future for John Longmire, but it won't be
over the water.
Over the ditch, you reckon?
Maybe.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, if he's declared he doesn't want next year, which is 26, Tassie Devils have to put a coach in place prior to going into the competition one is to get sides into this VFL competition to see who can play, because they're not going to go to the draft and just get 40 players and a few swaps, of course. They need to be a pretty strong side. So I would imagine the coach would need to be in place at the end of preferably next year, but preferably end 26.
Were we shocked about the Goodwin announcement during the week?
Well, personally, I wasn't. You lose a game by 9 goals in front. There's so much baggage hanging off him, regardless of whether it be true or not. It's the perception, and players haven't been. I think he did a fantastic job to win that premiership, because they won it basically with 5 or 6 very, very good players, 10 players that were quite good, and 5 players that probably wouldn't get a game in the top 5 or 6 other clubs, and that's been maintained. And so for Melbourne to be looked at as a final 8 side, I think that's an overstretch.
Well, and so the trajectory's been down since then, which I think, you might point to that game, but I think this has probably been brewing, even regardless of that result, given the trajectory over the last couple of years. And
a few things that happened.
They're going to miss the final second year in a row, and then there's been that sort of whole culture piece, isn't it, bubbling away in the background. It just doesn't feel like a happy place at the moment, and ultimately that's, I feel like that's what. When he talks about a fresh voice to reinvigorate that's what Brad Green's referring to. So, really when you're talking about a premiership coach, and when you listen to the players, a much-loved coach, ultimately 9-10 year tenure at the place, they've opted for a fresh voice. So time will tell, won't it, whether it's the right call in terms of this point in time. There's still enough talent there. And I think
enough talent for what?
Enough talent to be able to renovate, not rebuild, which they're clearly doing. So we had a good look at them last week, and they're starting to play kids in those positions. They're still going to have to make some big calls on some of those.
Have they got
senior players?
How many really good kids they got? How many really?
I think there's at least 4 or 5, and there's probably some that we don't know about. We saw them last week. I think Cozzy Pickett's still relatively young.
He's champion. Langford's
going to be a star. I've got no doubt about that. Harvey Langford.
Yep.
Okay.
Watch him, Mick. Have you watched him? He'll be top 3 in the Rising Star this year.
Righto.
Xavier Lindsay.
Windsor. There's something.
I see them. But I also see Gawn has carried them for 10 years. He's 33. May a key back. Petrarch hasn't played a great game since his injury.
Oliver Vine.
Viney is a gladiator who is now on the total decline, not because of the fact he hasn't tried, because he's probably tried so hard. So the whole core of Melbourne will have to be replaced. Fritsch doesn't fire a shot. Van Ruyen just looks good but plays ordinary. I just can't see how they can possibly be an 8.
Yeah.
Next year.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. 1300 558 222. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and Mick Moldhouse. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport, and Troy Chaplin's going to join us, the interim coach of the Melbourne Footy Club. So what do they do next? And I'm fascinated to speak to you about this, Bally, because I keep coming back to the great appointments recently, and certainly you were part of a process that appointed Craig McRae to be the next Collingwood coach, and I think we can all agree he's close to, if not the best coach in the game, and what he's been able to do with Collingwood to get them to spike so quickly. But the last 2 you had in that process was either McRae or Adam Kingsley, and I think it's fair to say whichever direction you went, it would have been a good result. And yet it feels like, if you put your finger in the wind, Melbourne are more interested in the tried coach, the one with the resume and everything else. What would you be doing if you were on Melbourne's board?
Well, it's a good question, because I don't know the place obviously intimately enough, but there seems to be 2 schools of thought, doesn't there? And you're right, at the moment it feels like, and I think we know, I think tried coaches, so you remove Longmire, Simpson doesn't feel like, it feels like he's in a pretty similar boat. He doesn't have that itch to get back into it yet. I mean, Bucks is the one. He's the one that clearly feels like he does right here, right now.
He wants to.
And so he's a prohibitive favourite from my point of view now. Straight in that role, he seems interested in it. I think he was put on the spot a little bit, but clearly he's been thinking about it for a while. So then, if he is your man, do you still need to go through, or even be seen to go through the DD process, if we want to call it that, to at least make sure that you've canvassed the environment, the whole environment?
Surely that's good practice, isn't it?
I think so.
I get how it happens, particularly for the senior coaches, where that they've got runs on the board and they feel like it's almost beneath them to go through a process, where I would look at it and think there's only 18 jobs. Like, it is a coveted position.
Absolutely it is.
Surely a process is the best. And if they come out to be the leading guy, great. They give them the job and everything else. They're not disqualified from it if they go through a second time. But I can't believe in modern footy that we just, and some clubs have done this in the competition currently, where they basically grab the keys to the footy club and say, here, save us. Like, it's your club. You run it however you want. Like, surely that's not good practice in 2025.
Not good practice. There are exceptions to the rule. Like Gold Coast is a clear exception. I think that was one where you go, okay, understand where they're going with that. That's, they've headhunted their man.
Yep.
Got him at the right point of time and give him the keys. I think, and it's probably been proven over the last 18 months.
That's fair.
It'll be a pretty astute appointment. But I agree with you. I don't think it's such a big job now that regardless, even if someone's coached for 10 years, if they've been out of the game for 12 months, let alone 24, 36 months, the game changes so much. And you'd want to hear what they've learnt in that time.
It doesn't change that much, Paulie.
But you'd want to hear what they've learnt. So why is it going to be different? So if you're going to get a coach that was sacked at a previous job, what have they learnt? What's going to be different? What have they picked up? What will they bring, that they've learnt over that 12, 24-month period?
I might be wrong in this. I'll cast for your memory. I reckon Alistair Clarkson wasn't the preference pick, the Hawthorn, but they ran through the process, and his presentation was so good they couldn't ignore it. And I've just got a feeling it was either Clarkson or someone got a job like that. Well, look at Alistair Clarkson.
No, it was. It was definitely.
It was. So why not go through and find out there could be a hidden gem there somewhere that says, this is the sort of player or person we need to take our club forward, and we weren't aware of some of his attributes, and we blah blah blah. So I think it'd be negligent of the administration not to go through the process of seeing as many people that they feel and to see whether it be young, old, indifferent, just to see, one, what you want, and two, who's out there.
I think just to finish, I think if the try coach has gone away, had the time, and has that hunger that they had the first time around, because that's a different. You shouldn't have to be talking someone into a job.
No.
That never plays out well. Never plays out well. Whereas if the coach has had some time off, they've absolutely rediscovered that hunger, and they're hungrier than ever, then that's a bit of a different story, I think.
1300 558 222, the talkback number. Dominic, the first of our callers. Hello, Dominic.
G'day. Yeah, I just had a thought in my mind about Jimmy Bartel, and I sort of think he's a prime candidate just to walk into a coaching job and be really good at it.
It's a good call. I don't think he's interested in coaching. I think he's heading more down the path of administrative type roles, and I will talk about Matthew Pavlich being announced this week. That caught everyone off guard a little bit, I think, but I think Jimmy.
Well, that's a common mistake, what he's just made. That is a real common mistake by looking at who the player is, how he talks and this sort of stuff, and then go, he's going to be a great coach. That doesn't work out. You've got to go a lot deeper to find out the philosophies. Does the player accept the fact that football is played with 44 individuals on his squad, all got to be accounted for, all got to be nurtured through, all got to be all different. You can't just think that I'm going to be Jimmy Bartel, they should play like me, it's going to happen. And I'm not saying that's the way this guy's talking about it, but just by plucking a good football, a fantastic footballer out, does not make a coach. You've got to delve a lot more into that.
I agree with you with his career path, Jimmy Bartel. You could easily see him say when Greg Swan departs, for example, that he would be a good candidate to be head of footy at the AFL or something like that in the not too distant future. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Mark from Maryborough is the next of our calls. Hello, Mark.
Hey guys, how you going? Listen, quick one just about the coaches. I'm always afraid, because we had it about 10, 12 years ago, where coaches were rotating from club to club to club. And none of them had a proven record. I mean, Richmond, I think, Bulldogs, and they went to Sydney, and it's getting like the Premier League. They get the sack from one club, yet go to another club. Like Bally said, and a few others have said, get either a really, really good young candidate and give him a crack, or get a proven coach. And the only proven ones out there really is Longmire and Adam Simpson. Yeah, and now the only other thing I was just going to quickly mention, I hope Max King, while he's off injured, is sitting back watching guys like Darcy and Neil, and has spoken to blokes like Longmire, Fraser Garrick, and a few other, Jason Dunstall, a few other good full forwards, in his time off, because where Shannon Neal's at already has come on pretty quickly. I know he's 23, but that's what we want and hope for Max King. So really, if you speak to anyone from the Saints today, I mean, he's got to muscle up a little bit probably too, because Shannon Neal certainly has.
Yeah, and I like it. It's a good call. I think he's been a forgotten man, hasn't he, Max King, this year? And, you know, all things considered, the Saints have done a pretty good job at times this year, you know, trying to plug some holes in that forward line. But he's signed a big long deal, big contract, big money. I agree. He needs to be looking at Riley Thilthorpe. He needs to be looking at Sam Darcy. He needs to be looking at these. I mean, his brother's had another good year, hasn't he? So he's certainly one that the Saints would want hitting the ground running for pre-season next year.
Will is the next of our callers. Hello, Will.
Yeah, good day, guys. Look, talking about going all in on a coach, North dibs that clearly with Clarkson, and we can all see how that's turned out. I think the biggest part that most unaccountable position is the recruiting, and we are never going to recover from our absolutely pathetic recruiting over the last 10, 12 years. And if you look at the amount of players we have on our list, like Coleman Jones, etc., that are just not up to senior level, it is no surprise that North are just completely broken.
Well, North are starting behind the eight ball because of with the way the free agency is for a start off. They're just never going to pick up they're not going to pick up Smith, who's now. We got 3 votes last night, probably going to get a second or third in the Brownlow, because players want to play for top sides because they sense they've gone past the process of being a new player. They want to play finals football. They look up and they go, Geelong they're going to play finals football. North Melbourne aren't. And who do they recruit? They get Parker and Jack Darling, who are right at the back end of their careers. So so neither of those players are going to help North Melbourne.
And they've taken the treasure chest, haven't they, to players in the past, and haven't been able to get any of them over the line.
No. The Saints have been, they've been trying to do that sort of stuff too, and it just hasn't worked. So, free agency unfortunately is a bugbear of mine.
So that's the egg. I get back to Chris Scott's. So how do you attract players? And there's a bit of peripheral stuff, but everyone's got the same salary cap. You got to have a winning. You got to win. You got to have a winning culture. Now, get back to the original point. You can't whiff. You can't miss on your top 10 picks.
But this is a story as old as time, though, isn't it? Is it nature or is it nurture?
Well,
both. I think if you get so many top picks, that they can't all be wrong. Like, all the recruiters sit there and there's a general consensus that these are the best 10 guys. So whichever of those 10 you get, surely if they were in a different system, if you pick those same players and you put them at Geelong or you put them in the Sydney Swans or you put them at Hawthorn or whatever, they're better players than the North Melbourne version 4 years down the track. So that's not just the guys you pick, isn't it? It's also what happens when they walk in the door.
So let's look at last night. You got twin brothers coaching.
Yep.
Would the result have changed last night with Brad coaching Geelong and Chris coaching North Essendon over the journey? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that they can coach their own ways, but I'm not. When you've got the easiest side to coach is one that's got has got good numbers. Yeah. The hardest job to do is when you haven't got numbers and you've got to try to limit damage virtually nearly every game.
Let's take a couple of other calls before Troy Chaplin joins us. Obviously, it's been a big week for both the Demons and the Blues, who have made the opposite announcement. They've decided Michael Voss is their guy, and they've backed him in, so he's going to coach the final year of his deal in 2026. Grant in Hobart's the next of our callers. Hello, Grant.
G'day, Corbin. Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. I'd just like to put my 2 bob in, I guess, for the Carlton coaching thing. Look, I think the Blues are going to finish where I think most of us expected them to. But I was a bit interested in the decision this week. Now, I think Vossi is between a rock and a hard place because he's got some great players, the top 6, but the bottom 6 or 8, if you could call them that, are pretty ordinary. And I think I don't think there's much he can do about it. But I would say this is there's a pattern that has formed all this year where Carlton, when they run through the centre, kick it into the forward line, they do this incredibly old-fashioned thing of bombing the ball into the forwards, 50-metre, 45-metre long kicks, and it hasn't worked. Now, normally, if you know how it is, Mick, but if teams do that all the time, you get called up on the Monday or the Tuesday training, told not to do it again. Mate, this has been happening all year. It can't possibly be something that the players are deciding to do on the field at the time. It must be a coaching directive, and it's not working. Mick?
Well, can I just jump in there? I think you are right, but you also got to remember that they're 2 key forwards, and they made the finals last year on the back of those 2 forwards playing pretty good football. They've hardly had them together, and the general cause is when you've got the football and they are no longer there, you don't have the same leading pattern. So therefore, the next best thing is to get the ball inside your front 50 and try to keep it in there. If Curnow was up and around and fit with Mackay, you've got 2 players that never got in each other's road. They worked beautifully together up the ground. One was always up the ground, one was back. They looked as good as, and I think I used this last year, Hawkins and Cameron, and they were looking as good as Hawkins and Cameron. So when that breaks down, with both players have been injured and really suffered pre-season injuries, so therefore they've never been able to catch up their fitness. So the dynamics in front of the ball change, and I suspect Michael Voss hasn't learnt not to coach when they made the finals last year. He just hasn't had the same. He hasn't the same.
I think that's the decision clearly, isn't it? Yeah, and prelim. They were 6 goals up in a quarter time in a prelim 2 years ago. Yeah. I think there's. You're right, Mick. There's a personnel ahead of the ball thing, but there hasn't been an ability to adjust to that.
No, they haven't.
Up the field, they haven't got enough good kicks. Nick Newman hasn't played a game this year. Probably their best kick. Yep. There's a big fall away for it. So I think back in the coach.
Well, that's injuries.
There will be a big list shake-up over this off-season. There's no doubt about it. And Graham Wright's shown that he's had a propensity to do that. Now, he's a CEO. He's not going to be the one pulling the trigger on that, but he's going to be working very closely with Brad Lloyd and their list department. So I think there'll be some big decisions from a player point of view across this off-season.
And the footy department?
I think you'll back them all. In terms of, are you talking about coaches?
Assistants?
I think if they're contracted, I think you'll back them all in. Okay. I think you'll give them another year. To see with some more talent at their disposal.
I reckon if they've uncontracted, you'll see change.
Yeah. And obviously the head of footy, Brad Lloyd, has been there through a couple of iterations of the Carlton Football Club, so he is also under pressure as we reach season's end. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Luke Ball and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. Troy Chaplin enters the coaching game today as the interim senior coach of the Melbourne Football Club, and I'm pleased to say he joins us on ABC Sport. Troy, appreciate your time.
No problems at all, Corbin. Mick, Luke, how are you going?
Chubby, good.
I also realise the game's tomorrow, of course, as well, when you play the Western Bulldogs.
Would have given him a fright there.
Probably thinking, gee, I'm a little bit late for my...
home. Should I be driving to the MCG?
How's the week been for you? I imagine a very unusual set of circumstances. So the guy that you've been working with in Simon Goodwin gets sacked for a long period of time, and then very quickly it's, hey, you're taking the reins. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, look, it's been a bit of an indifferent week, and obviously Goody's been around for a long time and been a great coach, premiership coach, and obviously had a really strong relationship with him. But obviously the decision was made early in the week and provides me with an opportunity to lead a football program the next few weeks, and really looking forward to it. And I've been well supported by the club and the people at the club as well.
You said yesterday you're not going to put your hand up for the job, but you want to be a senior coach going forward. Why is that?
But yeah, I've got aspirations to be a senior coach, and as I said, giving me an opportunity this next 3 weeks is going to give me a chance to lead the program. But I just see that the club needs change. It needs a new voice at the top, and given history says that if you're a caretaker coach, not too often you become that coach. So I just thought that it was in my best interest not to pursue the role, and had the conversation with the club and feel comfortable with where I sit for this next few weeks and going forward as well.
Simon Goodwin said during the week he felt like you were close to turning it around. Did you think that?
Yeah, look, there's some numbers that suggest since the bye we've tried to make some adjustments and we've started to see some things change. Footy's a brutal industry, and when you aren't getting the wins, that generally does hurt, and that's your main feedback. So we have seen some things change in what we've tried to apply, and the boys have been really good in that. And we've got some young guys coming through playing some good football as well. So there is some good things that are happening and some changes. And unfortunately, he's just not going to get the opportunity to see it through. And the guys will have a new coach that comes in and puts his own imprint on that going forward.
Troy, can I just one question? What is the biggest change you can make in 2 weeks to the game structure? And will you make it?
It probably won't be too much change, Mick, but certainly from a personnel point of view, we'll look to trial guys in different positions, keep it fresh in that regard. But from a game style point of view, it does become really hard with 3 weeks to go. So, look, there'll be some little focuses around some things we might be able to manipulate and change, but there won't be shifting changes from the way we have been playing. We'll try and keep some consistency to those boys because it has been a big week for them as well.
You know, of course, the records show that when the clubs change coaches, you inevitably win the game. So that's put a little bit of heat on you.
Oh, look, it'd be nice. We've got three really big games as well against the Dogs, Hawks and the Pies, who are all fighting to stay in the finals or potentially top four. So we're going to be playing in finals type intensity games, which is going to be good for our younger boys. Our older guys have experienced that, but our younger boys get an opportunity to play in high pressure games now and at the home of footy as well. So we've sort of leaned into that a little bit as well in terms of those younger boys getting the opportunity.
Can I just ask, so let's look at the biggest move you'll make with playing personnel over the next 3 weeks. Who is going to change positions and where will they play?
Oh, look, I think we've got some half-backs that can play midfield. Salem, McVie, Rivers, how we use those guys, though, as well. We saw Windsor go into the midfield last week. So I think just 5 minutes here or there or the start of a quarter, right. Can we be flexible in giving those guys an opportunity and obviously not upsetting the apple cart too much? But I think we've got some guys who can play multiple positions, and I'm really keen to see what that looks like from them. But also some young guys in the VFL. We see Jed Adams play his first game this week. We need to see what's underneath as well, and hopefully we see a few more opportunities this next couple of weeks.
I was going to make that point, Chappie. You've got obviously the Bulldogs tomorrow, then Hawthorn and Collingwood. You've got some, it's amazing the year's played out. And I want to ask you about that as well. Is that just the top nine, bottom nine? What are your thoughts on that? Just a quirk of the season, but you've got an opportunity to spoil some parties over the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're teams that we've got a little bit history against, whether we look into it too much or not. But obviously the Dogs, playing them in 21 in the grand final, and Hawthorn have always, throughout the course of probably the last 20 or 30 years, there's been history, and we always play big games against the Pies. So it is something we can lean into. Obviously, we don't want to be a club that rides emotion. Obviously, there'll be a little bit this week with what's happened with Goody, but we want to be really consistent, and the players understand that, and we're looking forward to finishing the season off, as I said, in some big games, but make sure that we come prepared to play. We don't want to be a team that just falls away, because the reality is, and I said this to the players, that there's a new coach out there that we'll be watching as well. So he'll be looking at the playing group and seeing what they can produce this next 3 weeks too.
So you've got designs on a top job, mate. I think you're 40 next year. Can you tell the listeners about how you build your CV? So I was lucky enough to sit in on a process a couple of years ago. I was just so impressed with all the presentations. Is it a matter at the moment of you not quite thinking you're ready enough in terms of time in the system, rounding out the CV? Who have you learned from? And just sort of tell the listeners about how you build your CV towards becoming or putting your hat in the ring for a senior role, because we know how challenging the job is at this day and age.
Yeah, look, it's a great question. And for me, since I've been at the club, I've been a defensive coach. I've been the backline coach or been in charge of team defence. So this year in particular, I've looked after the forwards and offence, started to obviously be involved heavily in strategy, A couple of years ago, I did some of the recruiting and started to do the draft combine and just start to understand how the draft works. So you're always looking for things to improve and just add on. And I think one thing that is going to help me this next 3 weeks is just coaching your own team. And I remember years ago talking with Mick on radio, and I spoke about being an aspiring head coach, and he said coaching your own team is really important, just to understand what it takes and what you need to be able to do. So this next 3 weeks gives me an opportunity to do that, and just understanding what's required from day to day, because it's very different to being an assistant coach. Every conversation you have matters. It's really important to that person, and I'll spend a little bit of time with the list management in the next couple of weeks if they've got players to interview. So just continually to round out what that looks like, and know that every little bit over this next 3 weeks is only going to hold me in good stead going forward.
Have you had to park the Wednesday night hoops at MSAC for now, mate? You can't be injuring yourself hobbling into the club on a Monday.
No, I gave that up a long time ago.
Right.
In 21, I actually did my Achilles playing social basketball, so I said, that's it, no more. So it's funny, Nathan Jones is going to have a game of footy today, and I said, mate, you better make sure you're in one piece tomorrow.
Troy, I'm sure you're not going to give us some names, but if Melbourne came to you in the top brass and said, what do Melbourne need in a senior coach? What kind of guy do they need to lead Melbourne into this next era?
Yeah, look, Colbert, it's really hard, because I think what we're seeing is there's some really good experienced coaches out there, but we're also seeing a younger generation come through. Like, I look at what Hayden Skipworth's done at Collingwood. He's very renowned now. Corey Enright at St Kilda, Sean Grigg at the Gold Coast, Stephen King at the Cats. Like, there is some good young coaches. So who the panel decides, what I do know is they're going to get a good group who are well connected and want to learn and want to improve. Like, we've got some really good senior players coming towards the end of their career, and we've got some younger guys as well. So that middle group, the 24 to 28, we need to try and find some guys in that range. But whoever comes in, we know that we've got some good young players coming through. So it's going to be a coach that can drive that group forward.
Good luck tomorrow, Troy, in the rest of the way in season 2025. Most importantly, enjoy it. The opportunity to coach a team tomorrow at AFL level. Appreciate your time.
No, I appreciate your support, guys. Thanks very much.
All the best.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah, all the best, mate.
Troy Chaplin, the interim coach of the Melbourne Football Club tomorrow.
Impressive, isn't he? Yep.
Yeah.
Speaks well. Good understanding of the game.
Yeah.
As I said, I think the next little period for him will be just rounding out that CV, both in terms of experience. Is he contracted? We didn't ask him. So is he contracted to Melbourne next year? So he will stay at the club? Probably. Likely. Yeah, it sounded like he had his head around that. So, and look, sometimes you do need stability underneath. So, I think whoever the new coach will come in will clearly bring their people, but having someone who's been there and knows the group and knows the players really well is important too.
Also, I think Melbourne, the unusual nature of the press conference, which was actually just here at the MCG on Tuesday, where Simon Goodwin's sitting there alongside Brad Green. Green's getting asked about which coach they want next and everything else, and naturally in that moment he says, look, we'll get a panel together, we'll work out what we want. I'm sure they've got an idea on what they want, and the fact that Troy's inside the club, as much as he's saying, look, I don't feel like it's the right time and everything else, I wouldn't be surprised if Troy's got an understanding that, hey, this is what Melbourne want. I don't necessarily fit that bill. I don't think it's going to be, this open process where we're going to interview all the best assistant coaches. I'm sure maybe their set of answers would be different.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a little bit more of an idea, and I'm sure Melbourne do privately compared to the public joint press conference. What did you make of that, Mick? I can't imagine you sitting there as the president that's just sacked you as a senior coach.
No, I'd have him in a headlock. No, I doubt whether I would be sitting there, Corby. In fact, the public sacking I got, I was home and offering an insight a week later of what took place. So, no, that's rare, and I really don't get it.
Yeah.
I really just don't get it.
I thought it was impressive from Goodwin. I found it edifying, and I think the fact that he was a premiership coach, and we'll go, we'll be a legend at that club, Hall of Famer at that club. I was impressed by him. He didn't need to be, clearly, but I thought that showed great sort of leadership coverage.
Yeah, I reckon you should have had him in a headlock.
Well, I think he probably did out the back. I think you can do both.
It's a big headlock to get Green in a headlock these days.
I noticed when it finished as well, and I think sort of Brad Green tapped him on the arm on the way out. There was no let's have a handshake in front of the cameras. It was straight up.
Adam Simpson was the same last year at West Coast. Same thing.
Yeah, it is.
Coach.
Maybe it's a sign of the times. Brian from Bayswater, the next of our callers, 1300 558 222. Hello, Brian.
G'day, guys. Nice speaking to you. Great show. I'd like to encourage the Melbourne Football Club to think differently. I think it's time that the AFL clubs looked at the English Premier League manager structure. The best coach in Australia is available next year, and that's Craig Bellamy. Craig Bellamy coaches men, not footballers. There's enough people to coach footballers around football clubs, perhaps even too many. But I'd like to think that Melbourne Football Club could think a little bit laterally and have the courage to consider making an indifferent decision.
Hey, there we go.
I like it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Brian. I like it.
That's a very interesting insight. If I could say, and I'm not trying to be clever Dick here, but halfway through my term with West Coast, I didn't really regard myself as the senior coach. It was more the manager. Yep. And I was very comfortable with my assistant coaches coaching the lines. And then, and as I've said to every coach, when you first get a job at a football club, do everything from peeling the oranges to being the doorman to do everything, because every player must look at you as a senior coach. And then as you get their confidence and they understand that you are the one that's setting the agenda, you can back off and start putting your other coaches in, and then you come back as that manager and you manage the coaches. It's a
So let me ask you this, Mick. If the South Sydney Rabbitohs rang you and said, "Hey, we want you to be our senior coach," would you laugh them off the phone, or would you entertain the call?
Oh, well, I wouldn't be going to Sydney, but I can understand why you would do that.
Yeah.
And take that role, so long as you've got a fundamental interest and knowledge. You can't just turn up and go, "Oh, I know about rugby league."
Yep.
Because if you don't, then your trust is becoming at a premium, and you've got to trust what your deputies. You've got to have some fundamental knowledge of the game. There's no question about that before you can start to take that job. So as much as I understand a management role and managing people, yes, it's about people. You've got to understand the game.
Frank is the next of our callers from Narracourt. Hello, Frank.
Guys, thanks for taking my call. I get very annoyed when every time there's something goes wrong, it's always the coach's fault. Why don't the boards and all those sort of people start looking at the player disposal efficiency? I'll take Cripps in mind, dual Brown no medalist, and he's lucky to get 60% total efficiency if he actually gets the ball. So why don't the boards that start looking at that sort of thing and get off the back of the coaches a bit more?
Yeah, I think the Carlton example is a perfect example of that at the moment.
Yep.
I think there'll be, so they've stuck with the coach. He'll have to improve and perform, no doubt. But I think that there'll be a magnifying glass on the playing group over this off season, as I said earlier.
Good article. Cody Atkinson wrote it, and I forget the co-author. My apologies, on the ABC website. But if you do a Google search, you'll be able to find it, I'm sure. This was a couple of years ago, talking about job security for senior coaches in the AFL is the best of any professional sports league in the world, and this is on the back of obviously the success from people like Mark Thompson and Damien Hardwick, and to stick with them past the point where you'd ordinarily think they would be sacked. And you compare that to the longevity in the EPL, which is like a year and a half, I think, for managers.
Unbelievable.
NBA, NFL,
Whereas here in Australian rules football, we do actually, more often than not, and maybe it's a very Australian ideology and everything else, to basically back someone in and stick with them, the guy that's under pressure. And so actually here in our Australian football, it's better than the NRL, better than cricket, better than anywhere else. There's the job security here for senior coaches. Kathy from Burnie has been waiting patiently online. Hello, Kathy.
Hiya, how are you guys? I'm just ringing to complain about time wasting. When a player is tackled, and then sometimes 2 and 3 players from both teams jump on, and the ball is held there, that to me is deliberately wasting time. So in my opinion, if the third player, whichever team, the third player comes in, it's an automatic free kick to the opposition.
That was looked at some years ago, that the third tackler come in generally it didn't. In fact, let's put it this way: we're watching Richmond. St Kilda here. Let's say a Richmond player has the ball, gets tackled by a St Kilda player, and a Richmond player then comes in over the top to almost, move the St Kilda player. So they thought some years ago that player should be penalised.
Well, so that was in the war against congestion too.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Break everything up a little bit.
Yeah, so you're on the money.
Yep. The two games of... Thanks, Kathy. Appreciate your call. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport with the Premiership pilot Luke Ball, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse and myself, Corbin Middlemass, as we count down to the start of the Saints and the Tigers. That's our first game for broadcast on the Saturday slate in round 22. There's no late change here at the G, by the way. Steely Green for the Tigs and Liam Henry for the Saints are the subs. The two games of the weekend so far. We haven't spent a whole lot of time on this so far, but the Cats taking care of business last night against the plucky Bombers. Is Jeremy Cameron's pursuit of 100 goals for the year over?
Not if you include finals. Not if you include... We feel like they're going to finish top four, so guaranteed 2 finals. So he still only needs five a game. Yeah, so...
He can get a 10 over the next 2 weeks.
Well, and it's interesting...
A 10.
Yeah.
So not just saying 2 fives, he could get a 10
Well, everyone thought he would. Really, let's be honest, we didn't learn a lot out of last night. I thought your Bombers were pretty good, Corb, certainly after half-time. Won the third quarter, so not many would have had them winning a quarter down there at Geelong. And I thought, at one stage they got back to 20 points, and you saw how agitated Chris Scott was a couple of times as well. So, yes, they were a little bit off their tucker, but I think we certainly need to pay some respect to the Bombers' effort in that second half. And in the end, it was a bit of a visit.
They got Bully.
Sydney away next week.
Well, that'll be difficult. I don't know whether Rampy's playing either. So Rampy's tailor-made for him. So that'll be a tough game. It's always hard to kick a lot of goals on us, even though the ground is shorter. It's wide. You get taken wide. And you very rarely get a centre-half forward that plays on that ground, so that'll be tough. But I think the Richmond
Richmond.
One thing I think Chris Scott he'll want them to sharpen up a bit. If anything, it's probably been a bit of a distraction, a bit of a sideshow, and that's just how it is. I think Jeremy Cameron himself doesn't like talking about it and talking about himself, but I think their performance in the second half last night will just lean Chris to this week just to really sharpen them up, because that's a danger game, Sydney and Sydney.
Chris Scott prides himself on saying, I don't talk to the guys post-game, basically. We let them go and do their thing, and we're a very mature group, and understandably they are. They've got lots of guys 30-plus and everything else. Last night it was quite evident that the players had dispersed to go and do their usual media commitments. As soon as the song had finished, let's knock it over, radios and TVs and everything else. Instead, Chris Scott said, nope, everybody's coming in, we're having a chat. He was asked about it in his post-match press conference about what exactly went on there. Why did he pull the group in so soon at the end of the game?
He took them straight in as soon as they got off the ground. Was that to maybe just give a bit of sharp feedback?
I don't do that. Trying to work out what I'm going to tell you, Rog. No, we've just got a longer break. It's Friday night. We don't play until Sunday week, and we've made a little tweak to our program that we wanted to make sure they were informed about before we don't see them for a little bit. I wish I could come up with something more interesting. It was pretty boring.
So he downplayed it, naturally, Chris Scott, last night. There was a little unease, though, amongst the Geelong faithful last night, and there was a certain member of our commentary team last night in Cameron Ling who was with us post-game. This was his assessment of what we saw last night.
And I think there's a lot of things that the Geelong coaching group will go through and say, that's not right. We can't let that happen. You guys got my frustration a couple of times with the defensive efforts.
Yeah.
Deep in the forward line for the Bombers. They're the ones that are going to be shown. Some of the midfield stuff is going to be shown. This is a game that will be reviewed, despite being a win, almost like a loss, saying we can't play this way.
Should it, Mick? Should it be reviewed as a loss?
They're human. They've got an eye on 2 weeks down the track, regardless of how old they are and this sort of stuff. They have got a big game against City. I think you said last night, Corby, that they don't they don't overly do it well against Sydney, so that's a big game. I think they're entitled to a game that they're going to win. Yes, you get caught up in Cameron, but you also get caught up in self-survival. We've all been down there before. I certainly wouldn't be worried about it. It's only if you get 3 or 4 in a row, and their draw has been... it's been very kind to them that they're not going to lose their games, but it's not kind to them that they haven't had a tough game.
Yeah, no Dangerfield. They rested Martin. I think they're looking at trying little things. Myers going onto the ball, I think it's been really effective. Probably an acknowledgement that they might be at the very pointy end, might be one or two short.
5-day break.
Through the middle of the ground, 5-day break. So there's some good stuff to come out of it as well.
And winless in their last 4 at the SCG, 3 losses and a draw in those last 4 trips to Sydney. The Thursday night game, this really rocked the footy world. The Hawks, not just the fact that they won, but the way that they won. So 64 points. They blew Collingwood off the park the other night. Darcy Moore joined us post-game and he was asked by Tim Hodges as to the level of concern. How worried is he?
No, we're not worried. We have great faith in ourselves and our system. We know what we're capable of as a group, and just how even our team is when we play a system brand of football. It just feels like at the moment we're not doing that very well. Our system's breaking down both in front and behind the ball at times, and that puts a little bit more pressure on us at either end, and then we don't think our way through those big moments as well. So we're certainly not worried, but we know we've got work to do, and like I said, we're disappointed in that performance.
So they've gone from 2.5 games clear on top of the table with a percentage of 139 to have lost 4 of their last 5, and their percentage is 124. So they've lost almost 15% in 5 weeks. Craig McRae was pretty keen not to focus on the 5 weeks as a block of games as much as we say, the Pies have lost 4 of their last 4 and they've given 4 of their last 5 and given up top spot. He had a different take, and this was him as fired up as I think we've heard him in recent times in his post-match press conference, basically saying that forms, there's no such thing. It's time to lock in and get to work.
So easy. If you quiet, talk. That's 15 years of doing development. Players that tell me when they're out of form and out of confidence, I go, well, what do you do when you have confidence and have form? Just do that. Well, I'm quiet when I've got no confidence. Well, be loud. I don't go for my marks. Well, go for your marks. I tackle when I've got confidence. Tackle. See their actions, not thoughts. It's right in front of us. Right in front of us.
I love that.
I love Craig McRae too. I mean, you guys are Premiership Magpies. What's the level of concern with Collingwood right now?
The concern I have is their speed. I think with Mitchell in the side...
So that's personnel?
It's personnel. It's personnel. It's the attitude of certain personnel. Darcy Moore saying, we're not concerned about it. I'd be concerned about his own form at the moment because he's lost. Howe went out. Was he going to be the saviour for Darcy Moore? I'm not 100% sure. Clubs are now saying we're going to put 3 tools on the forward line, and they're going to strike that during the finals. Jeremy Howe is going to have to pick up one of the tools. He's not going to be able to drop off. And if you drop off Walker, you drop off any one of the Adelaide boys or the Brisbane fellas or the Geelong fellas, you're just going to get murdered. So your responsibility first and foremost as a backline player is to be able to win the one-on-ones. Well, you can't win one-on-one when you're giving the bloke 10 to 15 metres for a start-off. And I don't want to keep picking on Mitchell, but when he goes in the middle, Pendlebury and Cyberham become slower. When they're in there by themselves, they're smart, they'll do things. Ned Long, I'm not sure that he's just
hit the wall a bit, isn't he?
Well, he's a C grader, and what happens when you're playing the better sides, he's shown up as a C grader. So the reliance on Dacos getting 40 possessions to win games of football, I think other clubs are going, well, let him have his 30 odd. We'll do it through 3 players, which they're not going. And the speed of the ball at the moment with Collingwood is it's nowhere near what it was.
Yeah, there's nothing coming off half back, which is at their best. And it's funny.
Josh Dacos.
Well, so Josh is the one, and even you think about that last quarter against the Gold Coast where he wanted the ball, he might have to go in and just say to younger brother who looks. And he didn't train all week, and I'm not sure he will this week. I wonder whether there's a week off at some stage. I know they've got one coming up, but McCreary back in and Hill, they're the speed. They're the outside speed. DeGoey getting another week to try and discover a bit of burst out of the
that's what they
need. That's going to be the key. And then, but you're right, on Thursday night at either end, they just looked completely...
I think this week will be the test, Paulie. They're going to play in Adelaide. They're playing against a form side. They have to win, and Adelaide have to win. So both sides need... Well, Adelaide, to say they have to win, they have to win because they want to prove that they can beat Collingwood.
Yep.
And Collingwood need to win to go, we're still in the race for a home final.
And Collingwood have been their bogey side, haven't they? And there's been all sorts of weird stuff that's prevented them from winning. Remember the run too far with Isaac Rankin, the high tackle Dawson should have got that didn't go his way. And so there's a bit of prove it about Collingwood coming up against the Pies. And we know Collingwood travel well, so they've got to try and get that magic feather back and somehow take off again the Pies. They're a fascinating watch with a couple of games to go in the season. They certainly need McCreary back. They need Bobby Hill up and going, whatever's going on there. So that they need to get Bobby Hill clearly back out on the park because they're at their best when he's out there. Good hit out from both of you. We've got a whole lot of other stuff we didn't get a chance to get to, which is always the way. We could do this for 4 hours, couldn't we? Sit here and
calls
chop
too
up
today
on a Saturday.
Nice sort of lateral thinking.
Lots of calls.
Considered thinking. Good calls.
Yeah, good, really. Yeah, they are all over Australia.
What are you doing today, Nick? Be a nice walk somewhere in the sunshine.
I'll be walking down to Docklands this afternoon to watch Carlton and the Gold Coast.
Another one of your old teams.
Yes, yes, it is.
Next thinking, when was I involved?
I've actually got a date down there because I'm going to be meeting with my granddaughter.
Oh, not Jack Silvani?
No.
Footy's coming up next. Thanks, Mick.
The new neighbour.
I'm Isabel.
Who's not what she seems.
Somebody here knows something. You'd be amazed the things you learn about a place if you pay attention.
The Family Next Door starts Sunday, August 10 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6.
He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that!
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes up.
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listener.
the pitch, there we go. Bang!
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, they defend to get inside of the boundary.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than
this. He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown and contact.
From the right forward, Ahmed. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. And don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Pick up towards the logo.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
He defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listener.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
St Kilda and Richmond, Saturday afternoon footy at the MCG. It's great to have you with us on ABC Sport. The Saints coming off 2 cliffhangers. Richmond coming off just 2 goals. That was all they were able to manage up on the glitter strip last week. They do get stronger though. They get back Nathan Broad, Tom Lynch and Tim Taranto to beef up the Richmond team, and they are older and more experienced than the Saints, who are on a rebuild of their own, having lost 6 in a row. They've strung together back-to-back wins by close margins. Nasai Wanganeen-Miller still hasn't re-signed. He's playing today, and the Saints have 2 games to go after this. Is this his last stretch in red, black and white, or is he the guy, Nasai the Messiah, going forward for St Kilda in this new era under Ross Lyon 2.0 at the Saints? My name's Corbin Middlemass. Alongside me to call the footy, Ben Cameron. There's no late change, Ben.
There certainly isn't, Corbin, and the subs are Liam Henry and also Steely Green for both of these sides. You will not get a better day in football than this. It is sunny, just a smidge over 12 degrees Celsius, barely a zephyr floating across our cathedral to football, which is ready for Saturday Arvo footy with the Red Sharon in action. And these two teams, they did meet in round 3 earlier this year, and that was St Kilda winning by 83 points. That game most memorable for Ryan Mansell. The push into the contest, the subsequent suspension, and the issue that has been throughout this year, and what we saw again last night. Excuse me.
I was about to say we might have an update from the MRO as the day progresses, what that means for Dylan Shield, who was in that unusual incident last night, of course, where he shoved Mark O'Connor to tunnel his own teammate, Lamont Lowell, who had that awkward landing and fortunately was able to walk away from the incident. It is a glorious day, which means T-shirts have been cranked out for our premiership pair in the second row. Adam Ravanauskas alongside Luke Ball. Hello, Ram.
Yes, it is. The T-shirt is out. Ben's going to a wedding after this. He looks magnificent. Just he's got the suit jacket in the car ready to go. So
dress for the job you want, not the job you have, Rummer.
What's the job you want?
This is it.
Oh, right.
You're gonna have a shave? That's smart. You gonna have a shave, or you've got a 5 o'clock shadow too? I'm not going to a wedding in your house. A wedding. Sorry, Rummer.
It is a beautiful winter's day, isn't it? Really. Of course. At the MCG, you can't ask for much more as a player. I think in this time of the year, you can sometimes get some cold and wet and windy and really miserable days, but these are days where you wake up in the morning, you go, okay, I feel like playing football today. Albeit they're not playing for much other than pride. These two teams at the moment. I'm surprised by the fact that Richmond are older and more experienced than St Kilda today, considering where their list build is at present. But at the same time, that's a sign of the times for St Kilda as well and where they're heading as a football team.
By my count too, I think this is the first time all year they've got 8 premiership players on their list, Richmond. All 8 playing today. So we haven't seen that so far this year. I don't want to go too deep into the broadcast without mentioning St Kilda's man of steel, and that is Jack Steele, of course, the captain of the footy club, who plays his 200th game today. What a warrior he has been during a difficult period for the footy club. Of course, played his first 17 games with GWS before making the transition to the Saints. And then last week, the unusual quirk that he was the sub in game number 199. Ross Lyon jumped on the front foot, tried to say, look, he's had a bit of a neck issue. We're trying to manage him through. He'll definitely play next week and will start in his 200th game, and so he is here. But doesn't do anything to try and quash the rumours about what happens in the off-season and whether the captain of a footy club is potentially on the move, and whether the Saints would be happy enough with that for him to find a new home.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Congratulations to him. You're right. Warrior is a good term. I don't think in their wildest dreams they could have imagined when they got him over from the Giants if he'd end up captaining the club. And to me, Rami just looks like a real lead from example type of guys, and he's not particularly outspoken or demonstrative with the way he talks, but he's very much jump on my back, boys, and his attack on the footy and his courage, and he's just over the years his ability to bob up when they've needed something to happen and kick a goal. I'm sure he's very much modelled himself on Lenny Hayes, from that point of view, who had an impact early on his career up at the Giants. I know, being from Canberra himself. So, yeah, great effort, 200 games. He's not even 30 yet, so there's still some good footy left in him. I'm sure he thinks that. And, you're right, Corb. It'll be interesting to see where that is going on from next year. But today, let's hope that I'm sure the Saints will want to put on a good show for their captain.
I think what's sometimes forgotten about Jack Steele as well is that he's a dual All-Australian, a dual best and fairest winner, and he was voted the AFLPA most courageous back in 2021.
So the resume's certainly there in terms of what he's been able to achieve as a footballer. But I agree with Bally. He's just a very understated person. The way he goes goes about his leadership, but then two, his football. Like you sometimes you look down at the end of the game, and he's leading the contested possessions, he's leading the tackle count, all those hard, tough things that you certainly want your captain to do and to demonstrate to others. He's the man for that job.
I'm not sure about this as a little limerick on the banner, but a year of growth. It's not over yet as the Tigers fight. Another win we will get. It's an interesting one. You can hear the jungle drum beating, and the Tigers are making their way out. A 5-win season already for Richmond after 2 last year in year 1 under Adam Musa.
Yeah, which very much exceeded most expectations, haven't it? And I think
some people said they wouldn't win a game.
Win a game at all. Well, it only took opening round. Was it a round 1? Knocked over the Blues to put that to bed. But for me, we've done the Tigers a few times now. Remember, it's more about the identity of this young team. And it's great that they get some senior players back in today to help shoulder the load a little bit. But yeah, that's what's been so impressive. And when you put them up against the other teams that are in a similar stage, that's why I think a lot of people are saying that they're already ahead. That this rebuild, if we're calling it that, is on a fast track. But I think part of that is very much due to those senior players and those premiership players. Behind the ball, we did the Collingwood game here a couple of weeks ago, and Floston and Broad in particular were just magnificent. And so when they're doing that, it just makes it so much easier for those younger players around them to get on board. And great that they get Lynch at the other end now as well. Now we know that he's well and truly beyond his best years of footy, but the role that he plays in terms of being a leader in that part of the ground and helping the younger players, fast track their development, and then Taranto and Nankervis and Prestia through the middle of the ground. So they are really well served at all ends of the park in terms of leadership, and great that we get to see some of the younger talent come back in today as well. In Armstrong and Taj Houghton in particular. Yeah. I think Trainer and Fall and Sims go out today, and I think last week it showed. Last week was a week where you go, it is a long season for these young players, and the importance of managing those week to week. But expect a really good showing today, man. I agree with the banner. This is a winnable game. If they come out, we see the best of them today at their home. This is very much a winnable game for the Tigers.
Interestingly, not only are they younger and have less experience today, the Saints, they also have more top-end talent. So if you look at top 20 picks on their list, St Kilda have 10, Richmond only have 7. So although they got a glut of picks in last year, the Tigers, as you touched on, Bally, some come in, some go out, but it's a good opportunity for St Kilda today to see what they got.
It's a good opportunity for both teams. Yeah. St Kilda have been pretty good the last couple of weeks. Obviously the win against Melbourne, and then last week against North Melbourne. So they'll be looking for 3 in a row. I'm a big believer end of season is about kick-starting next season.
Yep.
So if you just roll through the motions, you get absolutely slaughtered in the last couple of rounds of a season. It can cause all sorts of issues within a football club, whether it's personnel change, coaching change, all that sort of stuff. So I'm a big believer in every game of AFL football you get is an opportunity to perform, but also in these situations, this is an opportunity to learn what's needed for next year and how we go about that for next year.
What if there's supporters out there basically saying, we're late in the year, we know what it is. The lower you finish, the higher pick you get in the draft. So St Kilda last year...
That's a loser's mentality.
So the Saints in the last 5 weeks last year went up 3 ladder positions. Yep. They've won 2 in a row here. They've got Essendon next week. They could potentially win 4 straight. You don't have an issue with that?
No, and they still brought in Taru and Travaglia, who's a sub today. But I'm with you, Ral. I think they've been to the draft, both of these teams now. It is about building habits and knowing Ross. There'll be players out there that will act in the next 3 weeks, will act their way onto the list still next year, and others that potentially might do the opposite. So I'm with you, Ram. Every opportunity you get now, in terms of playing a game of AFL footy here on the MCG, you've got to make the most of it.
The last 36 times a top 9 team's played a bottom 9 team, 35 the top 9 team has won, so 35-1. I actually kind of am excited for this today, given that we've had so few close and exciting games that at least we got 2 teams that feels like in the same weight class.
Well, Richmond will feel like if they win today, it's a bit of a scalp.
Yep.
Okay. St Kilda will feel like, well, we're ahead of Richmond.
We should be winning
this game. So it's a great opportunity for both teams.
Yeah, and I think the way both teams have been playing as well, the wider expanses of the MCG, I know that the Saints play at Marvel Stadium a lot, and that's their home ground and play there well. The way that you look at the teams on paper, I think, and Richmond's strength as well, their speed, I think both teams will be suited by the conditions and the wide expanses of the MCG today.
Ray, the whole gang's here. It feels like it's been a few weeks since we've all been back together. And Ray Chamberlain, 300-game umpire, who I was about to say retired, but maybe not, is with us on the boundary.
Sun-kissed.
Again this afternoon. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, gents. It's a slightly different... It's a beautiful day, but slightly different conditions to Singapore, I tell you what.
Guts up in Singapore, Ray.
Guts up. What a great saying.
It's good to see that you've taken your return to umpiring so seriously in the AFLW next week. You've had a 5-day holiday in Singapore 2 weeks out.
It's you can look back at the last 5 days, Benny boy, or you can look back at the last 120. I'll leave it up to you. You can follow me on Garmin, mate.
I thought it was a little training camp. Maybe you'd gone over there in preparation for that. Congratulations, by the way. It's nice that you're back out there by popular demand, I think it's fair to say. So you'll be umpiring the season opener between Carlton and Collingwood next Thursday.
Yeah, I get to run around next week, which I'm really actually excited about. I've been umpiring in the AFLW since the February of 2020 after Erin Phillips bullied me for a week away in the US, and I can't say no. She scared me. But yeah, she's sort of pitched it to me and explained the whole culture around the AFLW, and having been involved in it, it's actually a really joyful and competitive but positive environment that I really love being a part of, and I'm looking forward to trying to support some of our younger umpires who are making their way through their development.
Is your job easier with the women than it is with the men?
I think it's much the same. The challenges are around, the competition is fierce. Like the W, they rip in, and what can be actually quite challenging, the hardest part of umpiring is contest. So, running around and up and down the ground and work rate and running and athletic, whatever. When the ball's in dispute, that's the most challenging part for an umpire, and they tend to have a higher level of ball in dispute, so it brings its own challenges.
What about the level of back chat that you get?
Oh, no, they don't hold back on that.
That's true across any form of footy anywhere, any level. Just one for you last week. We had a talkback caller ring up, and of course it was the week you weren't with us, and I said, look, I'll make sure I put this to Ray next week. We had this unusual incident on a Thursday night where there were two footies on the ground in the GWS Bulldogs game, and the balls were almost kissed each other. It was almost like lawn bowls were close to the jack. And luckily they were able to continue and play on, and the umpire took the longest period of time and basically decided that hasn't impacted the play, we'll keep rolling. The question was, what happens if the ball impacts the play, this bare footy that's thrown on the ground, Ray?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, the ball stewards are given really clear instruction. We don't want a young person running out on the ground to collect a football and getting involved in the play or getting knocked over and hurt. So in that circumstance, if the ball got into a position that was deemed to be dangerous, the umpire would stop the game. Now, if the ball had been a mark or a free kick, then obviously the team in possession would keep that. If the ball's in dispute or general play, the game needs to be restarted with the ball up.
I like it. I think we're all happy with that. Any other questions for Ray on the umpiring front?
Not from me. I'd just say that Saturday afternoon team feels like a house instead of just a home. Sorry, it feels like a home instead of a house.
Ruined it.
Now that
One job, Ben.
back together
There's
again.
a clanger.
But I would say I would prefer if Ray dropped his news with the Saturday afternoon team. I mean, Rama has to do it with anything relating to Joe Danaher, so it's only fair that you would do it, Ray, with your comeback.
To be fair, it's only taken 21 weeks for me to get put in the group chat, so figure it out, Ben.
Ray, just one on the umpiring last night. So Cameron Ling wasn't all that impressed with it, it must be said, as part of our coverage last night. But do the umpires, like a Thursday night and Friday night, do they try and generally load up those time slots with your best umpires, or what are the factors that go into determining where umpires go?
Yeah, there's a myriad of impacts. There'll be games that have umpires' careers are on the line. There'll be umpires in this last month who will be under performance review, and they'll be given appointments every week. Then there'll be umpires who are battling it out for finals, and so they'll be in every week. And So and then there are games that will determine final spots, and they all matter. All 9 games will matter. All the clubs. This game here matters to these guys. Don't ask St Kilda how much it matters to them and their captain. And how they want to perform. But from an umpiring perspective, there's a lot of bits and pieces that are different. What I will say about last night and those comments is, every performance matters, and you've got 42 listed umpires. There'll only be 16 in a couple of weeks for the first week of the final. So, there's ramifications in terms of performance. But when we're talking about umpiring, I don't love the overarching emotive criticisms. I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it's informative, and it's hardly original. So, if you want to be specific and informative and educate and whatever, I think that's fair game. I reckon we can do a little bit less of the just broad brush emotive stuff. I can find that on TikTok.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Oh, Lingy.
I think Ray and Lingy should go toe to toe tomorrow. They don't. Lingy does with Clinchy Sunday.
Does.
So, yeah. Maybe get on there, Ray. Get on.
12 noon, we might be able to arrange that tomorrow with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. No late change here ahead of the Tigers and the Saints. Steely Green is the sub for Richmond, and Liam Henry is the sub for St Kilda. The Saints are wearing their candy stripe jumper, so a little bit of a throwback. They wore that a bit in your days, didn't they?
Absolutely. Yeah. Mind that one. Candy stripe.
It's the thin red, white and black stripes and the white shorts.
How many different jumpers did you wear for St Kilda, Bally?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
there was. One day we wore yellow.
Yeah,
that's red and black.
Was that a heritage jumper?
It was heritage. It was from Hilo Milk or something. I think it was.
Wasn't that one yellow with the yellow with the? I
think so. Wasn't that due to?
That was the red, the yellow in replacement of the white. That was the. You're onto that.
Due to the war, wasn't
it? That was ahead of the First World War. The German colours at the time were actually red, white, and black. So they changed to yellow during the war to avoid having overlap with the German Empire, and then changed back to their original colours, which was red, white, and black after the war had passed. A Tigers home game. They're all in black with the yellow sash. The red Sharon's out. There's not a cloud in the sky. Couldn't be a better setting. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
Marshall and Nankervis. Nankervis reaches over him, palms it down. Marshall soccers it forward for the Saints. Bouncing ball coming up. Wilson back in the side. Dispossessed of it immediately. Ball hits the deck and they pile on. The umpire wants it. Attacking edge of the square here for St Kilda. Attacking the city end. Jack Steele in game 200 winning the coin toss. Both rucks miss it. Onto it, Hopper gets it on the boot. Rushes a kick into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball for Hunter Clark. He's tackled quickly. And the young Tiger Cubs are onto him. Ball up in the bullseye. Scores level through the opening 35 seconds.
That's going to be a tell. The Tigers' pressure. Again, they were well down last week. But their last performance here against Collingwood, their pressure was terrific. So look for that to be on early.
Nankervis knocks it down and then gets the follow-up kick forward. Rioli hitting up to meet it, left it behind. Sinclair in the long sleeves collects. Gives it to Windhager. Hand pass away to Wood. Kicks the Saints out to the wing. Bouncing footy, southern side, and Short sees it over in front of Max Hall.
All eyes on the red-hot Wanganeen Miller, who starts in the centre bounce, Rammer. I just feel like they can't let him run around on his own today. But as I look down, I think that's what's going to happen to start with. Presti is the one that's close to him at the moment. I wonder whether it's a Camden McIntosh who they might have up their sleeve.
Nankervis palms it down to the front. Out after it, Hopper holding free kick. We'll go to Jack Steele in game 200. So his first involvement. Chips it short. Away to Marshall, his great mate, who feeds it to Wanganeen Malira. Handball to Clark. Little fumble, recovers. Kicks the Saints inside 50 towards a contest. Bouncing ball, stays in. McIntosh can't get involved. Boxall, he pinches it. Loses it in the tackle. Ball hits the ground. And Hill turns tackler. Umpire will come in and collect it. Left half forward here for the Saints. Attacking that city end. Scores level. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Up it goes, and then Curvis palms it down. Here's McIntosh with the headband, and he's tackled straight away. Going nowhere fast, no late change. Just repeating Green and Henry, the two subs. As the umpire tosses it up once more. Close to the boundary line, and now out as Garcia sees it over. He's the only rising star nom they've had this year, Hugo Garcia, and that was way back in round 8.
We were doing the Saturday Arvo game where he got dragged in the second quarter and subbed out of the game.
Very early that second quarter.
A good year, isn't he? 15th game for the year.
Marshall wins the hit out down in front of Hill, who's tackled straight away. We're going to have the fourth stoppage, same spot of the ground. They'll do it all again. Of course, Alex Taru is eligible and hasn't got a nom just yet. Only 3 weeks left in the year.
today's the day.
Flicked down by Marshall to Garcia. Rushes a kick into the pocket. Just pitches in play. Tumbles out. He'll spin it in. Sunshine here at the MCG.
Both teams just giving people an extra 5 minutes to get into the ground before they actually start here having a crack.
Inspiring start.
Is that what's happening? We're just not sure that everyone's actually in the ground yet, so let's just give them another 5 until we actually
doing
start
the ruck
playing.
work. There's a free kick. Nankervis has gone down, but off the ball it looks like the free kick.
Let's get Jack Steele.
Yeah, Dion Prestia to receive it, so put down off the ball.
Yeah, takes a fair bit to fell little meatball, so we'll have another look at that.
Prestia in the back pocket for the Tigers. Kicks to fullback and Broad. Broad just ambles around. Little bereft. It has been an underwhelming start. Score's still level, no score as Richmond. A little dicey in their back line, but they work it out through Young as he kicks to the pocket.
Finds Prestia, runs off the back flank, chips it further afield. Here's Hopper. Takes it for Richmond. A bit of a tangle getting back off the mark. Kicks it down the wing. Not a great kick. Caminiti breaks it up in front of Lynch. Lynch knocks it back out to short against the boundary line. Hurried kick forward. Wilkie trying to take the mark. Left it behind. Sweated on him is Mansell. Got the hand pass out, but a turnover. And Sinclair goes short down the wing. Finds Boxall. It's one of their other newcomers in his 9th game today. Hugh Boxall, picked up in last year's draft. Long down the line to Steele. Hand pass inside to his fellow Jack in Sinclair. Handball on to Hall. He's 50 metres out. Kicks to full forward. Phillippo got good separation on Flostone and then just dropped the mark. And a ball up, top of the goal square for the Saints at the city end.
Well, you're not going to get many better opportunities playing on Nick Floston. That's just fallen out of his lap, that one. Phillippo.
Nankervis takes it out of the ruck and Young will clear for the Tigers. A high kick up to the wing. Coming across, Wilkie marks, forward of the wing. He'll kick back to the logo and Windhager. On the logo. Windhager looks deep inside 50 towards Wangane Malira. Off hands. Heath gets involved, shovels a handball back corridor. Coming through. Garcia cuts a swathe through them and he goes. The Saints with the first of the afternoon. 1 straight 6, and finally something dynamic in this game. Richmond yet to score. We've played 5 minutes and change. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas are premiership pair.
Well, we needed something. I think it's a very, as we mentioned, underwhelming start there, but Garcia, so Windhager goes in long, just to a real contest. Nothing more than that. You know, Heath, good contest there where he's able just to win the ball, put it back into that central corridor through Hamilton, and Garcia's able to come through with speed to kick the opening goal. So we needed the ball to get back to the middle. It was locked in St Kilda's forward line, really, for the first 5 minutes of this quarter. So Tigers need to find some energy, I think, early in this game.
There was 6 Richmond players just flat-footed around that, and Heath just waltzed through them, and as did Garcia.
Crooked bounce in the middle, up lets them roll as Nankervis wins it down. Prestia hand pass to Ross. He dishes it off to Nankervis. Richmond go forward, and then Mansell got separation on Clark. Takes it at half forward. Looks inside 50, Mansell. Dabs it into the pocket. Bolter playing up front. Leaps to the footy. No mark. Spills down to Boxall. Hand pass away to Windhager. Handball quickly to McRae. And now off to Hunter Clark. Tumbles a kick to half back for the Saints. Hall looking to collect. Broken up in the other direction. You can throw a blanket over 8 bodies here. Scrapping for the footy. The Saints got it out. Hall to Hill. And now to McRae. High up and under down the wing. Back with the flight goes Sharman. Miller knocks it away. Picked up by Hopper. Handball away towards Hunt, to Short rather. His hand pass and turnover. Picked up by the Tigers again through Sonzi. Gives it to Nankervis. Richmond win it back. Then to Ross. Now to McIntosh into the pocket for Lynch. And Clark knocks it away and out of bounds. Forward pocket, a throw in for the Tigers.
It's better though. It's better. Hunting, locking the ball inside their front half there. That's what Richmond, that's the identity they're trying to build.
St Kilda with the only score of the game. A Garcia goal, throw in forward pocket. Marshall drops it at his own feet. Prestia soccers it away. Rioli hunting after it. Sonzi gathers, tackled quickly. Ball up, forward pocket. It's the forward pocket for the Tigers. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Marshall and Lynch do the ruck work. Neither touch it. Marshall ends up with the footy. Back feeds a handball to Wangane Malira. Kicks laterally, short for Clark. He releases with a handball to Windhager. Kick to the wing, looking for Wilson. Ball bounces in front of him. Vlosten there with him. Vlosten worries him out of it, then wins the footy. Handball to Sonzi. Richmond ball on the wing. Flicks it over his head. Off to Broad to Vlosten. Corralled momentarily. Slips the man, and now we'll kick the Tigers to half forward.
Wilkie sets himself for the intercept mark. Spills it on the way down. Second drop mark so far for him. McRae for St Kilda cleans it up. Gives it to Caminiti. Handball away to Hill. Long kick to the open wing and finds Sharman. Darcy Wilson is a fascinating conversation. A breakout year last year and hasn't quite had the same upswing this year. The same trajectory at least, and now he's finding himself playing in a very different position at sort of in the forward line. He spills a mark early, just ran past one moments ago as Richmond picked that off and then swing it from one back flank to the other, and Tresice up against the boundary line, measures the kick and puts it on the chest of his teammate there in Taj Houghton. Fifth game for Houghton. Dishes off a handball to Vlosten, chips down the line, turns it over, and McRae picks it off for the Saints. St Kilda one straight, Richmond yet to score. 9 minutes in, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Jack McRae married into a big St Kilda family and moved there from the Dogs as he goes back to Caminiti, who goes right back to Wilkie. Running across the ground inside D50. He stabs it short to the Cowboy hat enthusiast, Jack Sinclair. So he kicks into the middle of the ground to Alex Taru. Feet firmly planted on terra firma here as he kicks back towards Windhager, chips it into the middle. Saints in a slow play. Hugo Garcia in the middle of the ground assessing his options. He'll stab it laterally, dangerously, finds Taru. Still backward of halfway here, the Saints. They lead it 1-0.
Short to Windhager. Marks just forward of halfway, chips it further afield to Hill. Only 6 points in the game, a goal for Hugo Garcia. As Hill goes long inside 50 and floating through and taking the mark. Out wide is Cooper Sharman. All alone left half forward for the Saints.
Well, I think we'll count that as an uncontested mark, which it was inside 50. Already you can see the pattern of this game, Ramo, how it's playing out. 18 uncontested marks for the Saints on world record pace, 10 minutes into the first quarter. Yep. I'm sure that...
A lot of sideways and a little bit of backwards.
Well, but it's an element of Richmond parking the bus. Yeah. Just make them defend.
Wide out left half forward. Cooper Sharman on the drop punt misses near side or behind. So 1-1 to yet to score. 10.5 minutes into this opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Short kick in from Banks. Finds Jaden Short, who gives it back to Banks. Thumping kick right up towards the wing. Punched away by Caminiti. Prestia Rose for Richmond. Runs into a dead end. Caught in the tackle, holding the ball. And the Saints go quickly. McRae half forward. Off to Hill. Handball's back into the muck. Gathering at McIntosh for Richmond. His handball out to space. Morris Rioli sweating on it. Gathers the footy and away he zips. Richmond down the worn wing. Morris Rioli runs into a tackle. After McIntosh, he's got nowhere to go. Had no prior opportunity either and wrapped up quickly, so a ball up beneath the worn wing. Neutral territory, Saints by 7.
No late change. Glorious day at the MCG, headed for a top of 16. Bright sunshine, Red Sharon out as Prestia tumbles a kick down the wing. Trying to control it, Windhager does so eventually, and then a handball missed Wilkie out of play. So throw in between wing and half forward for the Tigers. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, no late changes, but Ryan Mansell hopped his way to the interchange bench just a couple of minutes ago. Left ankle. I'll bring you up to speed. You'll get some word on the status of that injury.
Oh, thanks, Ray. Left ankle for Ryan Mansell. From the boundary throw-in, Garcia. High bomb down the wing. They wrestle for it. Broad trying to pick it out the back. Can't quite. Spills to Filippo. Hand pass away towards Hill. Attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks deep to Higgins. One out in the cage. He just knocks away Brown. Brown does well to get back on top of it. Higgins hugs it to him in the tackle, and the ump says ball up.
Did well. Genuine one-on-one, wasn't it? Running back to goal. Not where you want to be as a defender, especially against a crafty little player like Jack Higgins. Kept his feet. That was the key to it. Got himself a stoppage.
Ball up at full forward for St Kilda. Miller taps it down. Wilson bursting through. Can't gather it cleanly. Has to go with the handball. Away to Boxall, who goes back to McRae. Centering kick. And Marshall slides into mark. 45 out directly in front.
Well, it's quicker to move at the moment, the Saints. they're all looking around. A lot of flat-footed Richmond players. That's a stoppage 20 metres out from your own goal. You've got to be on your toes, red alert. And it was the Saints players there. There was Wilson originally, then McRae. They could have raffled it with the inside kick to Marshall.
9 coaches' votes last week for Ryan Marshall. 24 disposals, a goal, 32 hit-outs. For an early goal here from 45, he hooks it left. 1-8 St Kilda. Richmond yet to score. 13 minutes played. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I like this one from Rich from Ocean Grove off the SMS. Ask Ray if he will put his hat in the ring to coach the Demons. If nothing else, he could explain the 666 rule.
That's too early.
As Miller trots to the back pocket, goes long to the wing.
We have a lot of Saints fans listening.
And Lynch takes the mark, tries to kick back inboard, turns it over. Steele's got it half forward for the Saints, looks for Higgins, who marks in the pocket against the old mob, and Jack Higgins can have a look here, left forward pocket, about 25 out.
You just can't miss an inboard kick like that, can you? Great to see Tom Lynch leading out and taking a contested mark, and the idea was right. The player was on, just the execution there, just overcooked the kick.
Higgins hooks around a dot, the first of the day for him. It is a milestone goal in his milestone game. His 100th game as a Saint, his 200th career goal. And St Kilda have kicked the first couple. 2-2 to yet to score. 14 minutes in. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, 2 a game, Bally. Sort of as a small forward. I reckon Mildy was sort of around those numbers at St Kilda for many, many years. That's good going.
I made the same mistake when Corbin explained the stat to me yesterday. It's his 143rd game, 100th for St Kilda, 200th career goal.
Ah, right.
So
okay.
He's batting about 1.6.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that doesn't sound as good now.
He's trending.
But he's still had a superb season for the Saints. He's I think, what's he up to now? 42
yep.
goals, which is a great return for the position he's playing.
Won the goal kicking last year with 36, and looks like he will again. Back in the middle, Bolter doing the ruck work, flicking it back over his head. And we'll get another ball up. No room to work for Taranto. Up it goes, Bolter. Trying to kick out of mid-air as he gets it moving forward and into the congestion. Gathered there by the Saints, and Stocker will get a free kick, defensive point of the square. Go on, Corbin, I know you want to say it.
The Jackie Chan.
Yep.
Like the Daniel Wells goal, of course, all those years ago at Subiaco Oval.
I saw your head flash across to me, and I thought Corbin's going to mention the Daniel Wells goal in the goal square. It was like that as the Saints work it around the worn wing.
I think Will Ashcroft kicked one, didn't he?
Oh, Will Ashcroft's one was unbelievable.
Incredible.
Wilkie comes infield laterally to Wood. Wood goes back all the way to Taru. They'll try and complete the switch. Caminiti on the members' wing edge of the square, goes back into the middle for Taru.
Is everyone enjoying this?
Well, Richmond have got to press up. It's got to be a really long day for both teams if Richmond just continue to drop all 18 players back behind centre.
29th uncontested mark.
Off to Steele, who now looks long to full forward, getting back. Bolter, defensive mark. It's like a game of the round ball world game when they're back forward, knock it around and see what's in front of them.
When you're conceding that you don't have enough talent to go head to head, so you park the bus and hope for a mistake and get them on the turnover,
which is crazy. They're as strong a team as they've been all year, at least personnel wise today. Richmond, as the long man Curvis kick picked off by Taru, got the praise from Rama. Jones hands it off. Windhager drills a kick inside 50. Offhand spills through to Miller. He's at fullback for Richmond. He goes wide with the kick to McIntosh.
Well, that was Taru's 5th mark in 16 minutes of football. So
insane.
There's his 6th mark.
As he comes floating through to intercept the kick from McIntosh.
Incoming,
he
rising star,
well, he could take 20 marks comfortably today. If Richmond continue to sit back. St Kilda are going to flick it around until they find a hole.
200s on target today.
Cooper Sharman.
That's a great little
flies in the pack and pulls down a hanger. And they always look better in a pack of bodies that have to be about 6 or 8 in and around the 40. And Sharman, with springs in his boots, goes flying through to rip it out of the sky.
Yeah, it's a good sit. That's what you want as a forward. A clean run at the pack. Put the knee up and just take a good, strong mark.
And now for the finish. Straight in front. The kick is good. And St Kilda have the first 3 of the game. 3-2 to yet to score. Richmond flat-footed, 18 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, they've sort of continued on, the Tigers, from last week. Windhager's up to 10 possessions already. Possession count is 73 to 43 in St Kilda's favour. Uncontested marks 31 to 12. Inside 50s 10 to 3. So really, in the first 18 minutes of this game, it's all been St Kilda, and it's what Richmond have allowed. Because Bally mentioned it, picked it up straight away, first couple of minutes of the quarter, where Richmond, all 18 players are sitting behind centre and just trying to really plug holes and not allow St Kilda to score. Now, St Kilda are playing smart because they're trying to move the ball from side to side of the ground to move Richmond's zone and just finding little gaps inside forward 50. 10 inside 50s to 3 is a good start for the Saints.
Back in the middle, Marshall tapping it down, pinched by Taranto, who goes to Ross. He kicks out wide and taken out there by Camden McIntosh.
And I'm tipping Adamuzze doesn't want to play this style.
No.
Well, they haven't, have they?
No.
They've been a heat on the footy, pressure on the ball.
Constant motion in games.
Chips it further out wide to Sam Banks beneath the Shane Warne stand. Neutral territory. Sets the Tigers inside 50. Pack forms. Marshall spoils. Comes down right on the defensive arc for St Kilda. Clark wins it off to Marshall. Rushes a spiral up towards the logo. Brought in best position. Marks for Richmond. Just backward of the logo. St Kilda by 20 points. Richmond yet to score. As Broad goes short away to Ross. So 24 marks is the game record. Does Taru get there today? Long kick up to a contest. Up goes Bolter and brings it down, not paid. Taru pinches it. St Kilda win it back. As Hall gives it off to Wilkie. His kick ricochets away. Taru again. He's been everywhere early. Feeds it off to Hall. Kicks the Saints to half forward.
To a one-on-one. Phillippo down there with Broad. Broad trying to collect and then fumbles out of play. Not a bad result for Richmond. Boundary throw-in. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Always good to see if there is actually officially 40,000 people in here. Just pay or not pay a free kick that the members want paid. There they are.
Certainly making a bit of noise for that. 15 degrees the temperature. Clear blue skies. Glorious winter's day in Melbourne. Red Sharon out. Picked up by Sinclair from the boundary throw-in. Turns and kicks inside 50 from 60 out into the pocket, and Miller picks that off. Takes the mark for Richmond in front of the behind post. He goes short. And finds Banks.
He's had a good year, Ben Miller. Been a real find to see him being a long-term key position back for the Tigers. 20 games this year.
Banks wide with a kick to Taranto. The 1-2 with Sonzi. Then feeds a hand pass further afield to Ross. Jogging against the boundary line. And now the long kick inside 50. Stocker arrives over the top and punches it out of play. Boundary throwing forward 50 for the Tigers. 20-point lead for St Kilda, 21 minutes in. Neil from Coburg, an uninspiring start. A beautiful, fine, sunny, relaxing day. No roof. Players may have a stubby hidden from Neil in Coburg.
Bolter taking it out of the ruck. Can't quite get a kick away. Clearing kick for Clark for the Saints. Up towards the wing. No mark taken there by Banks. Ball spills down for Hill. His back flank. He'll rush a kick up towards the wing. In a 2-on-1, able to mark there, unable to mark Phillippo, and Miller pinches it for Richmond. They'll look to switch it across the ground. As they bring it out towards centre half back, taken by Short. He'll go the more direct route, turns it straight over. Stocker there to gleefully accept it for the Tricolours today.
Looks inboard, finds Clark, lays a hand pass off to Wilson. On the wing, high bomb inside the forward 50 and an easy one to intercept for Young. He flies through, takes it for Richmond and now starts the counter-attack. Long kick to Sonzi. Field opens up ahead. Long kick to half forward. Bolter marks, moves it into the pocket and Mansell catches it against the boundary line. Right forward pocket in the sunshine. Tigers to the punt road end.
Well, that's how they can play Richmond when they're prepared to transition. So a really good mark by Tyler Young, and then it was away. You know, just go to the outside, the other side of the ground, makes St Kilda chase. That's where the numbers were. To Bolter then, and who are we now? We're with Mansell. Good play.
This is in his wheelhouse. Right foot up against the boundary line. Dom sheet pocket. Drop punt is superb. And he gets the Tiger Army up and about. He kicks Richmond's first of the day. 23 minutes in, the Tigers in business. 1 straight 6 and Kilda 3-2-20. 23 minutes travelled opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, good finish. 15th goal of the year. And he's the fire starter, isn't he? So you've got to get the crowd involved. It's taken, 22 minutes. So too long for them to get some energy on the ball, Rami, you're right. Get some rebound off half-back. Tyler Young taking the intercept mark from the shallow entry from Darcy Wilson. And then they had players out, didn't they? So really use the ground, get to the open side of the ground. Cal Wilkie, which we don't see often, was caught in between. He had to come forward, which left Bolter out the back, and then
it wasn't
a nice kick inside 50.
It wasn't the kick going forward, was it?
From Wilson, no, that shallow entry. It was... if they get picked off, they're pretty hard to defend going the other way. So nice finish from Mansell. Hopefully that can get his team going.
Richmond's first after St Kilda kicked the opening 3 goals of the game. Nankervis winning the palm down. Ball in there for the Saints. Knocks it out. Picked off by Ross to Nankervis to Campbell to McIntosh. Richmond to half forward. McIntosh eyes the goals. Wilkie's back there. And the wall of Wilkie right on the last line. He marks for the Saints. 2 out from his defensive goal. St Kilda by 14 points. Wilkie wants to bring it members' side into the shadows of the MCG. Short spoiling. Out of play it goes. Not far away from Ray Chamberlain.
Took 22 minutes, guys, but goal umpire Steve Williams, who is the 10th goal umpire of all time to reach game 300 today, finally got into the action with that Ryan Mansell goal. 2-time grand finalist and a ripping bloke.
Good on him.
Well done. Congrats.
Absolutely.
Do you field umpires invite the goal umpires to your end of season celebration, Ray?
Never.
Richmond win the footy on the wing as Short collected high as he takes it, and then before he takes his kick, goes and shoves Jack Steele right in the chest.
I say that because we learnt that the boundary umpires don't get an invite. Separate functions.
Wow. Short goes long down to half forward and spills the way of Lynch. Hurry kick forward and turns it over.
Sounds like a great team.
Shots fired. Picked off by Clark.
It's a numbers issue, I think.
Back pocket to Windhager, and Windhager goes all the way back to Wilkie.
Venue's a bit small ball.
Well, yeah, it's a cost thing too. I mean, they don't get paid enough, our umpires, remember? You can't.
No, I agree with that. I certainly agree with that.
Ever the diplomat, Luke Ball on ABC Sport as Wilkie kicks down the wing, offhand, spills out of bounds. We'll have a throw in between wing and half forward. Right a reply, Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, it's not easy to get 120 blokes into Electric Lounge.
14 points. St Kilda 3-2, Richmond 1 straight. 26 minutes into this opening quarter. And Curvis palms it down. The ball comes out. Had it momentarily hauled, then lost it. Richmond win it back. Ross to Hopper. It's a hand pass out wide. Sonzi kicks inside 50. Over the head of Windhager and his teammate Heath able to pick it off. Max Heath, centre half back for the Saints.
Moves it to Wood, who gets it onto Higgins. He'll kick to Hill on the wing. Room to run, but nowhere to go. So he'll kick towards the logo, and Jack Steele, game 200.
It was Mason Wood, by the way, with the kick from centre half back. Here's Heath.
Saints by 14 points as the kick from Steele goes inside 50 towards Heath. He can't mark, and Richmond come away with it through Houghton. Kick to the wing. Wanganeen Malira, the magician, knocks it down with one hand, traps it, chips it infield to his great mate Windhager. He marks alongside the logo.
Plenty of it, Windhager. That was position number 12.
Goes back to Wanganeen Malira, back to Windhager, who was slung in the tackle. Not happy with the treatment, and him and Mansell go at it. The two number 7s, they're not pleased with one another.
Oh, it was silly by Mansell. And there's no need for it.
Saints go away with the footy.
Garcia just chips it short to Hill, who looks inside the forward 50 for the Saints. Floating through, Sonzi spills the mark. He's going to get a free, though, for front on contact. As Wanganeen Miller and Mansell finish their wrestle.
Well, they just held up well, haven't they? I mean, it's 19 inside 50s to the Saints, but the last 8 or 9, they've held up really well behind the footy, the Tigers.
Only a touch shallow, those inside 50s for the Saints have been.
And Bommy too.
Yeah.
Bommy not lowering their eyes and identifying on free players.
Vlosten on the back flank, kicks down the wing, collected by Taranto. Big tackle from Caminiti, rode the contact in all of it. Saints win it back. Stocker, he got a hand pass away towards Windhager, then to Caminiti, now to Sinclair. Shifts the ball out towards the broadcast wing and finds Mason Wood. Dabs the kick further afield to Steele as time expires on that opening term. And Steele trying to send a tumbler inside 50 from right on halfway, and that's stopped in its tracks. And that'll do us to quarter time. St Kilda 3-2-20, Richmond 1 straight 6. Interesting opening quarter on a number of fronts. The inside 50 count is heavily weighted in the Saints' favour. If you look at the uncontested marks, though, so marks period, by the way, the teams that average the most in the competition is Brisbane Lions and Geelong. And they have over 100 marks on average per game. St Kilda took 50 in 1 quarter.
200s in play.
And 48 of them were uncontested. So the high-end average is 100 a game, and they've taken 50 in 1 quarter. Amazing numbers. Now, the goal kickers, 1 each for Higgins, Garcia and for Sharman. Meanwhile, Ryan Mansell has the only goal for the Tigers. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Nocturnal Worlds. This podcast invites you into a world of relaxation and wonder. Search for the Nocturnal Worlds podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Windhager looks deep inside 50 towards Wanganeen Malira. Off hands. Heath gets involved, shovels a handball back corridor. Coming through. Garcia cuts a sway through them and he goes. The Saints with their first of the afternoon.
Lynch takes the mark, tries to kick back inboard, turns it over. Steele's got it half forward for the Saints, looks for Higgins, who marks in the pocket against the old mob. Higgins hooks around to Dobb, the first of the day for him. It is a milestone goal in his milestone game. Oh, Cooper Sharman.
That's a great little
flies in the pack and pulls down a hanger. And now for the finish. Straight in front. The kick is good. And St Kilda have the first 3 of the game. High bomb inside the forward 50 and an easy one to intercept for Young. Flies through, takes it for Richmond and now starts the counter-attack. Long kick to Sonzi. Field opens up ahead. Long kick to half forward. Bolter marks, moves it into the pocket, and Mansell catches it against the boundary line. Right forward pocket. This is in his wheelhouse. Right foot up against the boundary line. Dom sheet pocket. Drop punt is superb. And he gets the Tiger Army up and about.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time, St Kilda on top by 14 points. Only the 7th time all year they've led at quarter time, by the way. They've won 5 of those previous 6 games. A 14-point advantage for the Saints at quarter time. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport. Andy's in play early here from Wodonga. What? Field umpires like a little secret society. Actually, it doesn't surprise me from Andy. Great broadcast, fellas. Big Saints fan. Molly here. Very fond memories of watching Luke Ball as a young kid with my dad at the old Telstra Dome. Every time the crowd yelled, "Ball!" I thought we were all barracking for you. And from Peter in Launceston, ask Ray why umpires don't pay in the back.
Yeah.
Jade Gresham ended up in the crowd with no free last night. The AFL is always going on about a duty of care. We'll get to Ray, I'm sure, on some umpiring as we work our way through, including the much talked about in the back. But Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball, what did you make of that?
I have it in my hand most of the time, Benny, for that text.
I understand why it'd be confusing because you've been caught again and everyone's shouting out ball.
No, I just had it in my hand most of the time. That's what I did back then. But, well, pretty pedestrian sort of first quarter, Ram, if we're being honest, on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. It sort of felt like the last game of the year where 2 teams are out there trying not to get hurt for the off-season to an extent. A little bit of bruise-free footy and largely, you know, where do you lay the blame? Well, really, Richmond, in terms of a defence, we're just too happy to fold back, as you said. In that, well, certainly the first 20 minutes of that quarter and allow St Kilda just to chip their way around. And maybe from the Saints' point of view, just not being forthright enough, not taking enough risks to try and go forward and you know, pierce their way. And in the end, they got too bomby, didn't they? So they have... What they have, 20 inside 50s?
Yep, 20,
yeah,
21.
Yeah, and they only score 5 times. So that's, you know, against a team where the pressure is down. Can we get a pressure index rating? It would have been well down for the quarter from Richmond's point of view. And we know that, you know, at their best this year, that hasn't been their go. They've been a high-pressure team. So I've got no doubt that will be up in lights on the board at quarter time for Adam Uze. They've just got to get in the face of St Kilda a little bit more. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day, as you said. Look, I'll be chasing backside for the whole day.
The Saints took 50 marks for the quarter. 48 of those were uncontested. I would say 35 of those marks would have been sort of backward of centre for the Saints, where they were just flicking the ball around because that's what Richmond were allowing. Now, I'm a firm believer, as I said before the game, you get something out of every game. Now, I want to see what sort of style Richmond want to play, and what they played in the first quarter is certainly not the style I've watched this year. You know, they've been a high-pressure, high-energy team wanting to move the ball on quickly, not a sort of sit-back, park-the-bus type of team. So I'm hoping Adam Uze is talking to his team at the moment, saying, hey, guys, we've got to get up in St Kilda's face more. Because if not, St Kilda will have 170, 180 marks for the game if that's what's allowed, because that's the way Ross plays. Ross likes to own the football.
So the all-time record watch run
181, yeah.
181.
Yeah.
So they're ahead of world record pace, which was Richmond against Adelaide, round 8, 2006. And the record for St Kilda in a game is 163. Yeah. So they're the two numbers we're watching.
And in terms of an individual for marks in a game, 24 is the record. And currently they have 3 players, St Kilda, who have 6. So 24 divided by 4 is 6.
Oh, well done.
So world record pace.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks.
We're pretty good in the footy universe with our 6 times tables, but appreciate that.
Cricket and football, it always was my best.
Well, Ross will always coach what the opposition offer you. You take that.
Yeah.
And if right now what Richmond are offering is free players. So Ross will say, hey, let's just keep hitting the free player and finding the gaps. So, 3 goals, 2 from their 14 inside 50s for that quarter. I think you can walk away and go, well, that's okay. That's what Richmond are offering us at the moment, and we're able to score. If we kick 12 to 15 goals to the game, we probably win it.
Windhager, Taru and Wilkie, the 3 with 6. That's the marks category, which certainly is an outlier on the Stouts laptop at quarter time here, with 50 and a quarter for the Saints. The scoreboard reads 14 the difference. I'm not going anywhere in a hurry from the ball up as Hopper's tackled by Garcia. Saints by 14, second term underway. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. All tunnel ball through the legs of Prestia inadvertently. Boxall shot a handball out. It's coming back though. Mansell gives it to Nankervis. Kicks a spiral off a step down to half forward. Bouncing footy and then spilled out a play by Armstrong.
If people were interested in the record holders at the moment as well, Greg Park in 1970 for Melbourne against Essendon, and Brian Lake, I think when he would have been Brian Harris at that point in time, playing for the Western Bulldogs against the Brisbane Lions in 2007.
That's 24.
Yep.
24 in a game, the record for most marks by an individual. Free kick here, kicking in danger. We don't see that all that often, as Marshall's going to get a free. Goes short back inboard to Garcia. Sweeps a hand pass out towards Sinclair. Has it on the wing. Measures his kick. Hits up Sharman. Marks an out launch pad. He's about 55 metres out. Long kick inside 50 and back with the flight. Sonzi picks it off. Back pocket for Richmond. And now 50.
Hey, got a little shove there from Steele, who just had a few moments in his 200th game.
He's keen, isn't he?
Yeah, put down Prestia.
Yeah. Just that was a clear 50 then. Just ran over the mark. Didn't need to.
Sonzi goes out wide for Richmond. After Vlosten touches it on the logo, stops and then pokes a pass very short. Away to Jaden Short, who goes back to Vlosten. Vlosten looks inside the attacking arc for Richmond into the pocket. A poor kick out of bounds on the full. Too wide of his target. Harry Armstrong down there. So Taru with the free kick. Could have marked that one as it was too wide of him. Taru likes the switch. His kick is dangerous. Coming across, Bolter breaks it up. Punches it out of play. Gets in front of Boxall. And a throw in right forward pocket here for Richmond.
Yeah, just a touch slow in the air, that kick by Taru. Just gave Bolter enough time to get there, close that space.
Bolter the forward or Bolter the back? Where does he play his best footy?
Back for me.
On with your Ram from the boundary throw in. Bolter wins it down. Boxall got a hand pass over his shoulder. Knocked out wide close to the boundary line. Hopper keeps it alive to Tresice. Retreats by hand for Richmond. Back to Broad. Arches the back. Burns off the defender. Dabs it into the pocket. Mansell caught up. Sonzi rather it was Mansell, caught at the back, comes down to Boxall, hand pass to Windhager, looking to switch, and in the end Sinclair just got a touch on it to avoid it being out on the full in the opposite pocket.
I say back because that means he can't determine his work rate. Whereas as a forward, he's not known for work rate.
Challenge will be, won't it, looking ahead to next year. I like what Miller, as I said earlier, Miller and Young have brought to the team as key backs this year.
Yeah, Broad is at third.
Yep.
St Kilda clear. Wood with the high ball beyond the defensive arc, and Sharman takes the high basket mark.
Sorry, Benny. So I think they have to persist with him, see if they can make a forward. I mean, athletically, we know he's certainly got all the gifts.
Well, they've got him for another 6 years after this one.
Yep.
Sharman kicks to Marshall, who moves it to Clark, and now Garcia streaming through the middle for the Saints. Loops a handball to Hill. He flicks one on in turn. It's broken up, though, by Mansell. Sticks in a boot. Hooks it away. Does really well. Goes and wins it. Great effort from the young Tiger. Gives it off to Armstrong. And now wrapped up in the tackle, Trezise. He loses it. Taru picks it up. St Kilda ball on the wing. Windhager to Marshall. Back away to Wangani Malira. He'll switch it out to the sunny side of the ground. Taken by Sharman. Bounds away with it. Off to McRae. 2 kicks from home here for the Saints. Warn wing side of the ground. St Kilda by 14.
McRae short and wide out to Hill, and the ump says not 15, so Hill's got to keep it moving into the pocket for Sharman. Can't quite reel it in, and Tom Brown does well to break it up. Goodyear Brown in his 40th game. He's one of 6 that have played every game this year for the Tigers. 14-point margin, 3-2 to 1 straight. 5 minutes into the second term to bottom 9 teams going at it. And now de facto sort of tier 2 system in the competition. And St Kilda out to the early lead, trying to reel them in, the Tigers, as Wood gets a handball away towards Garcia. Long kick to full forward, but Floston there on the behind line picks it off for the Tigs.
Has to be all Australian this year, doesn't it?
Oh, just do the same thing.
Oh, another fitting.
I was just about to ask you guys if he was in your team, and
yeah, no, it has to this year. If they're just the body of work, just reads the drop of the ball so well, doesn't he? 8 possessions already, 4 marks.
Into the middle of the ground we go. Richmond, a long kick out to the wing, taken in stride by Sonzi. He looks into the pocket. No mark down there. Rioli arrives late, gathers the footy, flicks a slick handball. Bolter gets onto the right, hooks through the goal. Brilliant from Bolter. And Richmond clawing their way back into this game. It's back to 8 points, 3-2-20 St Kilda. Richmond 2 straight 12, 5.5 played. Ray Chamberlain before Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, I think Jack Higgins would like his time again. An uncontested mark inside the 9, and he just floats into the protected area. Piggyback 50-metre penalty outside of your defensive zone, which Richmond have been gagging for. A bit more discipline needed there, I'd have thought.
Yeah, well, it starts with Vlosten, really. So you want more of a contest in your own goal square if you're St Kilda. But then, as Ray speaks about there, they give an easy 50-metre penalty away, so it releases the pressure there for the Tigers. Then they really just go one end of the ground to the other, and Bolter's good enough to kick around his shoulder for a goal.
Back to 8 points. And back in the middle, Nankervis palms it down, and we're going to have a secondary stoppage again here as play with the footy and all of that. Max Hall locked up straight away. A great story Max Hall is. He was dropped by Box Hill before the prelim in 2023. Midway through 2024 was a mid-season recruit. Now he's playing some sensational footy. Played every game this year for the Saints after debuting in round 1. St Kilda out the middle. Got it to Sharman. Kicks inside 50. Oh, Young spills a mark he should have taken. Phillippo's on him in a flash. Young cleans up his mess. Hand pass to Richmond out to Trezise. Gives it to Vlosten. Back to Trezise against the boundary line. High kick down the wing. Bolter allowed to take it on his chest. Spills that last moment. Watermelon seeds all over his chest. Goes back, collects, turns, kicks it down to half forward. One bounce close to the boundary line, and in the end Mansell and Taru share it out. So a throw in between wing and half forward for the Saints. 8 points is the lead for St Kilda. 3-2 to 2 straight. 7.5 gone in this second term.
Opening 3 goals of the game for the Saints. Richmond with the last 2. Those goals bracketing the quarter-time break. Trezise roves the footy. Handball towards Prestia. He can't quite get there. Pinched by the Saints and a ball up.
Tim from Wodonga, by the way, following on from your pre-game discussion, Brisbane won the premiership last season after 14 wins and a draw in the home and away season. Would they even make it with that record this year?
It's a good question.
Mankervis with the clearance into the pocket here for Richmond. Coming through Taranto. He's tackled quickly. That's a great text.
Yeah. Incredible. High bar to make the 8 this year.
Throw in left forward pocket. In fact, it's a ball up. It didn't quite go out. Close to the boundary line. Lynch takes it out of the ruck. Dispossessed immediately. St Kilda are there. Windhager back to Wilkie. Clearing high kick up towards the wing. Nankervis juggles it. Doesn't quite complete it. Scraps at ground level. Hill tries for the Saints. He can't pick it up. Trezise can. Back to Miller. On the wing. Kicks infield. His kick good for Young.
He was part of the ACL 5 last year. Richmond losing 5 guys to ACLs, and he was one of them, as the name suggests. Kicks long to full forward. Bolter leaps for it. No mark. Falls down to Houghton. He's tackled. The ball up. That's the club that dubbed it that, by the way. Gibcus, Clark, Houghton, Young and Lafau. There's a few of them out there today. Houghton back. Young back. Gibcus, an emergency today. Hasn't really had a run at it. High pick for the Tigers. Marshall grabs it out of the ruck. A hand pass picked off. Sonzi almost had a little flying shot at goal. In the end, dishes off a hand pass. Taranto hooks it over his body. Bolter trying to mark in the goal square. Not quite. And Wilkie taps it through for a rush behind.
Would love to see Gibcus get a game in the next fortnight. Just
Feels like it's close, doesn't it?
Yeah, just to feel the experience again. I
Little
think.
nourishment.
Yep. Give him some confidence going into a pre-season.
One of 3 last week listed players that played in the VFL. So it shows how many injuries they've got. They only had 3 AFL listed guys roll around in the
Well,
team
they certainly know he's a good player, so it's just taking their time with him.
Oh, Kilda up to the wing, and Morris Rioli's got Taru. Closes him down and pressures the kick. It goes out of bounds on the full.
Love that closing speed. So good.
It's the speed, but it's the intent too, isn't it? I mean, a lot of players have speed. He's got it equally combined with just an intent, maniacal intent to pressure the opposition.
Short to Ross. Richmond back inside 50. Deep as well off the hands of the pack. Close to the boundary line. Rioli's there again trying to soccer on goal. It tumbles out. Throw in. St Kilda by 7 points. 10 into the second.
Is that a word, Corpse?
I think it's maniacal.
Michael, yeah. That's the wrong emphasis.
I'm in no position to pass this on the wrong side.
I am the worst here with the English language, but
I wasn't going to correct anyone today. I've had a few little clangers already from the boundary throw-in. Wilson, hand pass close to the boundary line, picked up by Stocker. Rioli tackles him again.
You don't get away with much on Saturday.
Zero.
That's how I like it.
It's protect yourself at all times. There's no doubt about it.
That's out in the full.
As Marshall gets a hand pass away and bounces off the boot of Prestia, so free kick for the Saints. But we're going to have a conference before that.
Well, it's definitely out the full.
See, this is where the arc could be used really quickly.
Yeah.
Let's go, yep. Okay, bang, up to the arc quickly, bang, it's on the full, off we go again.
But the risk would be that we would then overuse it.
I get that, but I'm saying the umpire's got it in the ear, they're watching it, so they get a quick replay, and they know. So here we've wasted sort of 45 seconds. If the arc doesn't know, they say, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So Saints take the footy, and now there's more dispute as to what's happening and where the footy should be going, and
so it is coming back here. So what's just happened there?
I have no idea. This is a separate free, I imagine. Ray, explain it to me.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure here, but this could be headband gate. I'll try and get a bit of an update on that, but there was a free kick awarded, and obviously it is either where the free kick took place or where the ball was at the time, which is the greater advantage, and where the ball was at the time was the greater advantage. So that's why Richmond have the football where it is.
And it's the headband wearing Camden McIntosh, who shoots from 55 metres out. It's a good kick. It's waxed through on the line. Behind.
So hang on. So, Ray, you think that he had his headband ripped off and that's what the free kick was paid for? Is that what you're suggesting? Or
I'm suggesting that something took place off the ball, and as I was scanning the field, Ben, I did see a return of said headband and the free kick awarded there.
He did. Right. He ripped it off. He ripped it off his head. You bang on, Ray.
You're welcome.
It's a big turnover in that spot too, resulted in a shot at goal. The Saints work it down the wing. Wangan and Miller are left it behind. Hasn't been at his dynamic best so far today as Broad picks up the loose footy. He's tackled straight away. And a ball up in the middle of the southern wing. 6-point lead for the Saints. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Corbin, you might be able to help me with this. Is Bruce Dool the last player that received a free kick for something to do with a headband?
I haven't got that stat in my book.
I reckon there was a Geelong player that threw someone's boot into the crowd almost, and the opposition got a free kick.
Dool was the flying doormat, and Camden McIntosh might be the flying doorknob, given it's the bald head. As on the wing, they scrap after it. Still they go after it. No room to work. Eventually picked up by Jones. He's stripped of it in the tackle. And McIntosh with a free kick.
Oh, give it to him.
Headband back on. He kicks out wide. Banks marks. Chips Richmond to half forward. Mark taken by Rioli.
Jaden Short flying on the inside there.
Rioli chips it over the top to Banks. He's got it 5 metres inside 50, 2 metres inside the boundary line.
Where Jaden Short would have received that handball, that ball would have been inside forward 50 in a really dangerous position. But now we've got Banks a metre inside the boundary, 40 metres out.
Yeah, pretty low percentage, isn't it? They're just having a good period, though, aren't they? 7 inside 50s to 3 for the quarter, the Tigers. So controlling field position, turning the ball over between the arcs.
Team high 26 disposals last week. And this is into the post. He had it bending the right way.
Little left to righter.
Yeah, swinging back and rattles into the woodwork. A good effort from Banks, and Kilda's lead 5 points. Ray Chamberlain.
You might have heard the applause as Rioli made his way off the ground. The natives are getting a little bit restless, but they're warming certainly to his energy.
Taru marks the Sinclair kick out of defence. Long kick to half forward. Higgins can't quite take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Shoots a hand pass out. McIntosh intercepts. Tackled straight away by Jones. Ball spills back into dispute. Hall did well to get it out to Higgins, to Jones, pushes off a would-be tackler. Ross just let him go, kicks into the pocket for the Saints. Broad and Filippo out after it, and off hands it spills out of bounds. We'll have a throw-in forward pocket for the Saints.
Well, he's playing deep forward at the moment, Mateus Filippo. First game back in for a while, and he's got Nathan Broad, who's just such a stingy defender. Held Jamie Elliott to only one goal a couple of weeks ago here. So far, he's only had one possession.
Bolter slides through his hands doing the ruck work. Higgins had it, and Bolter went and grabbed him and a ball up.
Went to try and draw the high free kick there, Jack Higgins. Good umpiring.
Saints by 5. 15 minutes played. Second term, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Winning the tap, Sharman. Wanganeen Malira coming through. Can't get it on the boot. Still turns tackler on Vloston. Nowhere to go. Ball up. 15 out from the attacking goal for the Saints. Kick the first 3. Richmond the last 2. 5 points St Kilda's lead. Sharman palming it down, but Taranto there for Richmond to McIntosh. Back to Broad, left foot snap beyond the defensive arc. Just a bouncing ball, and Windhager tackling out Taj Houghton. Boundary throw in, 55 around from the attacking goal for the Saints.
He's had 19 possessions, Windhager, to start this game. We're 15 minutes into only the second quarter. So clearly the leading possession. With next best is 14, Jack Sinclair. Richmond's best is 9 with Nick Vloston.
Heath wins the hit out, but in the end it comes Bolter's way. Hands it to Sonzi, kicks down the wing. Lynch, clever, collects, dishes it off to Mansell. Kicks inside 50 over the head of his intended target, and Armstrong. And an easy pick off for Kel Wilkie. Saints go back the other way. Players spread right across the turf here at the MCG, which rarely happens in the modern game, as Jones kicks wide for Wood. Marks in front of Tresice, who slips over. Wood gets up, keeps going, kicks inside 50. Broad hitting up, can't trap it. Wanganeen Millera slides free at the tackle. Tumbles a kick to the goal square. It bends his way.
That's the season he's having.
Nasiah Wanganeen Millera. The Sherrin speaks his language. And a little bump to his mate Mansell on the way off too. St Kilda by 11 points. And Naz, it all comes up Nasiah. 16 and a half gone second term, 4-2 to 2-3. St Kilda by 11. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It had no right, Paulie, to go bounce through for a goal. And it's pitched between the goal post and the point post, probably 2 metres out. And then it's just taken a right turn.
Off break, yeah. You feel a bit for Nathan Broad. Yeah, Wrongett, exactly. Just strong through the hips, wasn't he? Broad had made the play, left his opponent, came out, attacked the footy, as you should do. But strong enough to shake through the hips. Just a little mistake here from James Tresize, wasn't it? Just allowing Mason Wood to get out goal side, not impacting the contest, and then allowing him to play on. They've held up pretty well. They've defended pretty well since about 20 minutes in that first quarter, the Tigers.
It was one of those kicks off the boot where you knew it was a chance, didn't you? And the way it was sort of spinning, you thought, this could turn right here, and so it did.
Back in the middle, Sonzi in there for Richmond, shoveling out a handball, away to Hopper. Now Banks receives the handball, rushes a kick, half forward here for Richmond. Windhager again, disposal 20. Wins it for the Saints. Feeds it to Clark. He'll kick around the worn wing. Heath can't gather. Richmond are there through Miller. Miller stopping, propping, kicking short. And McIntosh marks.
50 again.
Another 50.
Well, it's poor.
Ross will be just furious.
Mason Wood, the offending party
what's he doing there, Mason Wood? Like, just not necessary.
When you get taught that rule, an Oz kick, don't you?
Yeah.
There this morning. Don't run over the mark.
Hamden McIntosh kicks inside 50. Taru goes up, doesn't come down with the mark. Free kick. I don't think he's added to his marks in this.
One. Got 7.
He's up to 7. So slowed off world record pace. Think of the Olympics when they're in the pool. The yellow line's just pulled away from him. Ever so slightly. Taru in the back pocket. Shorts it to Clark. Chips it over the top to McRae. St Kilda by 11 points. 18.5 into the second.
McRae, the 11th jack at St Kilda in the last 6 seasons. Long kick down the wing. Nankervis knocks it away for the Tigers. McIntosh. Hand pass away to Sonzi. Hurried kick forward. Puts it out on the full.
Well served for flat tyres over that period, haven't they?
Yes.
Benny?
4-2 to 2-3. 19 gone in the second. Taru just waiting for the footy to be returned.
I wouldn't know, Bally. I just call the service provider to come and change it for me.
I'm not going to pretend I'm the same too, mate.
Taru goes long down the line, punched away by Miller, falls down to McRae, hand pass away to Jones. He gives it off to Heath, sweeping hand pass forward, turnover. Nankervis, all trying to link up with Hopper. Nankervis got to go get it a second time to Sonzi. Hand pass to Hopper now. Runs, carries, breaks free, gives it to Ross. Kick inside 50, ugly, tough one around the bootlaces of Lynch. His teammate there to mop it up. Handball over the top. And then the kick from Armstrong is good. Armstrong pops it through. And the young man on the end of it for Richmond. And a good bit of work on the wing results in a Richmond goal. 3-3 to 4-2. St Kilda's lead trimmed to 5. 20 minutes gone in the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I think, Bally, yeah, you're right, Corby. The work on the wing was terrific.
Yeah,
Curvis, Hopper, Sonzi was involved there. The kick going inside 50 was ordinary. It was at Tom Lynch's bootlaces, but then they just start to work there. I think it was a little handball from Taranto.
Yeah.
Armstrong's the one player I think Richmond would like to get going late in the season. High draft pick last year.
23.
Yep, so I know he's a young key position player, Sandringham Dragons, Haileybury College, but just to see a few more glimpses from him. I think his first game he took a couple of marks and everyone was sort of going, okay, yep, this looks good. But just to get on the scoreboard now to give him some confidence to bounce into next year.
Back in the middle. Both rucks with hands on it. Garcia flicking out a handball. Marshall trying to soccer it on. Nankervis, clever tap. Gets it to Prestia. To Hopper, rushing his kick. Turnover. Sinclair for St Kilda back the other way quickly. Kicks inside 50. Miller.
He's a beauty, this bloke.
Yeah, defensive mark there for Richmond. Boy out of the WAFL and really proving a handy mature age pickup for Richmond as he kicks to Morris Rioli, defensive edge of the square. Saints by 5. Rioli waits a kick into the middle of the ground, trying to knock it on Young. In towards a number of Saints though. Hopper does well to hold it up as he's wrapped up. A ball up inside the centre square. St Kilda by 5 points.
From a little place called Lamington, out near Kalgoorlie in the goldfields of Western Australia. Ben Miller played more consecutive games now than any other Tiger. As Wilson gives a handball away to Wanganeen Miller. He's trying to dance his way around Tresice. In the end, gives it to his mate Sinclair. Short kick to Hill. They continue to head down the wing. Short to McRae. Handballs away to Garcia. Now the inside 50 kick for the Saints. Charman leaps up at it. Broad thumps it away into the path of McRae. Tackled, taken the ground. Ball up right on the 50 for the Saints. Just a 5-point game. St Kilda kicked the first 3 goals, led by 20 points. We're now 22 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ball up, centre half forward for St Kilda.
And Curvis punching it down on this occasion. Garcia dispossessed. Jones is there to pick it up. St Kilda ball. Wanganeen Malera looks inside 50. Great kick for Higgins. Perfectly weighted. And Higgins marks low down. 45 out, 45-degree angle left-hand side.
Yeah, nice kick to space, wasn't it? And there hasn't been that much of it this quarter for the Saints. Only their 8th inside 50 and first mark. So this Richmond defence has been, as I said, probably from about halfway through that first quarter, been really resolute. In fact, been able to take a lot of intercept marks. So first opportunity here for Higgins from a set shot.
The boyhood St Kilda fan, that was never missing. And a little shh to the Richmond fans who are watching on in the front row as well. St Kilda back out by 11 points. 5-2-32, plays 3-3-21. 23 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, the little shush. That's okay. I'm sure the Richmond fans over the fence were giving him some pretty clear advice. I would imagine as he was going in to kick that goal. But you look at his little lead there. It's a sideways lead. And Broad's just not close enough there. And Broad's a terrific defender. We know how good he has been for the Tigers this year and in their premiership years. But that little bit of space with small forwards is all they need, because they're always so aware where the ball is. And I said it earlier, he's had a cracking season, Jack Higgins.
43rd goal for the year for Jack Higgins. Back in the middle, Garcia. It's a handball out for St Kilda. McRae's there, tackled immediately by Banks. Tackled high. So free kick for St Kilda. McRae gives it to Windhager. That is a dart inside 50. Bounces off the chest of Sharma. Ball spills away towards Bradley Hill, who collects and immediately shoots goalward. Filippo caught underneath the footy and punched away by Young, through for a rush behind. So St Kilda lead it by 12 points. 3-3 trails 5-3. 24 minutes gone in the second term. I think the shush is it's like the new fist pump, isn't it?
Yep.
It's so prevalent in the modern game that as a celebration.
Young with the kick into the back pocket for Banks. 36 is a career high disposal number for Marcus Windhager, who is already up to 21 in this match before half-time. Long kick to a contest on the wing. Out the back, Mansell plays tunnel ball for a moment, manages to get a kick away while on his backside. Hopper picks it up. He squeezes the kick up to half forward. Wilkie's there for the Saints. They take it back. Handball away to Marshall. Marshall retreats. His kick for the back pocket for Clark.
It's actually the youngest Saint to ever do it, Marcus Windhager, when he had 36 against the Swans a couple of weeks ago. Still only 22.
Clark kicks up to the wing. Wangane Malira goes up in the pack. Can't come down with the mark on this occasion. Hop up, wins it at ground level. Off to Sonzi. There's twisting, turning, rushing a kick. Picked off by Wangane Malira. Saints ball again on the wing. Windhager trying to get the handball back to his great mate Naz. Couldn't do so, chopped off. There was a story that St Kilda's presentation to Wangane Malira didn't include in their future team his great mate Marcus Windhager. Yes. A little faux pas from St Kilda if that report is accurate.
It's a bit like Nike and Steph Curry.
Yeah.
When they made a mistake with his name.
Spelt his name wrong.
It's not a good start. Taranto away towards Ross, gives it to his mate there in Campbell, who kicks inside 50, and the low trajectory mark taken by Mansell diving forward.
There's a couple of $1 billion mistake by Nike.
Yeah.
It's Taranto involved there. Needs to get going a little bit. Only had the 7 possessions. In fact, the Richmond midfielders are just a little bit down on their output. You spoke about Windhager's numbers. He's playing all over the ground, to be fair. Sinclair as well, but Garcia, McRae.
52 more possessions than the Saints.
Yep. Taranto only the 7. Prestia 7. So some upside there.
He kicked half their goals last week, Ryan Mansell. He kicked only 2 for the day. He got 1 of them. For his second here, Ryan Mansell moves in and he knocks that through. Richmond hanging about in this game. They claw back within a goal again. And St Kilda, who had the fast start, they scored the first 20 points of the match, 5-3-33. It's Richmond who have done the scoring since then, 4-3-27. Back to 1 kick in it, 27 gone in the second term.
Well, you talk about that 1 goal like it's a badge of honour, Corpse, from last week.
Small wins, as they say, in developing teams.
Yeah, but
they're a good 1-2 combo, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Campbell and Mansell.
Because they've got speed and aggression, both of them.
That's right. Yep.
You look at that, and then you add Morris Rioli into that mix. So, if you're building a team from the ground up, well, there's your 3 sort of smaller forwards that are prepared to do the hard work, the real grunt work, and then if they can get on the end of a couple and hit the scoreboard, it's then building around it. Well, what are the keys around that? So to make sure that, yep, okay, they're still applying the pressure as well, but then they've certainly got to hit the scoreboard.
Bounce back in the middle. And Curvis winning the tap. Windhager onto it. Dribbles a kick 1 metre. Picked up by Hopper. Yellow and black with it. Taranto to Banks. Out to the wing. Good kick. Sonzi's on the end of it. Marks on his chest.
Be good. Had a good quarter. This will be possession number 15 for Tyler Sonzi.
Goal for goal in their second term. 3-2 the way of the Tigers. Sonzi's kick to a contest. Roving it is hot and gets rid of it to Armstrong. Forward handball away towards Mansell. Bounces off the bump. Gets a handball away. Ball on the deck. Flicked on cleverly by Houghton and Curvis. Can't gather it cleanly. Still gets back for the Saints. Gathers last line. Away to Wilkie. Wilkie's relieving kick. Broad spoils it back into the pocket. St Kilda have the numbers. Getting involved. Sinclair. For Wanganeen Malera. He'll kick back into the middle of the ground out of play. Saints by 6.
And you look at that, we spoke about those 3 smaller forwards. So Armstrong's in today. Jonty Falls had a fair run. So they're clearly 2 of the taller ones that they're looking at. Sims is out of the team today. Bolter's playing forward. So they've got the options. There's plenty of tools there that they can choose from.
Boundary throw-in. Marshall palms it down and we've got a repeat stoppage. Locked up straight away and all of that.
And, of course, Sam Lawler, who's good size, isn't he?
Yep.
Sort of midfielder, forward. Unfortunately, won't see him again this year, but they're well served down there, aren't they, for the future?
I went down to Richmond training actually early in the season. I was watching this kid run around. I thought, who's that guy? Like, he looks like an absolute specimen. It was Josh Smiley.
Yeah.
Of course.
He's the one we haven't seen.
He's had repeat hammies and had a conditioning block, but what an athlete.
Well, he's now 196 centimetres.
He's enormous and runs out the wind and kicks it really well, both feet. And there's a bit to like there, and yet we haven't even seen him out on the park just yet. As Taranto got it away to Ross, kicks inside 50. And Wanganeen Millero picks it off, gives a hand pass away towards Clark, sends it down the wing for the Saints. Well done, Miller wins it back in the end for Richmond. Taranto, hand pass away to Banks, now to Broad, long kick to half forward. Campbell went flying through. Can't quite collect. Marshall had it, lost it, and a tackle from Mansell, and Campbell's hand pass missed the target out of play.
So just on Josh Smiley, in March last year, he measured at 193.5 centimetres at the testing that the under-18s do.
Yeah.
He measured last week at 196 centimetres.
Amazing.
He's grown 2.5 centimetres since he's basically got to Richmond.
Yeah.
I've got a question around that as well. As Hill soccers to his own advantage, flicks it off to a teammate in Windhager. He's clearing kicks.
We've tried to water you, Benny. You're not going to grow anymore.
Well, I was going to say, is the question, what's he eating? Can I have some? Or?
Brown on the logo. Kicks long inside 50 towards a contest. Through the hands of Lynch. Roves it himself. Misses on the quick snap. St Kilda by 5 points. No, the repeat soft tissue injuries while he's still growing.
Yeah.
Like it feels like that could be a related factor.
Of course,
yeah.
absolutely it is. And he's dropped his weight. I think he was up around near 100 kilo. He's dropped that down to about 93 kilo now. So he's really working on his body. But whilst it's still growing, it's very hard to put the load in that an AFL player needs to.
Wanganeen Miller ran too far. Took a bounce as he strolled into the back pocket, and that was the last one he took. Ended up almost at the 50, and the Richmond fans were awake to it, and so was the umpire.
Yeah, good umpiring. And well done, Tommy Lynch, too, who could have given up the chase, but he knew he wasn't going to catch him, but put the head down and just made Wanganeen Miller have to take those extra 3 or 4 steps. So they deserve a lead here, Richmond. They've been brilliant this quarter. 3 goals, 4 from 15 inside 50s. What can the big fella do here?
Conceded the first 20 points of the game. Tom Lynch wide out at left half forward. Drop punt, Sales. Goal, what he misses. Near side. 32 minutes into the second term. Margin is 4. St Kilda lead, but they're just hanging on. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Sinclair short for Wilkie, who goes back to Sinclair, back pocket in the shadows right beneath the scoreboard down at the city end of the ground. He shorts it to Hunter Clark. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Clark kicks to the worn wing. Contest up there. Miller comes down with the footy for Richmond. Wants to go quickly as well. Kick to half forward. looking for a marker down there. Clark puts his fist through it, bounces inside 50. Wanganeen Miller tackled by Mansell. They renew hostilities. Throwing coming.
Mansell's eyes lit up there. Yeah. He just held himself back there.
Bit of feeling
those two have gone at it.
Yeah. Number 7s.
Yeah. They had a little scuffle in that first quarter, and I think it's been remembered by both.
30-second signs are up on the bench. Boundary throw-in. Nankervis wins it down to Prestia. Pushed as he kicked. In the end, goes in the wrong direction. Picked up by Steele for the Saints. Hand pass away to Marshall. Kick smothered. Still on the half-forward flank for Richmond, but the Saints win it. Clark away to Boxall. Hand pass over to Marshall. Hurried kick forward for St Kilda. Miller able to knock it away, and an awkward landing for Sharman. As he picks himself up, the ball ends up out of play, and the time expires on this second term, and Richmond have worked their way back into the contest, conceding the first 3 goals. They've then kicked 4 of the next 6 in the match, and as a result, there's only 4 points in it at the half. St Kilda 5-3-33, Richmond a 4-5-29, so a 4-point gap, with the Saints on top, as they have been throughout the day, despite Richmond having the better of that second term. 2 goals for Jack Higgins, and then 1 for Wanganeen, Miller, Garcia and Sharman. Meanwhile, for Richmond, 2 for Mansell, and then singles for Bolter and for Armstrong. Off the SMS, Tony Bahaja ripped off Bruce Doull's headband from Christian Geraldton. There we go. So there's a little answer to that. From Brendan, are the teams going to learn anything by keep pushing everybody behind the ball? So talking about the strategy, I think, from Richmond a little earlier in the game with lots of players back and not pressing up. They certainly made an adjustment.
They did.
Brendan, in that quarter, which the guys will touch on in just a moment. Mark from Geelong wants to know, what has Luke cooked lately?
Oh, get back to you on that.
Okay, take that one on notice, Mark. This
doesn't sound like a lot, Mark.
Yeah, busy couple of weeks, if I'm being honest.
A bit of the takeaway variety, I think, has been a favourite.
And from Matt and Tassie, great interview with Troy Chaplin. Chaplin came across very well, smart and considered. Impressive shop window presentation from Matt in Tassie. We had Troy Chaplin with us earlier on AFL Saturday. We'll bring you a little bit of that at half-time, which is now St Kilda by 4 points over Richmond. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, look, I think where the game changed in that second quarter for the Tigers, they stopped allowing St Kilda marks. So when St Kilda were marking the ball, they were owning the game. They were owning the speed, the tempo of the game. So 50 marks in the first quarter for the Saints, only 25 in the second. So Richmond's actual pressure to push up and force St Kilda into a decision was a lot better that quarter. Still big numbers for the Saints. Sinclair and Windhager, 12 and 10 possessions. Then Sonzi, I thought, for the Tigers, started to come into it. He's a player that Richmond really wanted to come on. They want to give him more midfield time. It was a sort of middle of the draft sort of pick for him a couple of years ago now, but they're starting to see a little bit better performance for him. We mentioned Richmond's smaller forwards. I like them a lot because they're really competitive. 2, they're hungry. 3, they're aggressive. And 4, they can hit the scoreboard. So, if you've got that mix in 3 or 4 players in your forward line that are smaller, that's only going to bode well for the future for the Tigers. The Saints, on the other hand, you look at that quarter for them, and it was sort of what they had. They had 9 inside 50s only in that quarter. They didn't really have a target that they could kick to going inside forward 50. The target is Sharman. Ballie's circled Philippou a couple of times when we've been looking at the stat sheet together. He didn't touch the ball, and he's playing as a deepest forward. I get it. It's only his first game back and the like, but I think when a player like that is not touching you, got to move him up the ground. Like, there's no point just leaving him in the forward line to go, okay, go and work it out yourself, son. He's not at that stage yet of his development where, okay, if I haven't touched the ball, I know I need to start working up to the wings and the like. Make the decision from the coach's box to bring him up around the football for 5 or 7 minutes to get his hands on it a couple of times, and then send him back forward. Because he goes there at half time and he looks at a stat sheet and he's had 1 possession.
It's starvation call.
And he's playing on a premiership defender who's in good form as well. So I'd be really surprised if we didn't see Philippou up in a centre bounce or on the wing in this. Because he's got good running power as well. Yeah. So get him up the ground a bit, get him involved. I just thought, that quarter, Richmond's defence controlled the game, didn't they? Really, You mentioned the inside 50s. You think about the goals, so it was a really nice finish from a smart kick from Wanganeen Miller, where there was just a breakdown, and Jack Higgins got on the end of one. The other one was just a bit of brilliance and magic from Wanganeen Miller. And other than that, really,
nothing.
They looked impotent, didn't they? St Kilda, they really didn't threaten at all in terms of their forward thrust, and that was as you said, Richmond just dialing up the pressure a bit. And those small forwards that you mentioned, they're the ones that drive that. It's Rioli, it's Banks. It's Mansell that really, set that alight. And then, their midfielders just started to get going a little bit. And that's the area for improvement as well from Richmond at half-time. Hopper's been pretty solid, but Taranto quiet up until the last 10 minutes of that quarter. Prestia as well, and Jaden Short. So, really, really, really good quarter. I'm just so impressed by, Ben Miller. I just love what he's doing for this team, and look really controlled and composed across half-back, and I think you called it the wall of Miller at one stage there, Benny, and that's certainly been the case. Tyler Young's done his bit as well. So, I just think Richmond really, that quarter, they absolutely owned it, and probably St Kilda are lucky to go in to a pretty inspiring half-time or half a footy. Yeah. 4 points up.
4-point game. What is the wall, Ben?
It's the wall of Wilkie.
Oh, Wilkie.
But if it was going to be, it'd be the wall of Wanganeen.
Because the alliteration.
Because we're looking for the alliteration ball.
Yeah, and I get it, but yeah.
Anyway, we
doesn't quite work.
Tough score here.
Well, give me another word. Here's your in the break.
Yep.
A word that means wall. It starts with the letter M.
Okay. We'll follow that up. St Kilda 5-3-33, Richmond 4-5-29, Saints by 4. We'll bring you a little of Troy Chaplin from AFL Saturday during the halftime break. Second half not all that far away, but first the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Sarah Amir. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has strongly criticised Israel after its Security Cabinet approved a plan to launch an occupation of Gaza City. Reports in Israeli media say the plan initially focuses on taking full control of Gaza City and forcibly displacing its estimated 1 million residents further south. It could also potentially lead to Israel expanding its occupation across the whole territory. The Secretary-General's associate spokesperson, Stephanie Tremblay, says the move is a dangerous escalation.
The Secretary-General is gravely alarmed by the decision of the Israeli government to take control of Gaza City. The decision risks deepening the already catastrophic consequences for millions of Palestinians.
US President Donald Trump is set to meet his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin in Alaska next week for talks on Moscow's war on Ukraine. The BBC's Aruna Day Mukherjee has more from Washington, D.C.
President Trump making that announcement on Truth Social just as the deadline for President Putin to agree to a ceasefire passed. This will be their first in-person negotiations since 2019 over Ukraine. Speaking earlier on Friday, Mr. Trump said a deal would involve some swapping of territories to the betterment of both, and said an agreement was very close. Ukraine will not be a part of these meetings, and President Volodymyr Zelensky has expressed concern in the past that any talks about a ceasefire must also include their voice.
Back home, a man has been taken to hospital after an alleged assault by a neo-Nazi group in Melbourne CBD last night. Danushi Dias reports.
A man has ended up in hospital after an alleged altercation with a neo-Nazi group that was spotted marching through Melbourne CBD last night. A video shows the march being led by a man holding a poster with a white supremacist slogan. Police say around 100 people were in the group, dressed entirely in black with their faces covered, while carrying Australian flags and chanting. The group allegedly assaulted and injured a man who confronted them. Police say they do not tolerate racist or hate-based behaviour, and an investigation is underway. No arrests have been made yet.
Independent Tanya Rattray has been appointed leader for the state government in Tasmania's upper house by Premier Jeremy Rockliff. With more, here's Lachlan Ford.
After reappointing the Liberals' 3 upper house members to ministerial portfolios on Thursday, the Premier has turned to the crossbench for a leader. Member of the Legislative Council since 2004, Tanya Rattray has represented the northern electorate of Apsley, now McIntyre, as an independent. She'll be tasked with leading government legislation through the upper house, but hasn't joined the Liberal Party. The Premier, leading a minority government, says it's a step forward in improving collaboration across the new parliament. Greens MLC Cassie O'Connor says it neutralises an independent vote to a significant extent.
In other news, NT Police are investigating a crash on the Stewart Highway yesterday that left 2 people dead. Police say emergency services were called to the scene at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A vehicle heading south had reportedly rolled, trapping both the 73-year-old male driver and 66-year-old female passenger inside. Both were pronounced dead at the scene and a crime scene has been established. 26 lives have now been lost on Northern Territory roads this year. Also in the news today, a teenage pilot has taken off from Brisbane Airport in a mission to become the youngest person to fly supported across all 7 continents. Emma Johnson has the story.
15-year-old Byron Waller has taken to the skies to begin his 2-month journey across 30 countries. He's raising awareness for Crohn's disease, a chronic inflammatory condition he was diagnosed with last year. He says he hopes his flight inspires other young people to follow their dreams. He'll be accompanied by an instructor and stop in at schools, hospitals and aviation groups as he makes his way around the world. His first stop will be Alice Springs before leaving the mainland for Christmas Island on Monday.
And a ceremony is taking place in Nagasaki to mark the 80th anniversary of the second atomic bomb being dropped on Japan by the US. The attack killed an estimated 74,000 people. 3 days after the bombing of Hiroshima killed around 140,000. Survivors of the attack say they worry about fading memories and want Nagasaki to be the last place on Earth hit by nuclear weapons. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Sean McAuliffe here, back to torment our brightest and best about the treasures they'd save from disaster. Get into trouble for that.
Brand new Sean McAuliffe's Eve of Destruction.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Back Wednesday, August 13 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6. He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that.
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before finger goes on.
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listener.
the pitch, there we go. Bang.
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Richmond, a long kick out to the wing, taken in stride by Sonzi. He looks into the pocket. No mark down there. Rioli arrives late, gathers the footy, flicks a slick handball. Bolter gets onto the right, hooks through the goal. Brilliant from Bolter.
Wood gets up, keeps going, kicks inside 50. Broad hitting up, can't trap it. Wanganeen Miller slides free of the tackle, tumbles a kick to the goal square. It bends his way.
That's the season he's having.
Messiah Wanganeen Miller. The Sharon speaks his language. Sonzi, hand pass to Hopper now. Runs, carries, breaks free. Gives it to Ross. Kick inside 50. Ugly, tough one around the bootlaces of Lynch. His teammate there to mop it up. Handball over the top. And then the kick from Armstrong is good. Armstrong pops it through.
And Curvis punching it down on this occasion. Garcia dispossessed. Jones is there to pick it up. St Kilda ball. Wanganeen Malera looks inside 50. Great kick for Higgins. Perfectly weighted. The boyhood St Kilda fan, that was never missing. And a little shh to the Richmond fans who are watching on.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass alongside Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary, and our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Now, St Kilda by 4 points, but it's a little misleading. The Saints did lead by 20 early on. They scored the first 20 points of the game, and from that point on, it's really been Richmond. They've kicked 4 off the next 6 goals, and as a result, we've got a one-score game at half-time. The Tigers right back in the contest. couldn't have hoped for a better day given the fact it's the 9th of August. And yet it's 14.2 degrees currently at the MCG. Middle of the afternoon, bright sunshine beating down. So it's a glorious winter's day for football with not a cloud in the sky. The rest of the Saturday slate, by the way, footy continues next. The grand final rematch, who'd have thought? And yet it's somewhat of a little bit of a fizzer, as we probably weren't anticipating it at this stage of the season when the draw came together. So the Brisbane Lions up against the Sydney Swans. That's at the Gabba in the twilight, and then different directions tonight. Carlton, who have recommitted to Michael Voss, so he will coach out the final year of his contract next year in 2026. Staying the course with Voss up against the Gold Coast Suns tonight. And then just after 8 o'clock Eastern, so make your adjustments across the country, but Port Adelaide and Fremantle. Interesting game on the run home for not only Ken Hinkley, but now Travis Boak as well. 3 games left in their tenure in the AFL. Certainly for, in Ken Hinkley's case, at least at Port Adelaide. That is on tonight. So Port Adelaide and Fremantle, the 3 games still to come. Now, every Saturday we're on from 12 noon Eastern with Luke Ball, Mick Malthouse and myself for AFL Saturday. We've had a tremendous run of senior coaches in the competition right throughout the year. And the man who will become the latest senior coach in the AFL competition tomorrow is Troy Chaplin, who's going to lead Melbourne after the sacking of Simon Goodwin during the week. We asked him a little bit earlier on today about how come he's not applying for the full-time job to coach the Demons in 2026 and beyond.
Yeah, I've got aspirations to be a senior coach, and as I said, giving me an opportunity this next 3 weeks is going to give me a chance to lead the program. But I just see that the club needs change. It needs a new voice at the top, and given history says that if you're a caretaker coach, not too often you become that coach. So I just thought that it was in my best interest not to pursue the role, and had the conversation with the club and feel comfortable with where I sit for this next few weeks and going forward as well.
We also asked him about what changes we'll see in the next 3 weeks when he's in charge.
Oh, look, I think we've got some half-backs that can play midfield. Salem, McVie, Rivers, how we use those guys, though, as well. We saw Windsor go into the midfield last week. So I think just 5 minutes here or there or the start of a quarter, right. Can we be flexible in giving those guys an opportunity and obviously not upsetting the apple cart too much? But I think we've got some guys who can play multiple positions, and I'm really keen to see what that looks like from them. But also some young guys in the VFL. We see Jed Adams play his first game this week. We need to see what's underneath as well.
So there's a few changes you might see when Melbourne roll out over the next 3 weeks. They'll be the underdog in their remaining 3 games. They've got the Western Bulldogs here at the G tomorrow, the 21st BCNA game, raising money for Breast Cancer Network Australia, and then Hawthorn and Collingwood to finish. So tough run home, but he was pretty impressive, wasn't he, on AFL Saturday?
Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive. I like hearing young coaches say that. Yeah, I want the job one day. And he'll use this opportunity, as you said, against 3 good teams. And I reckon they pinch one of those. They'll set themselves, won't they, just to cause a bit of chaos for the finals hopefuls in these next 3 weeks.
ABC Listen app, look out for ABC AFL Daily. So if you follow along with that, you can find yourself listening to AFL Saturday every week. It's uploaded wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. Now, what else have we got for you? The SMS number. Anthony in the ACT, loving the call, always great. Thank you. Appreciate that, Anthony. Rammer, what's to be done at Essendon? Quarter century now since you won big. What of it?
Look, it's not an easy question to answer because we haven't seen the best of Essendon this year in terms of personnel. So it's a really tricky question. I think they're making the right decision by getting a new high performance manager, because clearly the spate of soft tissue injuries there over a number of years now has been alarming. So
what do you reckon the list management team will be thinking? So what are they doing this off season to get better?
I think they need to continue to work on their midfield.
Yep.
And find those, find the next player. Like, there's a lot that always rests on Zach Merritt's shoulders at that football club, no doubt. But I also think they need another forward. So Nate Caddy clearly is going to be a player of the future, but he's still only 19 or 20 years old. So, is Peter Wright the answer moving forward for the football club? I don't know the answer.
McMahon was good last night, wasn't he?
Yeah, he looked okay, but...
So do they go and get one, or do they draft one?
I probably think they should go and get one.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Even if it means moving out a couple of those early picks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So draft a midfielder
Yep.
and go and get a forward.
Yeah, I think their back line is relatively well served if they've got full personnel there. But if they can add a mid and a forward.
Like who?
I think a forward, you want someone established. Maybe you ask the question of a Harry Mackay or somebody like that. Who knows? And a mid, well, I think there's enough out there that you can go and ask the question. You've got the draft capital to use.
Yeah.
So go and use it.
You also don't want to stall Nate Caddy's development by having him as the main guy.
No, that's right. Yeah.
When he's
Too early.
not meant to be.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. All of that. It's an interesting watch, and I think the back line's interesting as well. I know what you're saying. It feels like if they're fully healthy, it's a different story.
They're great, but they never are.
And that's where you almost plan around not having Reid and Ridley every week and go, look, we're probably going to need someone else because we can't rely on both of them being there. And that probably speaks to your first point. Your first point is get them fit.
Get them fit.
And then you realise what you got and what you haven't got.
Then you can make proper assessment.
Make proper decisions. Yeah. Absolutely. We could talk about this all day on an Essendon front, but appreciate that. Anthony, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Razor.
Yeah, Ross has seen enough. He's activated his sub. Max Heath is out, and that's a tactical substitution, so hopefully trying to see a little bit more run on the ball for St Kilda.
Thanks, Ray. Saturday footy on ABC Sports. Saints by 4 points. Here's Ben Cameron.
Marshall and Nankervis. Nankervis winning the tap. Down towards ground level, holding free kick. They'll go against Prestia in the way of Windhager. It was prolific in the first half. Disposal number 23. Kicks out to McRae. 2 kicks from goal. He pokes it out further wide. Out to Garcia. Still 60 out. Half forward here for the Saints, attacking the city end. Garcia veers out, now chips to the pocket, looking for a marker. Sharman's down there in front. The mark taken by Young for Richmond. Left back pocket. Saints by 4 points, who played 40 seconds in the second half.
Goes long out to half back. The runner has to get out of the way in a hurry, and Bolter takes the mark.
He's strong, isn't he? Just completely outbodied Cal Wilkie there.
Long kick down the wing. Mansell trying to get to the drop of the ball, and a little arm draped over the shoulder as Hunter Clark stops his progression. So free kick for Richmond. Mansell gives it to Short. Fine, just tabs the kick down to Lynch, who marks at left half forward. Richmond to the punt road end in his third term, and Lynch is going to back himself in here as he strolls back and goes through his run up.
Metres further out late in that second quarter, and he had a shot diagonally opposite pocket down the other end. Similar angle. I don't want a long point here, Benny. Either top of the square or he'd want to get the distance.
First came back from a 5-week suspension. Left half forward, and he's dragged the kick horribly out to the left. And in the end, he's missed the whole set. He didn't get you behind ball. He didn't get anything.
Nope.
4 points. St Kilda's lead early stages of the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Wanganeen Millerite goes really short to Hill. Morris-Rioli's got him. He was called to play on. It should just about be holding the ball then. Sock it out of there. Richmond win it back at centre half forward. Maybe no Pryor. I'm worried about the wrath of Ray. After I made that call that it should have been holding the ball, Ray.
Well, from a stoppage or a mark, you've deemed to have had your prior opportunity, so it'll be whether they got a legal disposal or not.
Ball up coming here at centre half forward for Richmond.
He was called to play on. He didn't play on, so he didn't have any prior.
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Hey, what Ray's saying is you've already had
boundary. No, but if you get awarded a mark, which he wasn't, that's the point.
We'll go back to Ray in a moment.
Ray Chamberlain?
Yeah, so even a free kick for out on the full, once you're called to play on, it's a set play, that opportunity is considered your prior.
But if the ball hasn't gone far enough...
It wasn't a mark.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I say. If it's a kick scenario and it's play on, not 15, then it's not a mark or a free kick, it's general play, so not deemed to have had a prior. So that's the decision for the umpire to process their way through.
Yep.
Saints by 4 points. They've worked it up to the wing. Marshall short to Hugo Garcia. Round 8 rising star Nom sends it down to half forward. Couple of Saints in the pack, but in the box seat Vlosten, and he reels in the mark as he drops to his knees. Juggled effort. Drills the kick down the line to Mansell.
Becoming a bit of a problem now, this intercept marking for the Tigers. Vlosten, Young, Miller.
Mansell to half forward. Armstrong just edges Taru out of the way, takes the mark. 2 from the same draft class, the forward against the defender.
It's a nice win, isn't it?
The forward wins there in Armstrong, and that's a neat kick, trying to set it up for Bolter, not to be. Ball hits the deck. Saints win it back. Caminiti gave it away to Wangane Miller and then to Clark, who kicks wide, and Wood takes the mark on the wing for St Kilda.
And he looks up now and he's got Broad and Miller queuing up down the line.
His kick just gets to Jones, who releases Windhager. Kicks up to half forward. Boxall marks, looks to the pocket for Higgins. Closing late, Miller. He slaps it away out of play.
Yeah, just hung that ball, didn't it? Just wasn't to the favoured side of Jack Higgins, who made great space, but Miller with the closing speed just killed the ball over the line.
Throw in 45 around from the attacking goal. St Kilda by 4 points, as they were at the half. Boundary umpire unfurls. Nankervis tries to take it out of the ruck, down at ground level. Houghton hands it back towards Nankervis. He just whacks it out of there. Marshall's camp behind the ball, marks for the Saints.
Brendan from Hobart. Ben wants to know how the new golf club and the handicap's going.
41 points.
That was last, mate. That's history.
Yeah, you're only as good as your last round.
Oh, so you didn't play this week?
I haven't played this week.
I thought you would have played 2 rounds since then.
He's not going to play for 3 years. Yes. Only as good as your last round.
As the Saints send it out to half forward.
Played off 36 to get those 41 points.
Steele kicks inside the forward pocket, free for a hold. It's going St Kilda's way. And the Saints will get a look at it here in the forward pocket. Mason Wood to be handed the footy.
Well, that's it. The arm was held.
Yeah.
So that's the umpire. If the umpire's on that side of the contest and sees that, he's always going to call a free kick, because it's not allowing Mason Wood to have a true run and jump at the football. I should be an umpire.
Yes, all over it.
Well explained.
Is that a great education this year underneath Ray's tutelage?
For me.
Here's Mason Wood. He moves in. The drop punt is across the face. He misses. That's a let-off. Should have kicked that. St Kilda by 5, 6 minutes into the third term. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
No, I was just going to support Rammer. It's incredibly difficult to take a contested mark with one hand.
Yeah.
I reckon you guys are catching up during the week or something. Like Ray's running classes and late at night, and you're going to umpire in school.
He's opened my world up, Ray.
It's amazing.
Short kick into Jaden Short, who moves it onto Broad. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. St Kilda by 5 points. Broad's kick up to the wing, looking for Trezise. Wilson outbodies him and marks. St Kilda ball forward of the wing. Returning to the team, dominant performance in the VFL last week. 37 disposals, 14 clearances. Last played at AFL level in round 19. Retreats with the kick. Caminiti marks. Backward of the centre line. Corbin Middlemash, Ben Cameron. Premiership pair Luke Ball, Adam Romanascus and Ray Chamberlain. Caminiti kick to half forward for the Saints, and back there Brown marks. Richmond ball again on their back flank.
Comes inside to Vloston. And goes all the way back to fullback for Young. Tyler Young just stabs the kick further afield to Short. Right half back for Richmond, and now the kick outside the defensive arc. The Tigers are away, up against the boundary line. It's Jaden Short again. He goes long with it, down in front of the in front of that southern stand. Spills Wilkie's way. Short kick back inboard, finds Marshall. And now we're back in the slow play as Marshall looks to go out wide. Bit off a little bit more than he could chew there, trying to link up with his teammate in Steele. The numbers with Richmond, and they win it. McIntosh down to Rioli, pulls a kick back inboard. Oh, here's a player coming through and banging bodies. Sonzi on the way through, and in the end he's held up, and the umpire says, I'll have it.
Great tackle by Stocker.
Huge tackle, and as a result he wins possession, and St Kilda away off the back flank.
Moves to Sinclair at centre half back to the other back flank. Wilson accepts it. He kicks up to half forward. Jones in space. They're queuing up inside 50. And Jones, he could have pulled the trigger. He didn't.
Well, it's easy for you and I up here, Benny.
It is. If you want to know how easy the game is, enter a commentary box as Wangane Miller kicks inside 50. Pretty easy for him.
Well, that's just the difference here. Well, probably class, really. Players see the game quickly, others take a little bit more time. And Zach Jones on that occasion, he had 2 players in centre corridor that he should have went to, but one wasn't confident to do it, or 2 just didn't see it in time.
So Wood ends up with it. 15 metres out, slight angle, snap across the body. It's the post.
He's got the yips, hasn't he?
He has.
Off the inside half of the woodwork. No good. St Kilda by 1 goal neat. 8.5 into the third term.
Missed the drop punt moments ago from the opposite pocket and then decided to go across the body there. It would have suited his left foot a little more just to come straight in and kick it. Not to be. Ross marks the kick out here for Richmond. So 6-point game, Saints on top. Uninspiring first 9 minutes, must be said here, to start the third term in a low-scoring affair on a glorious day at the G. Up to the wing. Richmond will work it out of the rubble again. Picked up by Prestia to McIntosh. Hand pass ends up out wide. Armstrong had it, lost it. Saints win it back. Garcia, hand pass away to Hill. Here goes St Kilda again. Short kick trying to link up with Filippo. Nice work, Miller. Punches it out of bounds and a throw-in half forward for the Saints. Message here, no name, no pack drill on this one, but so when do we start talking about All-Australian selection for both Vlosten and Miller?
Jeez. Well, I'm a big fan, as you can tell.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he's quite at that level yet, but certainly Vlosten. That was Ben Miller, but certainly Vlosten this year. I'd be surprised if he's not rewarded.
Hopper kicks around the wing. Wilkie in from their side, takes the intercept mark for St Kilda. Shepherding free kick. And will go the way of Armstrong. So Richmond will have it on the wing. Warren side of the ground. Saints by 6 points. Saturday Arvo footy on ABC Sport. Armstrong kicks infield. Mark taken by Nankervis, who kicks to short. Richmond looking to switch. Here is Miller. He'll take a more direct route. Away towards Broad. Broad dabs it onto Prestia. Attacking edge of the bullseye in the middle of the MCG. Nearly every player in front of him, so he goes laterally out to the wing for Jaden Short again. Still a Richmond ball. St Kilda by 6 points.
Short loads up, kicks into the forward pocket. Lynch and Armstrong in the pack, thumped away from them. Oh, down to Windhager, and he's drilled in the tackle immediately.
A couple of these tackles today have been really, really borderline dangerous. So the players really driving their opponent into the ground. So players still won't learn.
Forward 50 stoppage for Richmond. Lynch grabs it out of the right, gives it to Ross, shoots goalward, misses out to the right or behind. If you're about to get more praise, I might walk out of the commentary box. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
No, these tutorials are really starting to see some green shoots. I could not agree more, Rammer. I tell you what, you wouldn't want to get tackled by a Toby Nankervis. I saw one from Jack McRae in the last quarter.
Yep.
I just saw his ribs over here on the boundary line. I might pick them up and hand them back after the game.
The Saints by 5 points, a dozen minutes into the third.
Still waiting for our first goal of the second half. St Kilda by 5 points, as Corbin said. They're on the back flank here. Wilson, driving kick around the wing. Coming up, Nankervis gets in the back of Henry as he knocks it down. Ball spits out, picked up by Filippo. His second touch of the afternoon, out to Sharman. Kicks up to Higgins, marks, high half forward. He was dealt with high as well. 2 kicks from home. 2 goals on the afternoon for Jack Higgins. 100th game as a Saint. 200th goal in the AFL. Kicks towards full forward. Brown's back there. Brave mark, stands in the hole, takes the intercept mark for the Tigers.
22-year-old goes long to the wing. Bolt to the target, trying to hold out Stocker. Wilson comes and lends a hand. Ball hits the deck. Higgins just got it away in the Trezise tackle to Stocker. High up and under to half forward, and Vlosten picks it off again. Back flank for Richmond. 5-point lead for the Saints. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Vlosten goes short to Taranto. There's another one back in the team today. Missed the last couple with a calf injury. Lays a hand pass back to Vlosten. Kicks down the wing. Here's Bolter. Marks right on the logo. Shadows to the grandstand on the northern side. Bolter, ugly kick inside 50. Sinclair knocks it away, but straight into the path of Hopper. 60 metres out, trying to thread a hand pass through to his mate Taranto. Saints win it back. Hill had it, lost it. Handball's a turnover. Now with Hopper again. Half forward for Richmond. Goes back by hand to Short.
Short picks it up. Half forward flank. Pulls his kick to a central position. Mansell nearly drops the mark. Follows up. Might have been helped without it. Umpire lets them rumble. There's a tackle from St Kilda. And the umpire wants it. Taru nearly horse-collaring his opponent to the ground. So a ball up. Full forward for Richmond. Marshall slaps it down. McRae. Kick ricochets back to a hot spot. Coming in quickly, Houghton spits it out to Mansell, to Lynch, gets it out wide, McIntosh, snaps, goals! And the headband-wearing McIntosh puts Richmond ahead. They lead by a point for the first time today. 5-6-36. Plays 5-5-35. 13 minutes into the third. Premiership pair, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Just a build-up of pressure.
Yeah, fight and scrap.
Yeah, just fight and scrap. Nothing pretty about it. Just keep presenting, getting numbers of the ball. Smother there. I think it was Mansell. Great attack on the footy there. Was that Campbell? And then more Richmond jumpers in the screen. And it drew the opponent of McIntosh out on the wing there. Who's that? Can't think it's Jack Steele. Had to come in to support. A great handball release over the top. Goal assist to Campbell McIntosh, who was good enough to throw it on the boot. And you have to say, Ramo, they've deserved this lead, the Tigers. Yep. Well, they deserve to be in front.
Certainly had the better of halfway through the second quarter. I think their pressure to open, well, we're basically halfway through this third quarter now, has been better than St Kilda.
First lead change of the game after the Saints led by 20. It is 36-35 in the shorthand as Boxall gives a hand pass out towards Wilkie. Tabs a kick to the wing and McRae marks. That's 5 of the last 7 goals going Richmond's way.
And then this is the problem with the Saints. So they get out, they spread out on the wing, Jack McRae. He stops, turns around and goes backwards. Yeah. And they get back into a slow play. So that was from a centre bounce, Ramo. That's got to roll and go forward to one-on-ones.
Is that a lack of Curver standing there?
Is that a lack of faith in what's up front?
Oh, I mean, it doesn't matter what. I mean, Jack McRae's played enough footy. You've got to roll and go there.
Wilkie kicks out to the wing. Wanataru drops the mark. Bolter does very well. Goes and wins it. Then the kick inside 50. Finds Mansell. Lynches out. Gets a hand pass. He's flat-footed. Gives it off to Campbell and a hurried kick forward misses. And a certain goal goes begging for the Tigers. Was the hand pass over the top from Mansell, just
not in front.
He hasn't been he hasn't been practicing his left-handed handballs, Ram.
No.
It's terrific effort.
Skill. Yeah,
terrific effort by Bolter.
Yeah, deserved more, didn't it?
Yeah, well, Taru was as good as he could be, but Bolter was simply better.
Genuine one-on-one win on the wing for Richmond. They lead by 2 points, third quarter, Saturday Footy, ABC Sport.
Handball looked like Tony Jones on the Sunday Footy show.
Well, I watched Matty Kennedy last week. He wasn't great either.
How was that?
Opposite head.
Here goes Desire. Wanganeen Miller through the middle of the ground. Kick up towards half forward. Henry gathers for the Saints. Kicks out wide. Wood marks just inside 50.
He doesn't want to have a shot.
He's missed a couple. He's not interested. Mark said 47 out. His eyes are still darting. Now he's gesticulating like he might go for the sticks.
16 Richmond jumpers in the defensive 50. He's going to have to now. Disappointing just to let the pressure valve off there. Wanganeen Miller from the kick out just basically ran unimpeded through to the middle of the ground. Got involved 3 or 4 times.
Mason Wood from the arc of 50 sprays it. Misses the set. When he's out of bounds on the full.
When he's up and about, that's kickable for him too, and yet he's confident.
Well, no issue with the distance, but the radar is just completely off.
Yep, he didn't want to have that look.
Richmond by 2 points, 17 minutes into the third term. Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
He's getting enough looks. 2 out of bounds. 2 behinds and 1 out of bounds on the full in the quarter for Mason Wood. He's really their only threat up front so far, along with Jack Higgins, and hasn't been able to put him on the board as Richmond win it on the wing. Taranto, hand pass out in front of Houghton, did well to win it. Hand pass to short to Campbell. Handball got back to Bolter. He's tackled, dispossessed, ball hits the deck. Richmond burrow in again underneath all of that, and bodies on top, and the ump says, I'll have it.
Just becomes so mental, goal kicking, where like Mason Wood's a beautiful kick of the football. Technique-wise, anything you want out of how to kick the football, but then when it comes between the ears,
Nank wins the hit out, but straight to McRae. Hand pass to Hall, jams it on the boot, gets it to full forward. Miller collects, tackled in the goal square immediately, and the ump calls for a ball up. Full forward for St Kilda at the city end. Richmond by 2. We've had our first lead change in the game in this third quarter, which is 18 minutes old.
First real deep entry, this, isn't it? Richmond defenders right under pressure.
Miller lays it down. McRae pinches it. He coughs it up to Young, rushes his kick. Wanganeen Miller gets it on the boot, floats it back towards goal. Might have missed it there. Miller trying to spoil tumbles through for a behind anyway. Richmond's lead halved. Back to a point. 5-7 plays 5-6. 18.5 into the third.
Size the one, isn't he? Trying to lift them up to 9 possessions for the quarter. Next best 5. So Richmond need to be aware of that. Put some time into him.
Vlosten long from the kick out. Taru, a little bit of contact on Bolter, forces it down, but Tresice wins it for Richmond. Hand pass to Mansell, handball away to Broad, short kick, finds Ross on the back flank.
For a first-year player there, Taru in that marking contest, in terms of technique and aggression, outstanding.
There's a rising star nom coming his way this week. Short kick to Vlosten.
He's got to get back now. He's got to work.
Inside on the 45 to Houghton. Hand pass away to Banks, who's a good user. Long kick out to half forward, finds Campbell. Between wing and half forward, kicks inside 50. Here's Lynch. And the Tigers veteran takes it right half forward. Thought about coming inside, and now he goes back to have his kick.
That's good footy, isn't it? Training drill staff inside, open side, access the fat side of the ground. And you called it, Ram. Leaves the defenders scrambling a bit. They're queued up down the line looking for the long kick. Tom Lynch, smart lead into the space.
Good full forward craft too to feign the kick to the better angle.
Tom Lynch on his return, the two-time premiership Tiger. The drop punt misses. Near side of behind, so Richmond lead it by a couple of points again. Time on in this third term. 5-8 to 5-6. They've kicked the only goal in the quarter. The lead swung on it. It was to Camden McIntosh. We're now 20 minutes into the term.
3 points for Tom Lynch. I reckon over that 5 years, how many weeks did he get?
5. Yep.
Yeah, would have got some reps up, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Some goal-kicking reps up, but in fairness, haven't been reasonably difficult shots.
Wanganeen Millera with the kick in, short to Clark, who just dabs the kick back to Wanganeen Millera. He kicks for Hill in the middle of the ground. St Kilda trying to work it out. Richmond by a couple of points. Hill, short kick for Garcia. He'll kick on his left out wide to Wanganeen Millera, running down the members' wing. Short kick for McRae, who's nearly tunnelled back to Wanganeen Millera. He is everywhere, stepping his opponent, pulling his kick. No one there for St Kilda. Campbell getting back. He coughs it up. Wilson spinning right into Tom Brown. And he's been renowned this year for his tackling. And he does it again here. Not a chase down, but a big bear hug as he takes Wilson to ground. Richmond by 2 points.
I know he's a high pick, top 20 pick, but there's a lot to like about him. Tom Brown as Bolter got it out of the ruck, down towards Sonzi, then to Broad. Hand pass away to Young, who's off and running. Tyler Young off the back flank. Kicks to the southern wing, turns it over. Wilkie takes the intercept mark.
He didn't need to kick the ball then, Tyler Young. Keep running.
Wilkie game 153 today, all of them consecutive from debut. Short to Sinclair, who's still rocking the long sleeves and the candy stripe. To Windhager and across the centre square for Caminiti. Into the shadows on the northern side. Kick finds Stocker. 70 out at half forward, steps off his line. Morris is coming to get him. Stocker's got to go off the left. Long kick inside 50. Is there a marker down there? Carries the pack. Broad collects. Tackled by Filippo. Ball up in line with the behind post. Deep forward for the Saints. Richmond by 2 points. 2.5 to go before three-quarter time.
Up to 13 now. Wanganeen Millera for the quarter. 12 kicks, 1 handball.
Up it goes. Marshall taps it down. Garcia's quick kick. Ricochets away. Filippo gets rid of it. Wilson's kick smothered. Richmond survive. Picking it up. Prestia. Off to Sonzi. Kick from the back pocket. Wilkie tracking it back. Drops the mark. Has time to recover. Gets around Campbell. Kicks back to half forward. Neat kick. Sinclair marks. Looks into the pocket for St Kilda. Chopped off Broad. Richmond ball again. Back pocket. Tigers lead it by 2 points. 22.5 into the third.
Short to Young. As Ben said, a 2-point advantage for Richmond, having trailed the entire game until Camden McIntosh goal to give them the lead. Comes wide to Short. Long kick down the wing. Morris Rioli leaps up. Heavy landing.
Yeah.
Gets a free kick against Hunter Clark in the marking contest. Took the arms out.
He's looking more and more like his dad, isn't he? Not just with the number, but the long, bushy
great head of hair.
Yeah, it just looks exactly like his dad.
It's pushing the fall then too.
Yeah. He had the buzz cut at the start of the season, didn't he? And he's let the feathers grow out. As Richmond work it across the back flank, and now Broad At half-back, taps it down the wing.
It's not dissimilar to your hair, Ben Cameron, to be totally honest.
For Brown. Brown goes long to half-forward. Campbell the target. Taru breaks it up. Now it's out of play. Half-forward for Richmond.
I'm not sure what you're doing. You're just sort of letting things go there.
Yeah. It is very similar, isn't it?
Very sort of mushroom-like.
Yep. Big Buffon. Morris Rioli and Ben Cameron with the same do. Richmond by 2 points, 24 minutes into the third term.
Similar speed as well from the throw-in. Ross picks it up. Half forward here for the Tigers. Hopper, steps around a couple. Chips inside 50. And his mate Taranto's on the end of it.
Yeah, that was nice.
I'll pay good money to watch Ben play on Morris Rioli. Imagine that as a matchup.
Take him. What would you do, mate?
Much like Ethan Reid. Over 2 kilometres, I need a kilometre head start. Over 100, I reckon I need 50 against Morris.
Minimum.
Tim Taranto, 45-degree angle. Man on the mark, 47 out. Richmond leading by a couple of points. Back from a 2-game calf injury. His drop punt is online. It's a goal. They need their senior players. And Tim Taranto delivers. Richmond by 8 points in the last 3 goals in the game. Right on the stroke of three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they're scoring when they're going inside forward 50, the Tigers. So 2 goals, 3 now for the quarter from only 8 entries. So that's going at a really nice rate there for the Tigers. But that's set up by Hopper. So he doesn't concede when the ball's right on the boundary line there. He's able to step through both Marshall and Darcy Wilson there and come back to just a short little lead from Tim Taranto. Now, Tim Taranto gets questioned so often about his kicking, but that was just a beautiful set shot for goal. Now now the challenge is over to St Kilda. They've taken the foot right off the accelerator since halfway through that second quarter. Richmond certainly deserved this lead.
They've kicked 2 goals since quarter time after kicking the first 3 of the game, the Saints. Richmond on top, and a bit of pep in their step. They lead by 8 points. We're going nowhere fast to the middle as Hopper's tackled by Garcia. Waning moments of the third term. Umpire tosses it up. Punched away off the knuckles of Nankervis. Clark trying to collect. Campbell buffers him off it. Comes down to Nankervis, throws a shoe at it. Ball pinballs around a Hill, who sends the Saints inside 50 as time expires on the third term. St Kilda goalless after half-time. And as Jack Steele walks out off the bench in game number 200, his Saints have a fair bit to do. While Richmond, the wind in its back at the moment, they've kicked the last 3 of the game. And the Tigers lead by 8 points. 6-8-44, St Kilda 5-6-36. Three-quarter time at the MCG. The goal kickers for Richmond, 2 for Ryan Mansell, singles for Bolter, McIntosh, Armstrong and Taranto. While for St Kilda, 2 for Higgins and then 1 for Wanganeen, Miller, Garcia and Sharman. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, well, Ross was working the magnets, and in between he was giving some direct feedback to a couple of the boys on the bench, some earnest stuff there. And then the last thing he did was take some time with Naz and I, both looking at the board together. So I suspect Ross is going to give some pretty direct feedback at three-quarter time, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Naz can do.
I've just got the binoculars on him at the moment, as you touched on, Ray, and he's moving a lot of magnets on that board. So maybe we'll see something different from St Kilda out of the huddle at three-quarter time. A couple off the SMS. As always, enjoying the call. Could you ask Ray to clarify the shepherd rule? When can you and when can't you shepherd? From Rob in WA. Ray?
Yeah, you're allowed to shepherd an opponent when you're in the laws of the game, within 5 metres of the football, and the manner in which you do it, there's a little bit of a catchphrase in there which sort of says that the player should be expecting contact. Now, what that means is if they're just snoozing around nowhere near it, you pick them off with force and severe force, you come under the guise of rough conduct. But if you hold your force to a reasonable level, players within 5 metres of the ball, they should relatively expect to make contact, and that's fair and reasonable.
From Grant in Hobart, planting potatoes while listening to the best. Warm in Melbourne, not so here. Go the Blues. Wouldn't rush to warm. It's sunny. It's clear. It's not a bad day. It's
it'd be nice sitting in the Shane Warne stand in that sun.
Glorious.
Beautiful.
It's 15, 16 degrees, but not where we are in the shade. I wouldn't say it's super warm, but certainly a great day. We can't be too picky here in Melbourne in August.
It's rained more around the country than here in Melbourne this winter. We've had a great winter.
We'll see what's happening in the grand final rematch next. Richmond by 8 points at three-quarter time. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
News breakfast is just like regular breakfast.
It's lovingly prepared, relaxed, and ready when you are.
Watch ABC News Breakfast, the perfect start to your day. 6 a.m. weekdays on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Marshall slaps it down. McRae. Kick ricochets back to a hot spot. Coming in quickly, Houghton spits it out to Mansell, to Lynch, gets it out wide, McIntosh, snaps, goes! And the headband wearing McIntosh puts Richmond ahead. Ross picks it up, half forward here for the Tigers. Hopper, steps around a couple, chips inside 50, and his mate Taranto's on the end of it. Back from a 2-game calf injury. His drop punt is online, it's a goal!
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Ticks by 8 points, three-quarter time at the MCG. St Kilda with a bit to do after a goalless third term. Up next, the grand final rematch. Brisbane and the Sydney Swans. Quentin Hull heading up the call. Q.
G'day, Corby. There's some patchy rain around southeast Queensland, but nothing too drastic. We might get a shower, but I don't think it's going to really affect conditions too much. The surface looks fantastic. A couple of the Swans out on the Gabba, warming up. A Sydney team that just seems to be getting better as the season gets longer first year under Dean Cox, and we know that they won't need any extra motivation whatsoever to try and lower the colours of the reigning premiers. And really, that's where the currency lies in the game, because Collingwood's wobbles over the last 5 or 6 weeks. They've opened the door to the top two. And we know if you're a team that's not based in Victoria and you want to crack at the flag, top two is so valuable. And really that's what is beckoning for a Brisbane team which is going to have to go into today's game at least without two veterans. And in the case of Lockie Neer, we don't expect to see him until the finals. So the dual Brownlow medalist out with the quad injury, which sort of took many of us by surprise during the week. Ryan Lester also not playing today after suffering a concussion in that terrific win over the Magpies last weekend. Will McLaughlin comes in along with former Crows defender Tom Doedee, who hasn't played in the AFL for more than 2 years. He has played 12 games in the VFL. He was cruelly, in a way, named to make his Lions debut at the start of last season in round 3. Did his knee for a third time in basically the last training session before that game. So real interest to see how Tom Doedee goes today as a Lion for the first time. McLean in, Laddams out for the Swans. Can't wait to bring it to you, Corby. As mentioned, the Swans are doing their thing at the back end of this season, but really it's about whether or not the reigning champs can take that opportunity afforded by Collingwood's lapses of the last couple of weeks and see if they can try and get their September tilt start inside the top two.
Thanks, Quentin. Looking forward to all of that coming up next. So the Brisbane Lions and Sydney, our twilight fixture Saturday of round 22. Now, Ian Eades from Nine reporting a short time ago that Zach Merida suffered a broken hand in the game last night. So he's expected to miss at least one game. And that game's
I think Essendon have only got 2 or 3 more players in their list to play, so they may as well play them.
Jeez,
give them a go.
That's Friday night for them up against St Kilda, which is a winnable game, and it will be without their captain in Zach Merritt. Final term underway here. 8 points the margin. 6-8 to 5-6. We'll have a ball up here in the middle of the ground after the initial one, which we've seen a fair bit today. Marshall down to Prestia, though. Hand pass away to Short. High up and under for Richmond. Campbell knocks it down. Free kick. It's going St Kilda's way, and Wanganeen Miller to take it. He's a little hobbled too after a knock in that marking contest. Might have got a little corky. Tries to chip it to Marshall, and at his arms chopped, he gets the free for St Kilda, and Nasai Wanganeen Miller is not moving too freely.
Big row, kicks into the pocket, looking for Henry. Threw his hands out the back. Higgins dumps it on the boot, snaps towards the goal square, and no risk taken by Brown. A double fist it through from the goal square. Would have virtually been an uncontested mark.
Chest mark too.
Yeah, Richmond by 7 points.
Interesting with that, like,
you reckon that should almost be no try? Oh, sorry,
Yeah, why not? Well, that's his intention, isn't it?
Marking contests are just adjudicated differently, aren't they?
Miller goes long up to the wing. Offhand spills down to Houghton. He's buffeted off it. He was taken high and all of that. Tresice wants to take the advantage. A good move for Richmond. Handball out in front of Lynch. Knocks it down to Prestia. Hand pass goes back to Hopper. Feeds it further forward. Back to Prestia. Kicks inside 50. Sprawling effort from Armstrong. Just landed short of him. Hill trying to knock it away to Wanganeen Miller. Richmond win it back here. Mansell's hand pass picked off Sinclair to Taru. Handball away towards Wood. He flings it out wide for Wilkie. Hand pass to Windhager. Just got the kick away down the line and punched out of bounds by Ross. Boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Richmond.
So game up for grabs, Rammer. Will the Saints release the shackles a bit? Like 2 weeks ago against Melbourne, didn't they? They just played with a lot more freedom, take some risks through the middle of the ground. It's been really disappointing after half time and no goals in that quarter. Just their inability to roll and go and keep energy on the ball and connection inside 50.
Here they go. A flower bag from Sinclair. Sharman marks, slips over.
Well, this is it. Roll. There's 3 one-on-ones inside 50 right now.
Kicks into the middle of the ground. Wanganeen Miller. His kick is a beauty for a bursting haul. He goes appropriately right up the corridor to mark. 30 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, well, it does help, doesn't it? When you get the ball in the hands of the right user every time he's had it. And, again, I mean, he's the one. Richmond, don't get beaten with what you know. If you're just going to let Nasai waltz around...
Well, just put someone on him for this last quarter.
Exactly.
Just craziness not to.
Yeah, Ross or McIntosh or whoever it is.
Get someone to run with him.
The cattle farmer from Yea is a pretty handy footballer as well. Back to 1 point this ball game. Richmond 6-8-44, St Kilda 6-7-43. The Saints' first goal since the 23-minute mark of the second term. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it feels like this game is going to be won with 9 or 10 goals. Now, which team gets to 9 or 10 goals is still to be obviously determined. But Ballie's spot on there. So you take the mark. And 70 metres out, you look up and you've got 3 one-on-ones. That's what every coach wants there. That's the forward structure you want to go into. So, okay, go inside to Wanganeen Miller and he's able to hit a target. I understand that. But all that does, if it goes into somebody else's hands, is allow more Richmond players to roll back.
Yeah. You roll on it, it just forces movement up the field, doesn't it?
Richmond are going to get a free kick in the middle, and Nankervis takes the advantage, goes long to full forward. They come from all directions. Ball hits the deck, and Clark just hands it out to Windhager. Short kick to Steele. Back flank comes wide with a kick to Wilson. 1 point game. Richmond lead it after trailing by 20 out of the gates. It was 3-2 to nothing. And since then, St Kilda with the go-slows on. And they get the last goal of the game to get them back in it. Wilson's kick and turnover. Hopper wins it back. Goes laterally to Hopper. Wanting a little bit of overlap run in the middle.
Well, anytime that ball goes into the centre corridor, you want overlap because it just keeps the game flowing.
Ross, long down to half forward. Hands on it from Nankervis. No mark. It spills down towards Bolter. He grabs it here. Handball to Hopper. Trying to feed it back to Tresice. Picked off. And the Saints back with it. Under pressure, though. Clark turns it over again and turnover again. Ross gives it straight back to the Saints and Wilson. He's pushed in the back. Free kick. And after all that, it'll be St Kilda in a slow play.
No, it's coming back to Ross.
Come back before that.
Yeah.
Ross will get the free kick. So Richmond ball. They lead it by a solitary point. It was an ugly passage of play.
It was about 6 possessions where it was just straight turnovers.
Ross sets it up inside 50. Taru goes up to mark.
Free kick.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a free kick.
Lynch got a shove.
Yeah, it's against Caminiti. So he wanted to keep Tom Lynch out of that marking contest, obviously, but just didn't disguise it well enough.
Yeah. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, for me in this last 25 minutes, this is the difference. You talk about rolling off and one-on-ones inside forward 50. You've got Broad, Vlosten, Miller and Short, and they've owned St Kilda inside that 50. You go the other end of the ground, and this big bopper causes them problems. I feel like Richmond got the upper hand here.
Described as the godfather of this forward line. Back after 5 weeks out, and he slides it through. Richmond back out by 7. 7:8:50 plays 6:7:43. 6 minutes into the fourth. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, you just get the feeling here that it's so important. You speak about Richmond being a more experienced side, and that's on the back of those premiership players that are in. But so important for their younger brigade: Sonzi, Mansell, Miller, Tyler Young, Banks, Tresice, Rioli, Armstrong. Those Campbell. If those guys can stand up in this last quarter in a tight game, I speak about it a lot. It's worth its weight in gold. It's worth a couple of games' experience where you take the moments within games. Yep, okay, Tom Lynch, probably your most experienced player today, takes that moment, but now you've got to jump on the back of him.
7-point game once more, Richmond's way. Ruck share it down. Steele collects at his 200th. Can the Saints spark something for him? Handball out to McRae. Kicks to centre half forward. Broad jumps in front of Higgins. Can't quite take the mark, but goes bounding away off the back flank. Hand pass to Taranto. Kicks straight down the pipe looking for Mansell. Stocker turns him inside out. Wins the footy for the Saints. Handball to McRae. Back to Stocker. Not a heap up ahead. Retreats by hand to Wilkie. Comes out wide and Wood's got it on the back flank. The Saints down by 7. 7.5 played final term.
Wood off for a gallop. Chisels a kick forward to Steele. Handball to the run of Wilson. His kick goes 7 metres to Wangane Millera. Slick handball. Sinclair, usually skillful. And he's got it! The famous number 35 at St Kilda. Brings them back within a point. 7:8:50 plays 7:7:49. 8 into the fourth. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, 30, the long sleeves too. Not sure the great Harvey ever wore the long sleeves, especially on a day like today. Did he?
Yeah, definitely.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I stand corrected. But just again, Ramo, just energy on the ball. The ball kept in motion, didn't it? There was no stage there. Did a player stop and go back behind the mark? It's just amazing. There's a slightly different mindset, and things start to open up. It's you get the ball in the hands of your good users. I mean, Jack Steele's gone into the middle, so he sat in the forward pocket for the first 2.5 quarters of this game, and that's one of the magnets that Ross was throwing around furiously at 3/4 time. Steele goes into the middle, and he's having an impact. Yeah, no, I do stand corrected. Ramos just showed me, he's picked me up. He's shown me. Maybe I'm thinking of these candy stripe jumpers later in his career, but that's it. What's that? That's an early 90s job, that one, I reckon.
1 point game back in the middle. Richmond lead it. Sinclair tackling over the top. Umpire says, I'll have that.
Yeah, 4 possessions, Jack Steele already, and 2 of those score involvements. So he wants to. He wants his 200th game to end well.
And the game here to be won right now. 9 minutes into the final term. Richmond by a point. Out of the middle, Taranto gets a kick to half forward. Leaping up Houghton. And the young man pulls it down. Taj Houghton, the 19-year-old, lays it off by hand to Short, who dabs the kick inside 50. Armstrong forced to spoil for Richmond. Down into the path of Ross. Hand pass inside. He got it to Taranto. Hand pass to Tresice. He gives it to Armstrong. Snaps outside of the left peg. Misses. Near side of behind for Armstrong, and Richmond's lead doubles. Up by 2 points, 10 gone final term.
How often does he kick on his right foot, Ramo? You watched a lot of him as a kid.
Very rare.
Yeah. He's got a bit of Scotty Lucas about him that way.
Wangane,
say, right foot for balance.
Yeah. Scotty Lucas's arc back onto his left foot. It could go for 20 metres at times.
Or just kick the banana when you're facing the wrong way.
Wangane Millero shorts it to Wilkie. Right on the defensive arc, and falling on top of him is Mansell. So slow to get up. Wilkie eventually kicks up to the wing, looking for a contest. Unopposed in the end. Boxall marks for St Kilda. Handball to the big ruckman Marshall. Floats a kick to half forward. Broad brings it down. Half forward for the Saints here. Going in, Filippo. No room to work. Richmond by 2. 10.5 into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Umpire puts it up. Nankervis knocking it down. Banks will swoop on it. Defensive arc for him and Richmond. Off to Vlosten. Sweeping handball. Ross accepts. Kicks up to the wing. Good kick for Taranto.
The shadows of the light tower out of that southern side. 2 point lead for the Tigs. As Taranto, long contest, kick to half forward, more body contact, and another illegal block. Caminiti went too early on Lynch and coughs up the footy.
He's just too aggressive, Caminiti. Now, you understand what he's trying to do, certainly, but he's too aggressive in his approach early in this last quarter.
Lynch at high half forward, kicks wide. Got it to Prestia, just pulls the kick into the pocket. Two Tigers collide in the air. McIntosh and Armstrong spills to Rioli. Got a handball away. Sonzi turns into trouble. His hand pass back into dispute. Pack forms and the ump calls for a ball up. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, we reviewed Caminiti's approach earlier in the season when he played against Sam Darcy, and I've never played key position defence in my life, but the best defenders that I ever umpired, there was no egregious stuff. It was all the subtleties. You look at the Rances of the world, and these guys, they made it very hard because they really just towed the line. And Caminiti, you don't have to move a bloke a metre.
Just a little bit of nuance. There's the ball up in the pocket. Great insight from Ray Chamberlain there as Marshall brings it to ground, and we'll get another ball up. Richmond by 2 points. 12 into the fourth. Tossed towards the Melbourne sky. Tapped down by Marshall. Pinched by Sonzi. Goes back to McIntosh. Kicks infield for Banks. Banks wants to bring it back to the corridor. Broad drops it. Time to recover. Inside the centre square. Pokes it inside 50. Brought down by the Saints and Boxall. Now they come in from all angles. Houghton gets it back to Young. Saints good tackle pressure. Wood a little fumble. Inside 50 for Richmond. Bodies flying everywhere. In they go again. Mansell feeds it out. Prestia's gang tackled. Right there with him is Marshall. Dragged to ground. Ball up. Right forward pocket.
Saints have played 72 tackles today, and they lead that count by more than 35. From the ball up, Marshall palms it down. Trying to get the kick out. McRae turns it over. Ross high up and under, still inside 50 for the Tigers, punches it forward. Wood a little fumble, slips over, taps it straight to Rioli. Handball out to McIntosh. Goal saving tackle from Max Hall. Locks him up, and St Kilda able to get it out of defence. High bomb close to the boundary line. Unkind bounce for Hill. Vlosten pops it back inside, turnover, and Hall's off to the races, off half back for the Saints.
Swings a handball out wide for Hill. Bounces on its point. Hill good enough to go back and get it. Kicks around the wing. Jones marks. St Kilda ball, slow play.
Talk about that tackle count. But Richmond's pressure's been different. It hasn't been the whole tackle. It's been arm in, body in. You know, force St Kilda into a pressure kick.
Jones goes back to Wilkie to Hill. Kicks up towards half forward. Sinclair drops the mark, recovers. Handball to Jones. Dumps it on the boot out on the full.
I think that's a perfect example there where...
Yep.
I can't see who's that Richmond player over there on the boundary, Betty.
Is it my man Miller?
Miller.
Yeah.
So he just got up into the face of Zach Jones and forced him to kick that ball out on the full.
Richmond by 2 points, nearing the quarter-hour mark of the fourth.
Doesn't go down as a tackle.
Yeah, and 72 is a big number. But we've also had lots of repeat stoppages today where it sort of stacks on the mill. It is a little misleading, that category. It's the long kick from Banks down the wing for Richmond, but picked off Windhager. Hands it out to Hill. St Kilda back inboard. Good kick finds Jones.
Got to go here to Saints.
Marks forward to the wing. It's a 2-point game. Richmond lead it. 14.5 gone, final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Jones kicks to the boundary line. Finds Seal in his 200th game. Short kick to his mate Sinclair. And Jack Sinclair up front for a bit of class. He's kicked the last, and now he's got a look here against the boundary line, right half forward.
Well, he went to the centre bounce as well, Jack Sinclair, which, again, that's what when the Saints in need of emergency, don't they? They go to Sinclair, they go to Masai, Wanganeen, Miller, and Steele, as I mentioned earlier, had a really good quarter. This will take some kicking.
A two-time best and fairest winner, two-time All-Australian. Sinclair decides to pass last moment. It's picked off. Jaden Short takes the mark, fullback for Richmond.
Still Richmond by 2 points. Short to the pocket for Banks. Great finish for Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Long kick up to the wing. Looking for a contest. In from the side, Armstrong.
Shown a bit, hasn't he? He's had some moments, Harry Armstrong. Not a heap of the possessions, but yeah, I like some of his work today.
Kicks on that left boot up towards half forward. St Kilda win it back. Windhager. Forward handball away to Hall. Kicks around the boundary line. McRae's running. Ball sits up for him. Wants to get on the left. Gets around Banks. Snaps inside 50. It works out. Sharman plucks it. It was an inverted torp on the snap around the body from McRae. And Sharman, clean hands.
That's just experience there by, I think it's Taj Houghton, who just couldn't. Is it Taj Houghton? Banks, sorry. Yeah. Just couldn't keep him on his right foot.
It shouldn't work out like that, though.
No.
And then somehow jams it back on the left, and sure enough, results in a shot.
Got to know your opposition there.
Seems cruel from a Richmond point of view.
45-degree angle, 45 out. Super Cooper. He returns the Saints to the lead. His second. And St Kilda are out by 4 points. 8-7-55, plays 7-9-51. The second lead change of the afternoon. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, could see it happening from here, couldn't you? Yeah. It was a great run from Jack McRae.
Know your opposition,
foremost, wasn't it? Just ran into the space, and he was never going to kick on that right foot, was he? And in the end, it was a mongrel kick and a lucky outcome, but just those little things, isn't it? In close games like this, late in the game, little attention to detail. Cost you a goal. Nice finish from Sharman.
0437774 the SMS number. And we got a one-score game halfway through the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Saints by 4. And then Steele pushed in the back at the bounce, gets the free, hands it off to Windhager, kicks wide for Henry. So Liam Henry on the ground. For Max Heath, as we knew at half-time, and yet we haven't called his name a heap. It's his first touch of the final term. Kicks inside 50. Bolter gets upstairs, picks it off at fullback for Richmond.
Switches it for Rioli, who's dragged down in the marking contest. He will get a free kick. Wilkie impeding. Come on, like the Saints are a team with the momentum at the moment and full of running.
Oscar from Richmond off the SMS rammer. Loving the call, guys. Do you think the AFL could charge patrons half price at this point of the season?
Houghton goes upstairs for the mark. Doesn't come down with it. Ross Rose gives it off to Hopper. Richmond on the members' wing. Trezise on that long left leg, looking for Lynch, wrestling with Caminiti. Both go to ground. Umpire lets them play, no free kick.
Well done.
It'll come back.
Seth Green sniffing a goal out the back. Well done that time, Caminiti. Just held better position and earned himself a free kick.
Caminiti on the back flank. St Kilda by 4 points. 19 into the fourth.
Almost missed Taj Houghton's hanger thanks to text from Oscar. We'll come back to that as punched away by Brown out towards Wilson, who's tackled and a ball up. I think you like the premise, though, Ramos. So for all the dead rubbers, can we charge half price?
I think that's a great idea. Yep. Absolutely, to get more people in that wouldn't come regularly or might not be able to quite afford a full-price ticket. I think that's a great idea.
Saints by 4 points, 19 and a half gone final term. Ball up on the wing. Trezise had it, lost it. Marshall for the Saints. To McRae to Sinclair. Threads a hand pass through. Sinclair kicks down the wing. Here's Sharman. Hand pass to McRae. Shoved out of bounds. Now, late change in Brisbane, by the way. Grand final rematch coming up next. Lions, Swans. Brandon Starcevich out with a hammy. So all of a sudden there's 6 or 8 guys missing from the Lions. Starcevich out with a hammy. Dev Robertson takes his place and starts as the sub. Caden Cleary, the sub for Sydney, and you'll hear it next on ABC Sport.
St Kilda by 4 points. Richmond win it on the wing. Trezise snapping around the corner. Good mark. Boxall protects the drop. Marks for St Kilda. Infield kick to Jones. Runs away with it. Zips and kicks up to the wing. Sharman hands out in front. Doesn't mark. Follows up at ground level. Wanganeen Millera bursts onto the footy. Swings a handball for Marshall. Seth Campbell does well to mop it up. Though his handball puts Prestia under pressure. He's tackled quickly. Garcia straddles him.
It's composure now, isn't it? Who's got the composure from both teams? It's a pretty helter-skelter stuff. High pressure, fatigues there. Who can keep their cool?
6 minutes to go. Game on the line from the stoppage. Richmond win it. Floston punches it away to Taranto. Kicks to centre half forward. Good body there from Taru. Turns Bolter inside out. Gives it off to Clark. St Kilda now going forward. Kicks to half forward for Henry, who marks 60 out right half forward. In the sunshine. Dabs it short for Hill. Was it 15? Says yes.
Green, wasn't it?
Take a little bit of time here.
Yeah.
So he's not going to. I don't think he'll have the distance here, Brad Hill. He's going to have to kick from about 53.
Hall's leading for him. The kick goes to him. And Max Hall's got it again.
That's unforgivable for Richmond there. So that's directly behind the kicker. So that's a leading lane that just was completely open. So that's on Richmond's midfielders, even their half forwards, to really be pushing down and clogging those holes inside St Kilda's forward 50.
What a story this guy is. And the cattle farmer who was dropped by Box Hill late in 2023 before a prelim, and then midway through the following year picked in the mid-season draft. Now he's played every game after making his debut in round one, and Max Hall's drop punt misses out to the right of behind. It's a 5-point game. He's already kicked one in this final term. The Saints 3 of the last 4 in the game after falling behind. They lead by 5 points, 22 travelled final term, Saints by 5.
4 minutes 40 of game time remaining. Vlosten goes to the back pocket, gives it off to Young, who has a 1-2 with Banks, bursting through the middle, kicks up to half forward. We're in the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Ross, goes back to Young, now at half forward, kicks to full forward. Lynch is there, Caminiti swirls, Mansell fumbles, handball away to Campbell, Swivel snaps, misses. There was a man on 2. Bolter was in the goal square.
Just panicked in the game. More time. How good was Tyler Young then?
Yeah.
Athletic.
St Kilda by 4 points. 22 minutes, nearly 23 into the fourth.
Look who's holding the Sherrin.
Yeah, can he do it going the other way?
Messiah Wanganeen-Miller steps outside the goal square. St Kilda leading by 4, but a long way from home. Runs, carries, dabs it on the ground and goes short with the kick to Clark. He got pinged for running too far earlier in the quarter. Clark on the back flank, long down the wing. Over the top goes Broad, couldn't spoil, and a good mark. Picked off there by Boxall against the boundary line.
He's had some good moments, hasn't he? This last quarter.
He
Big body.
Hugh Boxall. A lad out of Claremont looking to come back inboard, manages to link up with Stocker. The margin is 4. St Kilda lead at 8-8 to 7-10. 23.5 gone final term. Short to Clark.
Just no free play here for the Tigers. Get your arm across here.
Long kick in the Sharman direction. Slides through his hands and out of bounds. Here's a free kick. An illegal block, and it's going to go Sharman's way. He'll take it between wing and half forward for the Saints.
He dangerously kicks corridor. Wanganeen-Miller. He's bundled out of the way. No free kick. No whistle. Ross races off with it. Off to Taranto. Kicks towards goal. Mansell's getting back there. The Saints are too. And the wall of Wilkie. He cleans it up and he clears the danger. And the Saints are out of trouble. The short kick from Sharman away to Hall. There's still time if they're good enough for Richmond.
I'll tell you, the art of a shepherd, someone asked about it earlier.
Get the wings out.
What is going on?
Wilkie.
Doesn't happen anymore, I'm telling you, Benny.
To Caminiti. Caminiti goes wide to Windhager, so he's got it at half-back. St Kilda lead the game by 4. 2 minutes 30 to play. St Kilda with the footy and with a 4-point lead. Short to Wanganeen-Miller.
You called it, Rammer. Find your player. They're just going to find the loose here, the Saints.
You've got players just sitting behind the ball with no opponent.
Find the tired defender. Find the lazy defender.
Like you look at Hopper and Ross here. Get to an opponent now.
This is how the game started. And this is how Richmond fell 20 points behind before they'd scored.
Forced a long kick.
Wanganeen-Miller long down the line. Nankervis knocks it out of play, so they get a stoppage. Boundary throwing on the wing. 4-point game. 2 minutes to go. St Kilda lead.
They'll plenty of time. Don't have to do anything crazy silly here, the Tigers. When they win this stoppage, Saints have got, is it Jack Steele's dropped behind the ball? Is it loose? They've got 2 behind the ball. Sharman's gone back 2.
Nankervis slaps it down. Prestia slaps it on. He's tackled quickly by Garcia.
Where you want to go, even the numbers up now. Behind the ball, absolutely.
Richmond don't need to spare
Broad
back.
doesn't, absolutely. Get out of there.
He's trying to even it up, Broad, I think. Marshall taps it down cleverly, just takes possession, tackled to ground by Nankervis.
Or they're just going to have to identify the loose. So the long bomb down the line's not the answer here. Shape it out of the stoppage. Broad's the one, isn't he? Yep. He's just sneaking forward now on the outer wing.
Sand slipping through the hourglass. As it's gathered by Richmond and Ross. Sonzi kicks long to a contest. That's where the spare is. Taru knocks it down though. Arriving the Saints. Clark gathers it. Happy to hold it in. Force a stoppage.
Okay, now's the time to even up.
Even up.
Okay, got the ball at your half forward line. So Broad's got to sneak forward now. If it is Broad, they've got 2 loose. That's 1 too many. Richmond behind the ball.
1:33 to go. St Kilda by 4 points. And then Curvis palms it down. They all jump in on top of it. Steele involved. He's wrestled out of the way and now ball up again.
And the looses are Wilkie, who you've absolutely got to round up. And I think it's Sharman in the goal square there.
This is Tom Brown looking around. He doesn't know where to go. Get forward, Tom.
10 seconds off the clock. Richmond chasing the game. 4 points, St Kilda's lead. Off his backside, Steele. Hand pass out to Boxall. He goes back by hand. He got it to Garcia. Long left-footed kick to Higgins in a 2-on-1. Miller's able to take the intercept mark. And Richmond can go off the back flank.
This is their chance. Miller to McIntosh. Down the worn wing edge of the square. Runs a long way. How far? Too far. Travel. Camden. Count your steps.
Oh, boy.
St Kilda by 4 points.
All game.
And that should just about do it here for the Saints.
Well, they'll get one more chance if they can win the ball back here, the Tigers.
And Henry goes wide with the kick to Mason Wood, who marks on the boundary line, southern side. Tick, 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 tick. 41 seconds remaining. St Kilda with the ball. They lead by 4 points and Richmond have had their chances. Kick retreats back to Sharman. Tigers pressing up. More time comes off. We're in the final 30 seconds. 4-point lead for the Saints. Long contest kick down that southern wing. Can the Tigers win it back? They can. Vlosten jams it on the boot. High up and under down the wing once more. Wilkie picks it off, and Kel Wilkie, the dependable defender, with a game-saving mark at half-back for the Saints.
Wilkie will kick back around the worn wing. Fitting that, isn't it? St Kilda on a Jack Steele with a win in his 200th. I wouldn't say they marched. They tiptoed to victory to win by 4 points. They win by 4 points. 8-8-56 place, 7-10-52. They came from 8 points down at three-quarter time after they led by 4 at the half and 14 at quarter time. The goal kickers, 2 to Higgins, 2 to Sharman, singles to Hall, Sinclair, Garcia and Wanganeen Millera for Richmond. Mansell 2, singles to Taranto, Lynch, Bolter, McIntosh and Armstrong. When the Saints go marching
in. It's a trio of cliffhangers for the Saints. They win all of them. They come from behind to beat Melbourne, obviously, 3 weeks ago. Last week, they just hang on against North Melbourne. And tonight, they do it with a little bit of both. They had to come from behind. And then at the end, they were navigating the minutes to make sure that they get out with the victory. 3 straight wins, all by under a kick. St Kilda make it 8 wins for the year and make it 8-8-56 at the final score to Richmond's 7-10-52. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas. We get a close one on Saturday afternoon as the Saints, with a winning score of 56, scrape home by 4.
In the wet and mud here at the MCG.
Couldn't ask for a better day.
Gale Force wins.
Win's a win, isn't it? Sometimes you just got to sing the song when it hasn't been your year. And look, in the end, I think the senior players and the class get it done, Rama, for the Saints. Richmond, and just probably the lack of experience and cool heads when the moment's there to win the game for the Tigers. On the flip side, just letting them down a little bit. And you point out Jack Steele's last quarter was great. Only had 8 possessions, I think.
4 clearances
up until that point, but 9 disposals, 4 clearances. He wanted to win, didn't he?
Yeah.
His 200th game. And then Wanganeen Millera and Wilkie. I think in the end, Wilkie at the other end gets it done as well. So, nothing to write. Tough game really. In the end, it was the marks, wasn't it? They just controlled the footy really across the day. The Saints, their lack of want and desire to get energy on the ball and attack with any sort of flow and movement was the disappointing thing. And in the end, after quarter time, that's what gave Richmond a bit of a sniff, and they lifted their pressure and intensity. And in the end, it was just a matter of who took the key moments in that last quarter. Sinclair was the other one who was good from the Saints, and he kicked the goal in that last quarter. But tough game, wasn't it? Tough game to watch, tough game to call. But in the end, sometimes you take the 4 points and you sing the song.
Well, you do. And you talk about controlling tempo, 37 marks to 13 in that last quarter. So, St Kilda kicked the first goal, Richmond the second, then St Kilda the last 2 goals of the game. The final goal of the game at the 17-minute mark is to eventually take the lead. So there's still plenty of football to be played in the quarter for the Tigers to really score. But I was critical of Richmond late in that game because they simply allowed too many St Kilda frees. And if you look at the overall game in itself, St Kilda have taken 151 marks. So really, that's the story of the day of Richmond probably being immature late in the game, as you mentioned, Bally, where that moment where St Kilda are flicking the ball around and just taking time off the clock, that's where your structure of defence of the defensive grid has to go out the window, and it has to go into straight one-on-one man with your arm across, so you force the ball down the line. So St Kilda were able to find 3 or 4 targets with uncontested marks. That takes a minute and a half off the clock. Whereas if the first mark you make the play, kick down the line, that's 10 seconds. And then you give yourself a chance. They had a chance. So McIntosh, very late in that quarter, then he's called for travelling because he runs too far with the ball because you got St Kilda players sitting behind the ball, which Richmond simply didn't want to man up on. So, look, it wasn't a super game of football. Was it competitive? Absolutely. St Kilda laid 80 tackles for the game. And I mentioned Richmond. Well, say only Richmond had 41 tackles, but I thought their pressure was really good throughout the day. It might have not been, a wrap your arms around tackle, but it was forcing St Kilda into high balls, long down the lines every now and then. So, there's a lot I think Richmond can take out of this game, but I think certainly what Adamuse will take out is, how did we play the final 5 minutes of the game? Did we play it in the manner in which we wanted to win the game, or did we play it in the manner in which we thought, we'd win the ball back and go down the other end and score? So I think the learnings there will be absolutely terrific for the Tigers. Wilkie was outstanding. He had 16 marks for the game. Wanganeen Miller, a slow start, but he's ended up the highest possession winner on the ground with 33. So really, really strong game by Windhager, also 32 possessions, had 24 of those in the first half, Corps.
The Tigers have stuck around for this.
We do this for 200, do we?
It's amazing. And Richmond have waited out on the ground, and St Kilda, who were celebrating, handing out some footies to their fans, have basically quickly got in a line, and now Jack Steele, after his television commitments, is being chaired off. And the Richmond players are part of the Guard of Honour. So Rowan Marshall and Cal Wilkie carrying off their skipper. And Jack Steele makes sure he comes off the ground a winner after a big second half from him and his team. Now, they kicked the first 3 goals of the game. They led 20 points to zip. And Richmond really got going. The Tigers were the better side for really the next 2 and a bit quarters. They led by 8 points at 3-quarter time. And St Kilda kicking 3 goals to 1 in the last were able to navigate those tight finishes and the key moments better down the stretch. And Richmond, with a bit of inexperience, couldn't quite capitalise. And the low-scoring affair goes the Saints' way. 56-52. And they win by 4 points full-time here at the MCG. Takes them to 8 wins for the season. St Kilda, they go to 8-13 with Essendon to come next Friday night. And for Richmond, their record worsens to 5-16. And they play North Melbourne, which is another winnable game for the Tigs next Sunday down in Hobart. All right, the Saints are about to make their way into the rooms. They're up to 11th, by the way, on the premiership table, so the win is good enough for them to leapfrog Port Adelaide. They keep moving up the ladder, moving down the draft board for whatever that's worth. Let's go into the St Kilda rooms. Ray Chamberlain's down there. The boys are on their way, Ray.
Yeah, lots of smiles, lots of bit of enthusiasm down here. Obviously, they'll be absolutely stoked to be able to have celebrated, even though it was a lacklustre game, with a victory for their captain in game 200.
Thanks, Ray. We'll come back to you in a few moments and get some reaction from the St Kilda camp. We're on air for about another dozen minutes or so. The Saints by 4 points over Richmond, full-time in a low-scoring affair here. Saturday afternoon footy at the MCG. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Still to come, the grand final rematch is up next. So Quentin Hull heading up the call there with Michael Price, Jeff White, Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton. So that is next up, Brisbane and Sydney. Just repeating the late change. So Brandon Starcevic comes out with a hamstring complaint. Dev Robertson takes his place and is going to start as the sub, while Caden Cleary is the sub for Sydney. If you're in the ACT, you're off to NRL action. The St George Illawarra Dragons up against the Cronulla Sharks. So that's the next stop for you in about 12 minutes from now. Word from the Saints in a few moments. So St Kilda by 4 points full-time over Richmond.
A word from the Saints?
We'll be getting one in just a moment. Maybe a word on the Saints while we wait for one from the Saints.
Well, sometimes you just need a win. Certainly. I thought I might see a bit more. I think back to that last quarter against Melbourne, Rammer, where sometimes you got to win. You got to go and win the game. There were flashes of it in that last quarter, and really they are still so reliant. We know they're a young team, and the stage they're at, they are still so heavily reliant on their good players, aren't they? You think Sinclair in that last quarter, Wanganeen Miller are obviously. Wilkie down back, and Jack McRae had some good moments in that last quarter as well. They still need to continue to get more from Hunter Clark and players like that. Garcia's starting to show a bit, isn't he? They're giving him some more midfield time. Taru certainly had his moments across the day. I thought that key contest here at half forward against that 1-on-1 against Bolter, wasn't it? That was significant. So hopefully he should get rewarded. I think today with a rising star nom, pending other performances across the weekend, but clearly they've got a lot to work with here. Young Boxall had some moments in that last quarter, and Max Hall bobbed up and kicked a goal as well. So, they're looking for continual improvement from their younger players. Still such a heavy reliance on their senior players.
The champion data class, the close games are sort of anything under 10 points, basically. If you look at that this year, St Kilda 4-1 now in close games. They've won their last 3. Richmond are 2-2. So they've had a couple of wins, and now they've got a couple of losses.
Well, when you've got a player like Cal Wilkie behind the ball, you got Sinclair, Wanganeen Miller, the way they play the moments in those games is critical. But you look at fantasy points or champion data point, whatever you want to call them. Of the top 14 players on the ground today, 12 of them were St Kilda players.
It's wild.
And the top 10 were all St Kilda players. Then it was Jack Ross and Ryan Mansell as 11 and 12, and then there was Hunter Clark and Mason Wooden 13 and 14. So you look at that and you go, well, St Kilda should have won the game by more. But I think their issue, Bally, was a little bit around too many marks almost. They controlled the game.
So offense, so all in hand. So their efforts, 80 tackles, so effort's good. Wilkie behind the ball, so they win the ball. What do they do then? That's the clearly the.
Well, a number of times you said it was slow. Slow, roll, turn, go, give handball.
So there are times, aren't there, to go into slow play and control the footy and, late in quarter or trying to stem momentum. There were just times where I thought they had the opportunity to roll and go, and they just stopped. They just and sometimes it's who's got the ball. So I think Jack McRae out there, Zach Jones a couple of times. When Wanganeen Miller gets it or Sinclair gets it, they don't think, they just go. So they need to get, they need to train that more, obviously, and get the ball in the hands of more players who want to do that.
My only concern with St Kilda is some of their better players couldn't have had a better year. No. And yet they're still not really in the mix, and they've now won obviously 3 in a row to get to 8 wins, but they were 5 for 13 and out of the 5 and 13 and out of the season really with 2 months to play. But you think about Wilkie's had an All-Australian calibre year, Higgins, Sinclair's been great again, Wanganeen Miller has been a star, Marshall, you think, are they all going to have that year again? And it's when you're getting so much out of your top end, it sort of creates.
And that's the challenge. That's the list management challenge of every club. Every club's got stars.
Yep.
But it's then what are the role players doing? I thought Windhager today was terrific. I mentioned him in the first half with 24 possessions. I thought he was a real reason why St Kilda was sort of able to hold within that game for a long period of time. But you look at the bottom, like Philippou's had the 3 handballs today only. Darcy Wilson 11. I think Darcy Wilson's clearly sapped of confidence at the moment. Going in and out of the team of recent times, and he was drafted because of his running power and ability. And, then he's left out of the team because they want him to be a more contested player. Well, sort of, hang on a minute. It's like, well, you get him for a particular reason.
Yep.
He runs at 5 minutes 50 for a 2K, so he's absolutely elite in that area.
I don't understand what's happened with him this year.
Leave him on a wing and let him run.
Even with Filippo, I know it's been... He's had such an interrupted year again, so it's hard to kind of build him and get him going and everything else. But I always thought when he was drafted he was going to be like this big modern prototype midfielder that would be sort of roaming and get forward and kick goals, and yet we sort of saw him almost chained to the goalpost today, didn't we? It was a long way from the action at times. 4-point win for the Saints, so 5 close games this year. They've won 4 of them. Let's go into the winners' rooms. Ray Chamberlain's down there. Ray.
G'day, guys. Look, there was a lot of chat in today's broadcast about the long sleeve wearing Jack Sinclair ripping up and down the mid-zone, and we're very fortunate to have him here today after a win. Jack, congratulations. 7th win for the season, 3 on the trot. It must feel good to get a little bit of reward in terms of wins and losses for your effort over the last month.
Yeah, it does. Probably doesn't feel like 3 in a row, to be honest. It's been really interesting footy, to be honest. Down a fair bit against Melbourne, pretty scrappy last week against North, and same again today. But really happy for the group to get a bit of reward. Show some good fight. I thought we started really well. Went away from what makes us a good team in the second quarter, which is disappointing. Let them back into the game. Just great to get over the line for Steely's 200th, our record in milestones. We've acknowledged, internally and externally, people have been talking about it. It hasn't been very good, so I'm really happy for him.
We'll come back to Jack in a tick. I want to talk about what you spoke about there in the second quarter. So, first quarter, Richmond, they appeared to park the bus behind you, and you win all the ball, but you've got to go through 18 players. Second and third quarter, they sort of ramp up their sizzle in terms of their pressure on you. Talk us through how in-game do you enhance and improve that inside 50 connection? What sort of things do you do on field?
Yeah, well, it's really hard during the game to try and get the message across to everyone. So when you come to the bench, you want to try to deliver messages you get there. But to be honest, we knew going into the game they're really strong if you play straight line. And we were just going really skinny, straight line, kicking it back to their spares who were getting behind the ball. They got back really hard, which we knew they would. And we just lacked composure. I think we come in at half time and Ross said we were playing on about 70% of the time, which is outrageous. To be honest, compared to our probably 20% in the first quarter, I felt we're a lot more measured and composed. But in the second quarter, probably just rolling blindly, playing on, and they had numbers back there, and we couldn't use our numbers going in there. So that was pretty disappointing. It was a plan going in, so we couldn't execute that. But at the same time, they've got some really good players back there too, so they make it really hard.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Broad and Vlosten are having unbelievable years, to be fair, and they've got a fair resume. Look, Ross at three-quarter time, threw the magnets around, looking to try and get some zip through the midfield. You jumped in there, banged a goal early, and you talked about your captain earlier. He rolls in, 9 possessions, 4 clearances, game 200, and you get the 4 points. Can you tell us a little bit about what we wouldn't know about Jack Steele?
Oh, it's probably not too much more than what meets the eye, to be honest. Just a really humble, hard-working guy. Amazing leader, just puts his body on the line every week, and he's had some real challenges with his body over the last few years, which probably doesn't get a lot of air externally. A lot of us do, to be fair. It's a long year, he's had to work through a lot, with his knee and Achilles and stuff like that. But to front up every week, lead the footy clubs through some pretty difficult times. Just a really humble, hard-working man, and some of the footy he's played over his time as captaincy, like 2020, 2021, is unbelievable. Probably some of the best footy I've ever seen in my career, to be honest. So, we love what he does. Just a selfless guy, always puts the team first. Even today, spending a bit more time up forward. Love the way he responded in the last quarter when he got thrown in the midfield and turned the game our way.
Boys upstairs?
Well, Jack, it's Rammer here, mate. Well done on your performance today. 151 marks. Now, we sit here and look at that and go, you controlled the game, but is that what you wanted today?
No, I probably thought we overused it a bit, to be honest. We speak about switching to go forward, but I thought, we just went side to side a bit without penetration, and then when we did go forward, we sort of kicked it straight back to him. So, it was a big focus at three-quarter time. We wanted to get a bit more run from behind and sort of challenge them a bit more, but I thought we definitely overdid it. 150, that's definitely too many.
You talk about the 3 wins in a row, and they may have been a bit scrappy, but they're wins. Has Ross spoken about the importance of how to finish off the season strongly, so to build momentum going into next year?
Yeah, we've spoken about it a fair bit over the last 2 weeks. I feel like a lot of teams that have success sort of build something before the year that they win it or whatever it is. So, yeah, we just want to keep improving every week, our character, culture, individually and as a group. Sort of 4 or 5 weeks left in the year, yeah, we definitely acknowledge that. And that's still a big chunk of footy. It's a quarter of a season, and a lot of our young guys, a few of them probably haven't even played that many games in their career up until that point. So, it's still a fair chunk that we just want to keep improving and getting better as a footy club.
Well done, Jack. Enjoy the week. We'll see you on Friday night.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Jack Sinclair down there in the St Kilda rooms. They play Essendon at the Docklands Friday night. That's part of a double-header in round 23. Meanwhile, for Richmond, they play North Melbourne on Sunday in Hobart. Thanks to Ray Chamberlain, too, for all his work throughout the afternoon down in the rooms and on the boundary.
I did note earlier as well, there was a horse called Razors. Just in the media centre, I saw flashed up that it was about to run. Won.
Wow.
At Eagle Farm.
There you go.
Needed the omen bet, but didn't indulge.
The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I'll have a look at them today. I gave one to the man we just spoke to, Jack Sinclair, 30 disposals, 11 marks, 5 score involvements and a goal. I gave 2 to Marcus Windhager. I thought he was absolutely outstanding in the first half. Clearly the best man on the ground. He ended up with 34 disposals, 6 tackles, 9 marks. And there was an easy one today. Cal Wilkie was outstanding. 29 disposals, 16 marks, but Richmond simply couldn't find a way around him, particularly in the last 5 minutes of the game.
I like it. Appropriately took the match-winning mark in the last 10 to 15 seconds. So 3 to Wilkie, 2 to Windhager, 1 to Sinclair. Thanks to Cool Jules. Mackenzie is on the buttons for us. One of the best techs going. I was about to say the best tech, but I know it's a competitive game. I don't want to sort of throw any shade.
Said that about Stu last
People
week.
are listening.
Stuart
People are
Baker will be listening, and Stuart Birchmore and Lee. We've got a great crew here. They're all number one, equal, sitting at the top of the tree.
Look at him get out of this.
Thanks to you.
Dig up, Corbin, dig up.
Thanks to you, Luke Ball.
Thanks, Corby.
I will see you next week. Thank you, Ram.
Well done.
Thanks, Ben.
See you, Corbin.
All right, we're out of here. That's the end of the day. So St Kilda by 4 points full-time over Richmond here at the MCG. We're off in different directions. The grand final rematch is on deck. Brandon Starcevic is out. Dev Robertson takes his place. The Brisbane Lions up against the Sydney Swans. Of course, different directions tonight with the 2 games being played. You can find them both through the ABC Listen app and toggle between the 2 venues, either Carlton and Gold Coast or Port Adelaide and Fremantle. For those in the ACT, you're off to the NRL. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
The summer of cricket has arrived early.
Clubs it straight down the ground for 6.
He's on the pull shot. Boy, did he get that!
White ball cricket takes centre stage in the top end as Australia take on South Africa.
Shout for leg before, finger goes on!
It all starts on Sunday on the ABC
Down
Listen
the pitch, there we go! Bang!
Every ball live. Just click on the cricket button.